One of these days I just need to go wireless with everything. One day. John says, thought I'd come over here as well as YouTube. Then if YouTube drops, well, I'll tell you what, last few days, knock on wood, we've been okay. And we've actually had Twitch drop a few times the last few days, and YouTube has been stable. I don't know. We still have massive storms today. We're in the hurricane season, so there's a hurricane west of us, so we're dealing with that right now. I'm supposed to start about 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning, so we shall see. Oh yeah, that's a book. That's a book thing, Yeller. That is book lore right there. Oh yeah, I've already drained most of that for the production. Okay, let's try to make one of these. I'm very curious how long these last for. Those last for 8 hours. Interesting. Well, I wonder how long the other ones last for, too. Is it 16 hours? Not that I'm going to waste. Because that's duraluminum. I don't want to do. And spice residue. No, thank you. But let me try another one of these. Standard filter. Because I have lots of aluminium. And I'm not using it actively for anything. So standard filter's up for 8 hours. Yeller says I'm just waiting for another storm to roll through so I can seal it back. Nice. What's up, Transcend? What's up, Raylands? John says I built my own base of Vermilion Gap. Yeah, it's a process moving base stuff around. What's up, Jay? By the way, everybody, we started with Dune Awakening today. I really want to get through the altars, but a couple things are really nitpicking me about that game. One is which I can't use the music right now because they haven't fixed the copyrighted music thing. So I have to play the game with the music off because if I play the game with the music on, anytime I go up to the social room or the dormitory, YouTube flags all that music as copyrighted, and I lose monetization, and it's just a huge pain in my ass to then go through, and I lose money for playing it, and it's just not worth my time at the moment to go through with that. So I've been playing it the past session with no music, and it's really kind of dragging on me because I really want to play the game with the music because it has really good music, but you have to go up to the dormitory and the social room so many times to do things like interact with the um, with the altars, and they haven't patched it yet. And they also said they're patching a manual save function in. And I'm kind of like, well, I would love to keep playing the game, but I think I'm gonna make a decision later today. Um, but I think I'm gonna wait until they patch the game and patch manual saves in before I continue because I'm getting tired of having to wait for like the morning thing and then like the bugs. I haven't lost progress in a couple of days, thankfully. Thank you. Thankfully, I haven't lost progress in a few days, but just the lack of a manual save, which they are adding to the game, the fact that I can't play the game because they have they have a streaming option where it says disable copyrighted music. It's not working. And so until they get those things fixed, it's probably going to be something where I just need to leave it alone. Which sucks because I genuinely like the game. And the problem is I've got Death Stranding 2 starting on Tuesday. So it's like I have no time to wait for them as a small team to patch their game. Like, it sucks. Like, I want to finish it, but at the same time, it's like I didn't finish Expedition 33 either because the team took 2 months to patch to patch the fixes into story mode, and I can't wait 2 months because I have a schedule. Um, we'll see. I'll make that decision later. I may come back and play the altars this afternoon instead. But I was sitting here this morning, racking my brain, and I was like, I'm just gonna go play Dune Awakening. I think I'm gonna stick another one of these up here, and I'm probably gonna build one more, but I need some steel um, to refine. And I'll probably put one more right over here, and then start breaking down the smaller ones. But I need more steel, and I need more. Um, I need more stuff. To be honest with you, I probably need to graduate to the big cisterns because this thing is not enough. Like just the beryllium and the cobalt paste that I refined this morning, that thing was full, and in 30 seconds I drained it. In 30 seconds, empty. So I'm gonna have to just focus on building up the production on this facility, probably before I move to tier 5 production. Like I'm thinking I just need that. Yeah, I may do some Freeman beds. I may. Problem is those also take a boatload of power, and right now I'm not. Yeah, I've just got so much to do. Well, I haven't needed it because this one medium water cistern got me through the entirety of tier 4. I never lacked for water in tier 4. I hit tier 5 and I have drained. Yesterday was when I hit tier 5 production and I drained this thing. Just like this morning, I drained it in seconds. Um, and so it's like I really am going to have to sort out. Um, I need carbon. So let's go do a carbon run really quick. Because I'm going to need more steel. Oh, you know one thing I never did? I still never fixed that turret up top. We're going to do that right now. Okay, I'm going to do the whole thing here. Okay. Oh, it had done it. It's green. Oh, maybe because I haven't done the swatch to it. Yeah, I hadn't done the swatch to it. That's what it was. Because I built the turret after the fact. Okay, now it's fixed. Oh, you're all good, Transcend. I need to do it. I need to do a run and bulk up. JDL says I do energy management. I only turn machines on when I'm using them. That probably doesn't. I don't think it matters. I think it's just the machine drains it whether you're using it or not. So it's as soon as you install a machine that starts drawing power. That's why when you build them. Um, Wait, you're right next door, aren't you, Transcend? If you're right next door, I will take some carbon. If you're at your house. I didn't know if you're at your house. So if you're at your house, I will take some carbon. I'll just drive down. Anyway, when you're building, you'll notice that as soon as you place a machine, if you don't have enough power, all of your structure shuts down. All your shields go down and everything else. That's the indicator that it's not based on active use. I'm gonna park in your Pinter Shield thing here real quick, and I'm gonna go grab these. Oh, you're near your other base? Oh, well, never mind then. All right, I'll go harvest. It's all good. I don't think I've ever gone up here and looking. I should make sure there's no quicksand. I think I'm okay. Go up top. I know I saw some last week before the resource nodes all reset. So let's go take a peek. I don't know how that works. I don't know if it's by disabling or if you destroy it. So I just don't know. So again, I haven't gone that route. That's way too much micromanagement for me. Oh, did you guys see in the AMA yesterday? They're adding a hotkey to switch seats in your buggies and shit. So we're not gonna have to do this whole manual thing of like switching seats. There's just gonna be a hotkey. Just be able to be boop, which is awesome. I believe they said that's coming in the first patch, which they said is in July or August. Like the first big patch, not a hotfix patch. I have to admit, I've never been up in here. I don't know where I'm going to find carbon ore. That's more, I think that's granite. God, I could have sworn I saw a bunch when I was out here exploring the other day. I'm going to go back over here. I don't know what's over in this area. I know there was a bunch in the other direction, but I kind of wanted to go exploring this morning. There's granite. That's copper. There's no quicksand out here, right? I don't see any quicksand. Oh, you know what? I should grab that, right? I see some. There's some cobalt right there. At least I think it's cobalt. It might be iron. But I am going to grab those fuel cells because I got to make some lube. Yay, carbon! I'm just gonna grab the plant fiber because I need those for other things. And I'm stingy, so I'm grabbing little pieces too. What's up, Howie Man? What's up, Ravesar? Pink crystals? No. I will need another run later, but I've got a couple hundred cobalt paste now. I just needed some more carbon really quick. So I'm out exploring. Alright, now I step up the path here. Because I think I'm just going to focus on ramping up my T4 power this morning and then make some more cisterns and probably look into maybe a Death Still or two. I'm just going to hold off on the T5. Like, I'm not ready for T5. I need so much more water to get into T5 production. I'm just not there yet. So. And because I'm not in a rush, Misa taking my time. Right, super spreadsheets for the win. I just realized I have my glasses on, which I don't really need. Not this early. Confirming my Lotro session for tomorrow night with wait, not tomorrow night. It's today. Today's Friday, right? Sunday night. We didn't play last week because it was Father's Day, so my brother was like, "Oh crap, I forgot. We'll go next week." I don't know what fucking day it is. Chris and I were joking about this the other day because my life is literally wake up, play video games, go to sleep. Wake up, play video games, go to sleep. Occasionally punctuated by go to the grocery store to help Chris buy groceries, go for a walk, go to my physical therapy. But I haven't been to physical therapy in like, God, it's been like 6 weeks now because they're still not finished with their move. And so it's just play video games, wake up, play video games, wake up, play video games, wake up. And so I don't pay attention to what day it is. I don't have any bosses. You know, it's literally, I'm just like, oh, what? Wait, there's a launch day on this. I need to mark that on the calendar, put it on Google Calendar. That's just, I just basically work, eat, sleep, work, eat, sleep, work, eat, sleep, work, eat, sleep. So I don't do a good job of paying attention to what day it is. Chris will be like, hey, I'm going. And I'm like, where are you going? She's like, going to church. And I'm like, oh, it must be Sunday. Okay. Okay, cool. It's a bit of a blur. I wonder how retired people do it. Do you still track days when you're fully retired? Like, it's an interesting concept. All right, I think I have enough carbon to meander back to my base now. I don't know what the most efficient way to get back is. This looks good. Back it up. I feel that way most days, Hector. Woo! Come here. There's 2, 3 in a row. I'm definitely grabbing these. I guess it was just 2. That's a smoking remnants of something. No, that's a node right there. But I think it's dangerously close to the edge. Okay, I think what I want to do here is I just want to set up some more cisterns. I don't have enough to make big cisterns yet. That's duraluminum, and I'm not ready to make that transition yet. I'm just not. It takes way too much of everything, so I am going to just focus on doing what I can with tier 4, because tier 4 stuff I know how to get. It's easy to get. I don't have to go into the radiation zone to get it. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! I almost went into the void. Maybe that's what all these are for, to remind you, hey, gang, there's a shaft right there. Don't drive over the barricade thingies. I'm like, but my base is right there. I can see the pentashield. The game is yeah, it is a big game, and it's very. I hate using the word grindy, but it is. You have to like it. If you don't like the grind, you're not gonna have any fun. But you do gotta like the grind. Yep. One step at a time. All right. I think I want to make a cistern. I can't make a large cistern yet because I need 240 duraluminum and spice melange. No thanks. But I can make another one of these. Oh no, that's a small one. I don't want a small one. What do I need for this? I need 50 more steel. I need 50 steel ingots to make that. Craft a mount. Alright, this will give me a second. Let's move these cisterns up to the somewhere else. I would like to put those on the roof, but I'm gonna need to build some stairs to move it on the roof because I can't jump up to the roof with it. So let's go build some stairs. Get us up to the rooftop. Ah, I'm not inside the land claim. Ah, I'll go this way.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
We'll just wait for the sandstorm to pass. I don't think we're getting another Haga Basin. What we're getting are, from what they've said before, are if you go to the world map, we're going to be getting more locations on the world map to go explore. Now, whether they add more zones to the Haga Basin, that might happen. Like more regions to the Haga Basin. I poured my coffee so long ago and forgot about it, and now it's cold.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Adriana was like, I was just getting on my bike to go somewhere. No, microwave coffee is not the same. I do it all the time, but it's never the same. I'm trying to make more water, Howie. I ran out of production. I gotta move my cisterns up here. That's not where I want to put it. Eventually, I'm gonna get rid of all these ugly ass machines. I'm switching all these wind turbines. Slowly but surely. Can I put that? No, it has to be on support. Okay, putting a second medium cistern right here. Okay. Now I'm gonna need more of these. I'm gonna need at least 2 more of these big boys. There's the still suits too. 200 power, Jesus, man. Those require a boatload of steel. I don't have the steel together right now. I would need 180 steel to do those. Am I an idiot? Where is... Ah, there we go. I don't remember what's the because this also, it's like it makes 5. Doesn't it make 4 or 5 per combine? Graph. Where did it go? Did it put it straight into the machine? It didn't put it into the storage of the machine. Oh, the storage of the machine is full, so it probably rerouted it to a circuit somewhere. Hold up. I'm gonna have to go find which chest it stuck it in. This is where circuits come in handy, kids. Because it stuck that loop somewhere. There it is. It makes 5 per. Let me make, I don't know, something like that. I'm gonna stick those up top and see about stripping down some of these power generators. Because this I can actually do right now. And then I can just load these up with loops and start reducing my power generators down. Okay. I figure what the max is that you can stick in one of these things. I know it's 3 weeks, but I would have to do the math on that. Is it 500? I think it is 500 is the max you can stick in here. All right. Let me go. See, I could probably take this one offline now. And I might be able to take one additional one offline. Yep. I think I can only take 2 offline though. Is there any way to tell via your, I'm about to go find out, but does anybody know, like when you're looking at your base, is there any way to see like how much power? Aha, right there. So I have 624. I have 624 coming in right now, or at least I have 675 coming in. What's the difference between circuit power? power generated. Yeah, so if I drop that one offline, it's going to take me to under 600, which will power everything down. So I need to keep that going. All right, let's go make some more lube, though. Gribub says, Happy Midsummers. Indeed. Let's just make like 100. Do I have the water? I might not. I do. Alright, well we can let that craft for a moment. I'm definitely going to need a boatload more steel. But I'm going to need a lot more water to do so. I'm also going to need a lot more. I needed 180, so I need at least another... I need to make like 200 iron. And I definitely don't have the water to do that. I don't think. Oh, I do. Well, let's get that going. God, iron uses so much little water compared to duraluminum. I'm like, I can make 200 iron, and it's like, you can only make 15 duraluminum. Okay, that'll get me a couple more wind turbines, which will help me fill up that second cistern. That's going to help out my water production. Alright, cool. Okay, so... Okay, alright, I can break these stairs down now. Okay. Alright, getting the production going here. Fixing that production line. Okay, so that'll get me... Let's move these. Because then I'll end up putting the other two turbines right here. And then I'll probably eventually end up, I'll make 2 more of these probably. So then I'll have 4 cisterns. Alright. Did it say somewhere Super 5? I never saw where it says, like, it produces 5 at a time. I just know from having made them previously that it makes 5 every time you do one of these. But I don't see anywhere here where it tells you produces 5. I think it just made it and was like, oh, it does 5 of these. Oh, never mind. It literally tells you right there. On screen. I never saw that. I never saw that. It's right there in the middle of my fucking screen. Low-grade lubricant times 5. Low-grade, okay, industrial grade lubricant times 10. Okay, so, okay, that's where it tells you. My bad. Alright, that's producing. The iron is producing. I need more coffee. I'm trying to figure out somewhere safe to put my controller. I'll be right back. Sorry, I had to say hi to my wife. She's up early. But I got more coffee. Let's see here. Let me go check something. What we really need, says Super, is a page that tells us everything owned and produced. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice. I would like some more visual, like that's quality of life stuff that we will possibly get over time. The big thing was I was really happy to see them state that they are going to be adding. We're going to be able to name vehicles, and we're going to be able to name storage chests later on. So these drops are going on until someone just asked, how long are the drops going? I'm trying to check the dates really quick. Until July 8th, 8 a.m. my time. So someone was asking if these drops are still available, the Atreides drops and the blocks and stuff. Yes, I think everybody's gotten all those though. Like everybody should have gotten blocks the launch weekend. I don't really think we have any new, like, brand new people watching. But the block drops are still the Observer Floor, Foundation, and Observer Wall. Those are still going on. All of these are going on until the 8th, including the Atreides stuff. Those, correct. So that outfit is going on until the 8th of the month. I just don't put the thing. I guess I don't, because I don't only stream on Twitch, right? So what most Twitch streamers do, I think, is they put something in the title like drops exclamation point, or like they'll put something in the title of the. But I multi stream on YouTube and Twitch, and so it doesn't do me any good to put anything fancy in the title because I'm doing it all in one place with Streamlabs, and then it pushes it out. So it doesn't. Those titles don't do me any good on YouTube. So, and we are also streaming on the Steam page for this game. And that title doesn't do me any good. So I don't have anything in the title that reminds people, hey, there's drops going on. But yes, the drops are still going on. You should see it in the top of the chat for Twitch. It should say drops are enabled for this channel. Something like that. There should be something at the top of the Twitch chat, I think. All right. Let me grab all of the lube. It has 421. So it's 500 is the max you can put in. Okay. 500 max, and then you get 20 days or whatever. So both of those are really, that one's full all the way. This one's relatively full. All right, I can forget about those for a while. And then very slowly but surely, I'm going to get rid of all of these. That's going to be something we work on, as well as getting rid of all those generators. No, I hate it when it does that. You know, while I'm up here. Take a sippy sip. I'm probably not going to have enough water to do the steel production, though. It did finish with the iron, though. Yeah. Yeah, I can only do 79, it says, and that's such a water limitation. Okay, that's fine. I am getting myself set up for more long-term water production, so that's the most important thing. Let's start looking at what else I want to craft, because I may need to make a spreadsheet this morning and start going out doing resource hunting. I'm going to need more Servox. No, we're good there. No, I'm definitely going to need more Servox. So where did I find Servox at? Silicone blocks I'm going to need more of, but I have a boatload of flour sand stocked. I have plenty of cobalt paste stocked for the moment. No, I'm not dealing with the Fremen body things. I get people yelling at me all the time. Why aren't you using the Fremen body seek? And I'm like, because it costs a shitload of power. I don't have the power facilities yet. Like I either can build like it's a resource management thing. It's 250. So hang on. Where's it at? It's 200 power to produce the Fremen Death Still for the basic one. 350 for the advanced. I can't even make the advanced because I don't have duraluminum. It's 200. It's 200 power to set up one of these, right? It's only 75 power to do a wind turbine. For me, I know there's more water production in one of those, but the way that I play is much more passive. So I like having wind turbines because I can put filters in them, I can go to sleep, I can wake up in the morning and I have full water. It worked for me through tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. I'm in tier 5 now. It's a lot different. Tier 5 requires much more water. So I don't care about math, Super 5. None of that helps. Like when people do that kind of shit, I literally vomit. Like when people try to tell me the math, I vomit. Fuck the math. I don't do math. I go for convenience. I go for what suits my playstyle. So I don't give a shit what's more efficient math-wise. And I know some people get triggered by that and they watch me doing this turbine stuff and their eye starts twitching and they're like, no, no, the math, it's not efficient. I don't care. I don't care. I like wind turbines and cisterns, and so that's my style. I just don't want to do death stills. Maybe I'll eventually graduate to death stills at some point down the road, but it's not a big deal for me because what I do is I get on in the morning, I do an hour of this, and now we're going to go do some adventuring. And I'll let the things run. And then I'll come back from a little bit of adventuring and I'll set up some more production and I'll go do some base building. And then I'll get done with the base building and I'll put some more filters in things and then I'll go away and I'll take a nap and I'll come back in a few hours and play some more and do it all over again. It just works for me that way. And I know it's not the most efficient and I just don't care. Long term, it will be very efficient. It's just the setting it up takes a bit. Alright, I don't think I need to do anything else up there for the moment. We just need Servox, which means I gotta figure out where to get those. Correct, Dribrum. Correct. Correct. Long term, cisterns and wind traps are the way to go. But it's also the higher tier of cisterns and wind traps, which I haven't gotten to yet, so. The Fremen blood things are great for hands-on. Go out there, get some bodies, bring them back, drop them, and boom, you've got water. Or industrial scythes, which I could upgrade to an industrial scythe. And bigger leader johns and stuff. But either way, you're doing something. It's what does the person want to do? Do you want to harvest bodies? Do you want to harvest plants? Do you want to make things to put into your cistern or into your wind traps? Servox. No, I know, but somebody posted like a math spreadsheet, and I'm like, no, no. The moment someone posts math, and I'm just like, I can never, ever, ever play games based on meta numbers. But the best in slot item has 0.6% more DPS than the item you're wearing. You're not being efficient if you're not using the best in slot item. Okay. Okay. Have fun with that. Like, I appreciate that people are helpful, but I'm reacting in a comical manner because when I see spreadsheets with math like that, I'm just like, yeah, no. Calibrated Servoc, that's what I needed, right? That's not too far from here. There might be some right here. Ray amplifiers, which I don't need. Calibrated Servoc. Calibrated Servoc. That's what I needed, right? We're all farming. Every single one of us is farming mats at the end of the day. You're either farming bodies, you're farming plants, you're farming iron and ore. Everybody's farming something. Like we're all farming. Everybody. Calibrated Servox. That's definitely what I need. I don't think I need armor for this because I think these are like tier 3 guys and I should be okay in my still suit. Oh, I would love farming. I would love if we had and I understand why we don't. Because the books. Only the Fremen have production facilities, and those are buried far underground in the Sieges. And the Fremen aren't here. So, from a lore perspective, it makes total sense why we are not allowed to have farming, because the Fremen are the only ones who know how to do farming on this planet. We find remnants of the eco labs. Let that roll down the hill. Alright, I need your Servox, guys.
You look supple and meek.
Oh, nice job grenading yourself. I think the Servox are only found in chests, if I remember correctly. I should check the bodies, but I'm pretty sure they only drop That's a weird looking helmet. Do, 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 do. I like your stuff. Yes, I do. Taking your stuff so I can use it too. Chests, hello? Ooh, maybe some chests over here. Nope. Probably only in the big building. That might be another player. And there's a shitload of stuff happening over there. I was gonna say, why didn't it kill it? Oh, I let myself get sunburnt. No! That's what happens when you don't wear armor, kids. I came in here in a still suit and just about got my ass handed to me. I got lazy is what that was. I'm like, I don't need to dodge. They hit me with one of those fucking drill darts. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for chests, man. Looking for Servox. Okay. I think that's everybody. Somebody up top or out behind back still, but what up? Somewhere in here. Oh, there's a pentashield door too. There's a chest. There we go. Calibrated Servox. I need Mo, please. Where's the key at?
I just got word from Gota's lab. They need a live subject for testing out Inkvine. We took this kid out scout yesterday with a little bit too much fight in him. Bastard broke my nose. So, yeah, we've got our volunteer for the lab. I need a couple of you to take him there. See if you can pick up some more Crimscale bindings while you're at it.
He broke my nose, so guess what? We now have a volunteer for the lab. Dude, that's awesome. That's what you get for breaking the boss's nose. Oh, that's some funny shit right there. I'll take all this stuff. And the intel points. Thank you. Alright, that was a nice run. What's the next camp? SWE Mozart says I play solo. How does co-op work? Quest loot. Body loot is individual, so if you kill a mob, only one person gets the stuff. But chest loot, it's like all those chests are just looted, all these containers. Containers are instanced, so everybody in the group can access a chest. in containers like this. So everybody in the group gets to access those. I think water, if I'm not mistaken though, water containers might be individual. But loot containers are instanced. But body loot is individual. Like, but you can co-op if you want. Let's go over here because I could use some more of these bits and pieces too. No, this isn't it. Just farming materials, Hunter. I need things for all the things. What is with that shimmer right there? What is that shimmer from? Interesting. It's like a weird. Oh, I see what it was. That whole area was like on fire. Okay, that makes sense. That's why there was this shimmer there. Oh, it stuck it to me. That's the first time I've seen that. Ha ha ha. I've never seen him stick a grenade physically to me. That was pretty awesome. That was cool. This probably just goes outside. No, there's a chest room back in here. Okay. Yeah, because I definitely need more of the fabrics and EMF generators and everything. So this is a nice little farming run this morning. What's that? No finishing animations like people claim. There's definitely finishing animations. I love how all the people who make those claims have never actually played the game. We had somebody in here the other day who was from Conan Exiles. Like, I'm not going to play this game because it doesn't have finishing animations like Conan Exiles. Uh-huh. Yep. Tell us you haven't played the game without telling us you haven't played the game. All of the melee weapons have different finishing animations. My favorite Redditor or favorite YouTuber said it didn't. Okay. Tell us you have no brain cells without telling us you have no brain cells. Yeah, that's a good point about what Super said too. There's the schematics in dungeons too, so you definitely want to rerun things over and over. I think they're on like a 45-minute cooldown. for the PvE dungeons, and like a 20-minute cooldown for the PvP shipwrecks. Let's go over here. There's some more calibrated Thervox for me to go farm. That chest that I just looted, Mozart, which had like the constellation stars above it, you might have to scroll back on the stream like 90 seconds. In that little cave, I just looted a chest that had like star constellations over the top of it. It was a big long chest. In that chest, I got this schematic. This is a schematic. It's a unique recipe schematic that I can take back to my base and memorize to create a unique item. The testing stations have those in them, and they will have set pieces that you can find. So some people will go farm those locations over and over and over to try to get full sets of gear, like specialty gear. Ooh, can I make it all the way over there? I don't know if my tier 5... Oh, I'm not gonna make it. Oh, I made it! Woo! Oh, I keep forgetting about my coffee.
There's someone here.
Oh, you tried to poison me. How cute. Okay, nothing else in this one. Keep meandering on. Plus that I need all of these pieces for gear production, so I got sidetracked looking for Servox, but we'll get back to the Servox here in a minute. Because I was like, cave! Anonymous just gifted some subs. Thank you very much for that, Anonymous. War Wizard says, had to wait 10 minutes. Rolling back to Super 5's comment, you don't need to be a very experienced player to solo Dune Awakening. I have a combined closed beta release hour kind of 615 hours played. I'm also a disabled veteran who can't handle difficulty very well, which is why I don't play Dark Souls, and I've soloed the entire game in still suits. Right, you could totally do I did tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 all in still suits. I finally graduated to armor suits when I got to tier 4 because I was like, I'm getting my butt handed to me. I should probably put some armor on when I go do the Imperial testing stations. Because I'm also not a skilled player. I think Joel was watching one of my streams a couple nights ago, and I was getting my ass handed to me, and he's like, "Don't forget the the spice helps regenerate your health." And I was like, "Ah, God damn it, I forgot all about that." Like, I constantly forget things. I am not very good as a player. You do not have to be skilled to play this game. Have fun with that. I'm gonna just leave you up there. Are you really coming after me down here too? This guy's got a bone to pick. Oh, would you just stop? You're gonna make me deal with you, aren't you? All right. My timing is like I don't parry for shit. Like if they get on me in melee range, I'm screwed. Which is why I wear heavy armor normally when I'm adventuring, because I can't parry. So I much prefer sniping, because then it means they can't get close to me and I don't have to worry about the parry shit. And turrets. Turrets are beautiful for people like me who suck. Hello? Calibrated Servox. Hello? Yeah, I will eventually, as I get higher up, I will eventually be able to make a still suit that has enough armor. This one doesn't have very much armor on it, but it has great water retention, so I like it. I like it a lot. Oh shit, we got a sniper on the roof. Sniper on the roof. Did he see me? He saw me. He can't shoot me because of the colliders. Pop your head up, buddy. Who's there? It is I. I don't see any chest out here, and you're gonna stab me to death. Ah! Hello? Calibrated Servox, anyone? Ooh, that's not good. What? Take a sip and quench my throat. I have yet to see a chest with calibrated Servox in here. I feel like I'm getting ripped off. I will take the bandage. I don't care about ammo. There'll be some up here. Plus there's gonna be a door. There's the key somewhere.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, good thing I'm in a sheltered environment. Oh, there's oh, I gotta find the key first. So far, I have not seen a key or a chest. Aha! Here's a chest. Okay. Still have not found the key, though. And I'm gonna need a key to get that intel over there. We just need to hunker down and wait for the storm.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, the ornithopter is a huge turning point, JDL. Yeah, I'm looking for the other ones. I'm after these ones. These ones right here. The Servox are the ones that I'm after. I've got like 1,000 of the little blue ones that you're thinking of, or the ones that you get from the Imperial testing stations. I'm after these, which are up top at these bases. I needed another stockpile of these, so. I do not know why my Streamlabs keeps scrolling down for some reason. Anyway, JDeal, yeah. Hector says the BGM in this game is great. Sounds just like the 1984 OST, right? Yeah, they've got some great music here. But I love the ornithopter is awesome. It's fine. This was close to my base, so it was easy to just run down here. I need the key though. I need the key to get into that. Ah, that might be it right there. Yay! Found it. Now, where was that other little place that I can go to? Was it underneath me? I think I need to go downstairs. There it is. Hello? Oh, look at this. Juicy room full of loot. I don't need that. I do want these. Thank you very much. Constellation chests. Yeah, baby. I'll take that. Oh, guys, you know what else? I bet I just hit 60,000 credits. That means I'm going to go buy my Atreides skin variant for my ornithopter. Fuck yeah! Alright, we need to go back to the base because I think I can go do that right now. I'm pretty sure I have enough coin together now. And I could drop all this stockpile stuff and check the schematics. I wonder if I could take off on the top of this base. Probably not. Oh, there's a landing platform over there, though. I could totally go up there. Hello? Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Oh, what do you mean not possible to place my vehicle? It's a landing pad. Come on now. Disappointed. Yeah, it's because it's an NPC place. God damn it. That was a pretty successful run. And now we're going to go to Arakeen and spend 60,000 credits. Because I want my Atreides variant skin for my ornithopter. I am goddamn right I'm an Atreides simp, Hector. I have no clue about loot tables. Don't care about loot tables, but feel free to put stuff in chat if you are into that kind of stuff, War Wizard. I personally don't know. It's not something I pay attention to. Alright. Schematics. Searing Shiv. Oh. You know, I have never used the exchange broker in town. Maybe I can go put the schematics on the exchange broker since I'm going to Arakeen. I've never used it. We could do a learning. We could do an experiment together today, everybody. All right. Oh no, Michael. Losing your bike. I have two. I have two bikes, two mining buggies. Eventually I will have two ornithopters. But I'm a long way from the next ornithopter. Okay. Oh, we can stick these in a chest somewhere. Wait, I don't have... Really? I thought I had armor pieces somewhere. I wonder if they're back at the other base. No, I had some right there. Why didn't it put them in that chest? Come here, you. Oh, because I probably misclicked it. Hey, let me grab those. And those. Surely. Yeah, it just put them in the wrong chest. Poodoo. That was me herping and derping. Yeah. Okay, let me grab my coin. Yes, always have a backup. Always, always, always have a back. How much do I have? I have 65,000 credits. That's enough. However, I do need to start saving up for my taxes next week. Or 2 weeks from now, whatever my tax. How many days do I have until my taxes? Didn't we just pay a couple days ago? I think we have like 12 days left, right? 10 days. I have 10 days to pay my taxes. I have 10 days to get together 28,000 credits. That should be plenty of time. I'm gonna go blow 60 grand. And then I will have the Atreides variant for my buggy, for my bike, and then my thopter, my scout thopter. On top of the Atreides base that we've been building right there, which is badass. You can't take the sky from me. That's awesome, Hector. Shai Halud recommends always have a spare bike on hand. Oh, I'm out of coffee. Well, let's get to Arakeen first. And then I gotta go see if my wife left me any coffee. She might have drank the rest of it. We might have to make some more. Haga Basin. No, take me to Arakeen, please. By the way, guys, I'm already starting to think about my Harkonnen alt. At the back of my mind, I was like, I'm gonna save the Harkonnen alt for when the game comes out on the Xbox in a year and a half or whenever. And then I'm like, nah, I'm not. I'm totally not. I'm already making plans for my second character because I'm getting to the point where it's gonna take so much time to do production. I can just load up all of my mine all my ore in a production thing and have it run for the next 3 hours, and then while all the ore is producing, I can go play the Harkonnen alt. Just getting there. Just thinking ahead. Shai Halud recommends Tier 1 Ornithopters. I haven't even found agave seeds, Ravesar. I know I needed them the other day to craft something in my house, like a chandelier or something. It said I needed agave seeds, and I was like, what? Never even heard of those. Haven't seen them in the game yet. They're only in the Odin map? Okay. Yeah. The smelting times right now are awesome with the Landsrat vote. It's like 75% production time. It's so cool. Just like, whoop. I can't wait till we can get tanks, guys, because look at how badass these tanks look. And they did say tanks are coming eventually. And I don't care that I don't need a tank since I don't PvP. I still want a tank because that looks way cooler than the Mighty Buggy.
Always good to see a familiar face. What can I do for you today?
Okay, here we go. Time to spend some money. Atreides Light Ornithopter variant. Right? I own the Scout Ornithopter is a light ornithopter, correct? Because the medium ornithopter would be the attack ornithopter, correct? I hope. They're both 60 grand. There's only two ornithopters. It's got to be this. It shouldn't say light ornithopter. It should say Atreides Scout Ornithopter variant, so that there's no confusion. Buy Atreides Light Ornithopter variant for 60k. Don't look at it. Just do it. Ah. All right, back to the main base. So we can apply our skin. Our variant. I think that was the last thing I wanted to buy from the Atreides merchant, so I'm pretty much done spending money. I've purchased all my land claims. I mean, I've spent like, I think I've spent about 300,000 credits now. But I have all the Atreides buildings pieces, interior and exterior. I have the buggy variant. I have the bike variant. I have the ornithopter variant for my scout thopter. I have the heavy armor variant for the heavy armor that I wear. I have the swatches for the vehicles, which I don't use because I like the Ultimate Edition swatch. I have, yeah, I'm done. I don't have any other things to spend money on now. So now that I'm broke, I can go back to saving up for taxes because I got 10 days, which is going to be a lot of Imperial testing stations and other things because I think I'm almost done with contracts. I think I have a couple more contracts left. I still haven't finished the Menntat questline. I could go to the Bene Gesserit questline, the Swordmaster questline, the Trooper questline. There's still plenty of things I could do to get money. And wait for them to drop more contracts. Exactly, Ravesard. Now that I'm broke, I can start to save. The catch-22. Oh, there's no luck factor, Broken Bell. Just putting in the time. Oh yeah, I've still got... There's probably 20 more quests I could do, because I haven't done any of those class quests. I haven't touched any of the Bene Gesserit stuff. I haven't done any of the Swordmaster stuff. I've only done the rank 1 Trooper stuff, so I still have all the rank 2, rank 3. There's tons of quests left. Plus I have all sorts of like journeys that I could still fit. I've got another... Yeah, I've got plenty to do. Yeah, I am not worried about it. Ooh, is this a player base? That might be an NPC base, but let's go take a peek at that. If that's a player base, that's pretty cool looking right there. No, that's an NPC base, because it's got the banners on it. Still, that's pretty cool looking, man. I haven't ever actually taken a peek at what this person is building right here on the tower next to mine. So they've got a scout-thopter buried inside like that. They've got a landing platform over here. That's what I want to figure out how to build next. I got to figure out how to do these things, like the triangle things. I've not tried to do that yet. I need to figure out how to do that next. That'll be one of the next things I figure out how to do. Look at all that amazing base shit that we still have so much left to do. Alright, time to apply my Thopter variant and marvel in the glory of the Atreides. Alright, where is my welding torch Mark 5? Customize, sir. Customize it. Let's get the other side so we don't get the glare of the sun in our face. And apply customization to all. Oh yeah, buddy. Hang on, we gotta do swatches too. I gotta do my sunset global dye swatch, which is applied right now. Ooh. I didn't buy the Atreides variant. I'm using the sunset dye. Dude, that's fucking sick. Oh, hell yeah, man. Oh, dude. That was 60 grand well spent. God, I wish we had a photo mode. I would love to just like hit the photo mode and spin the camera around. Oh, there is no. See, free look doesn't do what I want it to do. Because it says free look, and it's not free look. It freely looks around, but I want to spin around and take a look around the actual ornithopter, but you can't do that. Oh, hang on. Someone says you can do it with your right mouse click. Hang on. Oh, yeah, buddy. Okay. Thank you for that, Yeller. Okay, that's good. Hang on, lost the light. Let's go over here. Alright, I'm marveling in this guy, stroking my ego for a second. Dude, that looks way cooler than the base ornithopter. Alright. Mission accomplished. Oh, goddamn. So cool. Oh, I completely forgot to put that shit on the auction. Hang on, we gotta go back to Arakeen really quick, because I forgot I had stuff I wanted to stick on the auction. I've never used the auction thing before, and I'm just gonna go stick those schematics there, just so I can see what the auction hall looks like. I forgot to do that when I was in Arakeen, so we're going back to the city. I'm so happy I got my swatch. Skin, sorry, variant. Swatches of the colors. I'm just happy. That was like, oh yeah, another checklist item done. I will own everything on that Atreides faction merchant at some point. Including the scout armor, which I will never use, but you never know. I might have an alt someday who goes like scout armor, different class, roll a different class. Oh, that was the very first thing I did, War Wizard. Before I did any of the main quests, before I finished contracts, I went and did all the Atreides stuff and ranked up to rank 5. I did that before my class quests, before everything. Because I wanted the buggy. I bought the buggy variant and the bike variant right away. And then I bought the building set, and then I bought all the interior sets and started the base building series, which we have going on YouTube. We didn't do any base building yesterday, though. We might do some base building today, but I was setting up production stuff, and then I wanted to go do a harvesting run, getting some resources, and then I'm getting sidetracked with this right here. And I'll decide what I'm going to do. I still haven't decided what I'm going to do after this. I probably need to go run that Imperial Testing Station 60 again, because that's got some goodies in it, and it's got some of the spice stuff. There's been some really good screenshots showing up on Twitter X of people who are building mega bases, so I'm really happy that there was the one thing that I remember when Funcom got announced as a company building this game, like it'd be like 5 years ago or something. I had never played Conan Exiles, so I went and I installed Conan Exiles and followed all their social media, and I don't know where the merchant or the Chum Exchange is, probably right there. One of the first things I noticed online, I think it was the Facebook page for Conan Exiles, was they had a huge like base building set of like screenshots and folders dedicated to the bases that people were building in Conan Exiles, and I was like, no, I don't do links. You can drop it in the Discord, War Wizard, but I don't do any links on the my YouTube or Twitch. But you can drop it in Discord for sure. Sell. How do I sell things? Like, what if I have this? That's the average price. Now, how do I set a price? So, for those of you who use the broker, I guess I should go look. How can I check to see if this is for sale? And see what other people are selling it for. Old Sparky? Yeah, but right now it's just going to sell it at that price, right? Like it says average price. Do I set it when you hit the sell button? How do I look things up? Can you not type something in a search bar here? It looks like it's only based on drop downs. I don't see a place to like type. There's a filter. Excuse me. So that is a, what is that? That's a Mark III power pack. Well, that's kind of, I'm gonna nitpick slightly. I wish there was a search command, because I think this is silly to have to use drop downs to figure out things. Like, it would be way better if I could just do a search. Because I want to specifically search for Old Sparky and see what other people are selling it for. And instead, I got to figure out which category it's in. And then you can't close down the filter from the top here. You have to scroll all the way. I've got some nitpicks about the exchange. Ooh, there's casual gear. Ooh. Alright, let's just go check this. Sell. So it charges you exchange fees. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I really don't care at this point. Let's just fucking. It does say low price, average price. So I think that's just people. Like. There's probably a bunch of these on the broker. Because those are probably under schematic uniques, but then there's no way to filter schematic uniques. It's like, oh, no, see, I can't type names in. That's very frustrating. Like, I want to be able to type names in so that I can look for specific items. Because this whole drop-down shit, where I've got to scroll through everything to find things, this needs work. Funcom, I have not critiqued a single thing in this game until today. This needs work. This needs a ton of work. We need to be able to type names into the search thing for sure. And like this is really annoying. I can open up unique schematics, right? Which I just did, and then you scroll down. But once you're scrolled down, like you have no way to close that filter tab. Like you have to scroll all the way back up to get to the point where you can then click the tab to close the tab. That's annoying. I should be able to just click the category filter and it should boop push me all the way back up to the top again. Because I gotta scroll all the way down. Now I gotta scroll all the way back up. I love you guys. This needs work. This needs work. 100%. Alright. Cool. What is this over here? Is this just another... Yeller says those Calvin clothes are 1,000 from a vendor. Oh, are they more? Did somebody has them priced way higher here? That's funny. Oh, that's really annoying having to scroll all the way back up. Still suits. $100,000. Dude, I have one of those. People are selling that for 100 grand. Dude, I literally have one of those in my storage chest. I should come stick it up here for 50 grand and undercut that guy by 50%. I'm never gonna use it. Actually, I might be wearing it actually. I'm wearing it. I forgot I did put it on, but I have it varianted out. It's funny. That's fucking expensive. Oh wow. It's just like every other game I've ever played. You come on here, there's always some stuff that's ridiculously expensive. But if you play the cosmetic game, hashtag worth it. All right. I don't need to do anything else in the city. But before I fly back, I'm gonna go get more coffee. But I'm gonna run down here. People are selling Solido replicator and base building tools for 150k. That was something I don't think I've seen. I didn't check. I haven't seen anybody selling like blueprints at the moment, like blueprints for like base builds and stuff. Because I know that's supposed to be a thing as we get into, you know, as more and more people get into the deep desert, people will be selling. We're still way too early for that to happen. But people selling sync charts for the deep desert, people selling like base builds, like, cause that's something I would do. I would totally spend the time to like do a live stream of us like as a community, maybe our guild building it together or something, and then we go sell that blueprint on the broker, you know, for 250,000 credits or something. Because that would be a cool thing that's worth the money. You know, we spend 6 weeks building a really badass base, blueprint it, sell it, and then other people who want to use it, you know, have a really cool base they can use. Super 5 says people are selling base blueprints for 1 million, etc. Yeah. I could get behind that, for sure. But I ain't paying 100,000 for a still suit. I might pay 100. You know, I might pay 1 million for a big base build, though. All right, I'm gonna go get some more coffee. I'll be right back, everybody. Okay. Sorry, I also had to step outside and say hi to all the cats. Chat with Chris for a second. All right. Grab my notebook, because we're going to address a question here. Well, it's a comment. And also, I have a request to make another video, but it doesn't. I don't really need to make a video about it. So let me timestamp this. Okay, let me get this open. So there seems to be a mythology that you are required to do PvP in this game. And Joel answered this yesterday in the Reddit AMA. And he did say, and I like the way they addressed it, he said, I think what we need to do as a company is convey to people the fact that the vast majority of the game is PvE. While the Deep Desert does have PvP in terms of the desert being open, the vast majority of the objectives and things for players to do are not PvP related activities. The players who have rushed to the end game right now are of the mindset that the game requires PvP. And they only want to do PvP, and they haven't done that. So the need is to continue to reinforce to players you don't have to do PvP at all. There are many, like 95% of the game is PvE. So there's a comment I'm going to share with you guys, and I've already written my response to it, but I wanted to make a video for this because this is the mentality that we have to break. We have to break people of this mentality. So Luis Felipe 1972 dropped a comment on my AMA recap that says, yes, a PvE player is forced to go do PvP to be able to finish the game. There is no other way to obtain titanium other than in the PvP areas. How can you make the last outfit in the research tree without titanium? There is no titanium for sale on the server I'm playing on, and if it does appear, it will be for completely stupid prices like the aluminium bar, for which they are asking for more than 20,000 for each. So there's a lot to unpack in this statement. So the first part I already addressed, which is you do not need titanium to finish the story of the game, which he claimed. He said to be able to finish the game, there is no other way to obtain a titanium. You do not need titanium to finish the game. If I can come back in here into the game really quick, and we can look at my character in game, and we can go to my stories tab, into the journals tab, and we can go into the story journal. I have completed all of the story of the game, all of the faction story of the game. The only thing that's left for me is Deep Desert, but I have finished 100% of the story. I have finished 100% of the contracts. I think there's one contract I haven't done, which is this one because it requires a tier 6 cutter ray, which I haven't. I'm not getting that until I get into the Deep Desert. But I have finished all of the story and all of the contract in this game, wearing nothing more than tier 4 gear, tier 4 weapons, and tier 4 gear, which is aluminium. You do not need titanium gear to finish the game. Now, let's address the next part of it saying, but if I want to create all of the gear in the game. So let's go in here and look at, as an example, the last tier of armor, the last tier of weapons. These require titanium to create. You do not need these to complete the story of the game. These are icing on the cake. You do not need these. Funcom, Joel, and Ole have stated in multiple live streams, you do not need tier 6 gear to finish the game. You can finish the game in tier 4 and tier 5 gear. I did it in tier 4 gear. I don't have any tier 5 gear yet. I'm 150 hours into the game. You do not need anything beyond tier 4 to do the story. If you want titanium gear, if you want it, that is a you problem. That is a FOMO problem. Fear of missing out. I need the titanium. I must have it because it's there. That's a you thing. I'm not plagued by that disease. So for me, I'm 150 hours in. You know what I'm doing right now with my story, with my quest? We just came to Arakeen and I spent 60,000 on the Atreides skin for my ornithopter. That's my end game. My end game is cosmetics and skins. Now, if your end game is getting every single item in the research tree unlocked and created, so unlocking every single tier 6 vehicle and getting all of those tier 6 vehicles, that's a you thing, that's a FOMO thing. It's not required by the story. There is no story tied to going and doing all of that stuff in the deep desert. The lands rad is there. You don't have to have tier 6 gear to do the desert. Tier 6 gear is out there for the players who want to do the maximum achievement. I gotta have the best in slot things. And if you have that best in slot mentality, that's fine, but that's a you thing. And you have to recognize that if you're going to pursue that as part of gameplay, that's a you decision. And the gameplay loop to get titanium and to get the tier 6 gear requires you to go into the deep desert. But that is 100% a you problem as a player, not a game forcing you to do something. Because you can finish 100% of the story of this game in tier 4. You could probably even do it in tier 3 gear if you're really, really careful. I didn't really ever feel challenged overly much in tier 4 gear, like playing solo the whole way. I think there was um, a couple of Imperial testing stations where I was like, ooh, and I did die to the radiation out in Sheol because I didn't know about the radiation timer, and then the timer was bugged, so it wasn't showing on my screen. But I never felt challenged in any of the Imperial testing station. You know, I'm wearing heavy armor, tier 4 aluminium heavy armor. Never felt challenged by that content. So you don't need this. Now the other part of the questions is there's no titanium for sale on the server I'm playing on, and when it does appear, it's going to be for completely stupid prices. That is tied into the game has only been out for 2 weeks. There are not a lot of players in the deep desert because only about 1% of the player base rushed to the end. So only about 1% of the player base is actively in the deep desert farming tier 6 resources. Those tier 6 resources right now are currently being farmed by guilds to create the carrier thopters and the big thopters for the in-game spice hauls and production. If you're a solo player and you don't want to join a guild, then you have to settle with the fact that it's going to be a little bit before the bulk of the game's population gets to the deep desert and the auction hall gets populated, the exchange, excuse me, gets populated with that tier 6 product. It's a supply and demand thing. Right now, the demand is all being used up. There's no surplus because there's not enough players at the cap right now to provide a surplus for people who don't want to go out there and join a guild and farm it that way. So if you rushed to the end game and you're sitting there and you're complaining that nobody has anything to sell in the auction hall, that's a you problem because you rushed through the game content to get to the end. And what you have to do is realize this is common sense here. We're not asking people to, do anything other than preschool level common sense. If you rushed and you did something as part of the 1% of the player base, and 99% of the player base is still back in aluminium and duraluminum tiers, tier 4 and tier 5, then you're just going to have to wait for the rest of the server to get caught up to you. That's the curse of playing so fast that you skipped everything, or you're in a blessed position where you can play 15 hours a day and you burned through 100 hours of content in the first week because you had the time to play. But that's not normal. That's not average. It's going to be a while before the rest of the server catches up and gets to the point where they can start to farm an excess of titanium. Because for most people, we're 2 weeks into the game right now, as of this recording. So if we're 2 weeks into the game, everyone is still in the process of creating the guild machines that use titanium. There's no excess to be had. Slacker says, Devil's Advocate, I go into the deep desert every day as a solo PvE player, and I have yet to engage with another player. Yeah, I mean, it's entirely a decision about what you do at the end game. And correct, War Wizard, that comment is false based on purely on the fact that Plastinium is not required for PvE at all. It's a PvP tier gear, and it's not something you have to worry about as a PvE player. Like I said, it goes to the FOMO thing of like, you know, people think they need something and they really don't. So you do not have to do PvP if you don't want to, at all. It is not required by the story of the game. The deep desert, and again, the Landsrad is made up of, there's like 400 activities that can spawn into the Landsrad. Many of those activities have nothing to do with the deep desert. Like the kill quests and stuff, you could do all of those in the Haga Basin. Like to kill the Atreides and Harkonnen and like the deserters and stuff, that's all Haga Basin. You do not have to participate in the deep desert if you don't want to. PvP is not required in this game. It's a choice you make. And if you're going to go into the deep desert, then yes, you're probably going to want to eventually work on getting that tier 6 gear with the titanium. But that's a choice you make. It's not required by the game. It's not required by the story. So this concept of, what was the comment again? I got to go back and read the exact comment. I got to share it on screen. There is, so you're forced to PvP to finish the game. False statement. False statement. You're not forced to go do PvP to finish the game. At all. In no way, shape, or form. So, FYI, public service announcement. You don't have to do PvP in this game if you don't want to. But if you have FOMO, FOMO is a you thing, not a me thing. I don't have that. Yeah, that's unfortunate, Yeller. But it also taught you a valuable lesson of how the shield wall works, or how the shields work in the Coriolis Storms, which is, I think Joel said that in live stream before, because people were asking, how do you raid another player's base? And he was like, there's a book, there's a clue at the end of the book, at the end of the first Dune novel, that tells you how you can steal another player's base, and that's how you do it. You wait for the Coriolis Storms to come through, it brings the player's shields down, you can go in and steal their base, if it's not defended. So, yeah. There was another comment I answered this morning. Someone said, our group of 6, they think they said we have a team of 4 to 6, I'm paraphrasing because I don't have the comment pulled up in front of me. They were like, we have a team of 4 to 6 PvE players, and we have tried to go into the deep desert 3 different times, and every single time we get picked off by a group of 8 to 10 that are patrolling the borders, and they're just wiping us out every time we go in. And every time we go in, we lose all of our gear, and it's too expensive for us to want to go back. And so I said, hang on a second. So first and foremost, what do you mean by all of your gear? Because you don't lose any of your gear in this game when you die. You don't lose a single piece of your gear. 100% of your gear stays with you, even on death, unless you get eaten by the worm or die to quicksand. You never, ever, 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 ever lose your equipped gear in this game. So, what do you mean you're losing your gear every time you die in the PvP? Because you don't lose your gear in PvP. You lose a handful of things from your inventory, and that's it. Just like every other survival game out there. When you die in a survival game, parts of your inventory get left in a pile, and you can go back and get that if you want. In the deep desert, other players can claim that. Right, exactly, War Wizard. That's the other thing. That there's a PvE line that you can go to, but then there's the PvP line. No one has yet chosen the full loot option on the lands red. No one is, at least not on my server. That decree has never been used. We're 2 weeks into the game. I think we're on the second decree right now. I think the decree right now is 75% reduction time on like... Yeah, repair costs and refining times reduced by 75%. And then last week, which was the very first decree for the live game, someone chose the weapon vendor. So, the only thing I know of that you can lose in the deep desert, and I have not gone to confirm this, I believe you can lose your vehicles if other players destroy your vehicles. But I have to ask the question. There's multiple questions I have for the group who claim that they kept getting attacked. One is, do you realize that you could put boosts on your vehicles and use the boosts to get away? Like, that's why you put boosts. Muad'Dib! Muad'Dib! Come back, Muad'Dib! Oh, he ran beneath the floor. Like, if you're going into the deep desert and you don't have boosts on your vehicles to get away from attacking players, that's kind of a you problem. Second of all, on top of that would be, okay, let's assume for a minute that you're going in with inventory crates because you want to go do an inventory haul, so you're going in slow. Okay, and so let's assume for a minute you've gone in slow. There's so many variables that person didn't put into their chat. Like, well, how are you guys going in? If there's 6 of you, is it one attack ornithopter with 4 people in it and 2 scout ornithopters? Is that what it is? And then you say you're being overwhelmed by teams of 8 to 10 every time you go in. Well, what is the other team makeup? What's overwhelming you? Because I'm hearing a lot of whine, but I'm not hearing what your tactics are. Like, and I'm looking at this from the analytical perspective of, like, numbers don't mean shit if you know how to play tactically. Like, if you have a team of 6 players and you're going into the deep desert and you wanted to do an inventory haul, well, let's think this through. We need at least one attack ornithopter. Probably 2 would be a better thing. You know, there's all of these factors that we just don't know. Are you just not very good at aerial combat, and so you're getting a team of better players who are stomping you in aerial combat? Because numbers only go so far in terms of, and I liked the fact that during the AMA, I think it was Scott, someone said something like, I'm tired of getting zerged by groups of 50 players. And I think it was Scott was like, that's not actually ever happened. He's like, we actually can track all the data and we actively see stuff like that. He says that's only happened a couple of times in the whole entirety of the game being live. That's a really, so saying that, like, I'm tired of getting attacked over and over by groups of 50 players, that's just not true. We have the stats to say that that's not true. That's a hyperbolic statement that someone is making up, and it's just literally not true. But you have players out there who will make hyperbolic statements like that to say that the PvP in this game sucks. I'm getting zerged by other players. I don't think that that's actually happening. I think people are saying that they've gotten zerged in other games, and they're saying that they don't want to do the PvP here because they don't want to get zerged here. And it's like, that doesn't. I can tell you, I will not be going into the deep desert as a solo player anytime soon. I'm going to wait for all the tryhards to get bored and move on to other games. And then when I do go into the deep desert, I'm probably going to do it with a guild group, and we're going to coordinate it. And it's going to be, hey, let's make sure we go prepared with a small group, you know. Correct. You could use the boosts for turns and stuff like that. Like, it's It's tactical. Like, the problem is most people panic when they get hit. Most people panic and they don't know what they're doing, and then they get overwhelmed and they die. That's what happens. Slacker says, I must be on a quiet server. I see the odd scavenger. Let me in the deep desert. We're certainly not coordinated patrols. Not since the closed beta anyway. Yeah, like I've never been, so I can't say. But the idea that the person, the question that I had for that person was, how are you getting hit by the same? How do you know it's the same group? How are you getting hit every single time you go into the deep desert? You say you've gone into the deep desert 3 times with your group of 4 to 6 players, and you claim that you've gotten hit by the same group of 8 to 10 players every single time, and that they're coordinatingly Haga Basin, track the Haga Basin. Sorry, you claim that they are coordinating to kill your group. How is that even possible? First and foremost, because the deep desert is so massive. The deep desert is so big. There are so many sectors. Correct, you can't see name tags. Like, there's no way to know that that's the exact same group. So I feel like there's just a shitload of hyperbole out there right now of people just making shit up. Because I've watched, like, go watch Shroud streaming. Like, it's not like I don't think I've ever seen Shroud's group face any sort of serious danger in the deep desert. Is Carnage in the deep desert? I know he's playing on a private server, but they still have private server deep deserts. Like, I haven't paid attention to if he's doing any end game stuff yet. But like big streamers who have coordinated groups of players, like I've not seen any of those streamers complaining of any issues with the deep desert. The only people I've seen complaining are random people on Reddit and in my YouTube comments who make these really hyperbolic statements that don't seem like they're based in any reality. I'm getting zerged every time by the same group. Why aren't you go in at a different place? There was a spice blow. Where did that just happen? Where did that spice blow just happen? It felt like it was over there. Let's go. Go, 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 go. If it's close to the edge, I'm gonna go mine some spice. Correct, Sherrod. When people lose, they very rarely blame their skill or tactics. It's always the other people. The other people cheated. They're cheating. That's why I'm losing. It's like people who can't. Oh, that's kind of far out there. I don't know that that's going to be a safe patch to harvest. I'm going to try it and see. That does look like it's a little far out there. Alright, I've got my harvesting tool at the ready. Oh, yeah, that's a little far out here. I don't think I'm going to get away with this. I don't need spice, but where the fuck's it at? There it is. Really? I haven't even done anything yet, monstrosity. That's too far away. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to risk it. No thanks. Not worth it to me. Not when I don't actively need spice yet. that's somebody's base right there. One of our guild members, I would assume. I need to go up over here. Here's my base. Oh, somebody else is going for the spice right now too. They just flew in underneath me. Need a sheet to cover the bed. Smeagol, you want to come say hi to everybody? Mommy brought you into the office. Come here. Come here. No, do not jump on the desk. He'll be fine, honey. I'll keep an eye on him. Soccer says, I watched your world map video. I didn't know about the little arrow. I was just winging it, but when I selected destination, the arrow is lit no matter which direction I fly in. Correct. The arrow always points you to whatever is your tracked destination. Chris, you left the door open, honey. Okay, let me check chat here. PvP is rewarding when you learn how to beat other players. I mean, it can be if you're like the people who enjoy the strategic aspect of PvP. That's cool. The people who enjoy just killing other people for the sake of killing them, those are the people that suck. And thankfully, those tryhards will be gone. They'll get bored within a week because you're not allowed to kill people for their gear in this game. And if you look at like that AMA, the AMA they did yesterday, I'm going to stand up for a little while, guys. Move to the other camera here. A bunch of the complaints for the current PvP is that I'm not allowed to loot other players. There's no point to kill other players when I can't get their loot. It's bullshit. All I get is some of their inventory. I don't want to. I want full loot. And Joel's response was literally like, if you want full loot, you got to win the lands red. You win the lands red, you get to vote for full loot for the week by a decree. But that's the only way you're getting full body loot in this game is if you win it in the lands red, which means you actually have to participate in the lands red and do it the right way. Because this is not a full body loot game. It's not a full loot game. It never has been a full loot game. It's never been a PvP marketed game. It was just marketed as a game. It's marketed as a survival game, which has some PvP in the end game. But everyone on the internet blew it up to be this PvP centric game, which is just not true. Those die-hard tryhards will be gone in a month because they're going to get tired of griefing other people when they aren't getting anything out of it. Because you don't get loot from other people. You don't get any credit for killing other people. You don't get any Landsrad benefits from killing other players. So the people who are currently there complaining about how they want full body loot and they want to be able to loot other people's gear, Funcom's not changing that. Ever. Everything is about the lands red. And so those players are going to get very bored very quickly and they will move on, which leaves the rest of the people who actually enjoy the strategic aspect of the game to play the game. And those are the people who go into the lands red and say, our objective is the lands red. Okay, maybe our objective this week is we want to do Imperial testing stations. Well, those are open in the deep desert. So what does that mean? It means tactical parties. So we're going to go into that testing station. Maybe we take two groups of 4, so that we can have one group who's in there. We're going to get the loot out, and we're going to have another group that's helping to protect them. And maybe there's another group that wants to come in there and get the loot at the same time, and maybe there's a little bit of competitive PvP going on to get the schematics out. But those are optional things to do. You know, control points, 100%, those are always going to be PvP. But that's not griefing PvP. That's build a base, defend the control point. So you got to build a fortress, then you have to defend the fortress. And that's going to depend on the meta of like, Is my ornithopter a skin? Oh yeah, we just bought the Atreides skin this morning. Rank 5 faction, baby. I think it's rank 5. 60,000 credits is what it was. It's expensive. Yeah, getting eaten by the worm is an instant full loss of everything. Dune Prophecy is a pretty good series if you guys really are into Dune. It's way too short, but it's good stuff. All right, I think I have. There might be some water, enough water production to do the steel that I needed. I needed 200 steel. Yes, I can do it. So let's do this. Let's do 200 steel. Look at how fast the production is right now because of the decree we have. It's like, voop, 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 voop. It starts filming in August, Super 5. Dune Prophecy. Season 2 starts filming in August. Okay, that's gonna do that, which means I can get my construction tool out again. Scott asks, do you have to get a certain point in the game or something to use your Atreides officer rewards from Twitch drops? No, but you have to have a social set of gear. It is a variant skin that can only be applied to social gear. So you cannot apply it to heavy gear or scout gear or to your still suits. If you don't know how this works in the game, when you want to customize a set of gear, everything is broken down into categories. So there's light armor, still suits, heavy armor, and social gear. So the Atreides faction set, this is what he's asking about, guys. I'm going to show this on screen for a minute. This is what he's asking about, is that right there. That is a social set of gear. So you have to come into the social set. I don't own any social gear, so I can't show you variants. But you would come into your Mala breeches. Hang on, I gotta scroll back down. You would come into your like Mala breeches and say, oh, I want to put my variant on my social gear, and then you can change the swatch colors and everything else. So yeah, it's based on that. I haven't done the Bene Gesserit quest lines yet. Or the Trooper. I've done the first rank of Troopers. I have not done the Bene Gesserit or the Swordmaster. So at some point, I'm probably going to go start working on all that stuff. Just because we have more content that we can do. However, I have a mission to do here first. I was going to craft something, and I don't remember what it was. I think it was 2 more. Yeah, it was 2 more of these. That's what I was getting the Surbox for. Yeah. Alright, we gotta go up to the roof and make 2 more of those, and then I need to make some more filters for those. And now I get to try to place these symmetrically with the others. Good luck with that. Here, it's probably better if I do it this way. I have no idea if this is symmetrical or not. Not really. But that's fine. Make them later. Now I got 4 of those bad boys. Now I need some more filters. Because I needed to make standard filters. And we need 2 of those. No power. Oh, shit. I need another Jenny. No! Alright, hold on. I don't have enough turbines. Damn it. I just destroyed 2 generators this morning. Now I have to build a new one. Alright, I need some power cells. Oh, it's still not enough? Really? I need 1 more. Jesus. Alright. Well, fuck it. I'll just stick 1 more here. I guess my next thing is going to be... I'm going to have to get more of the wind turbine things up. I know I have fuel cells in here somewhere. Okay. Alright, now I need to make 2 filters. Okay. 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 So I'm going to be curious. 4 of those on an 8-hour shift, if those are going to fill those 2 cisterns or not. Next, however, I'll tell you one thing I need. I need a whole bunch more of these bad boys. I have plenty of Servox. The Cobalt Paste, I should have enough. I definitely need more of these. I need a whole bunch of these, and I need to calculate because I'm still running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's it. I think I have 7 generators running right now. So I need to make 4 of those to replace those 7 generators. Oh, you could totally place them outside, Kimar. I've never seen them take damage. Are you telling me these take damage? Maybe they are. I've never paid attention. I thought they were shielded. Where do you see that they're taking damage? Because I could swear I thought everything was shielded. Change to repair mode. Huh. I had no fucking clue. So how do I repair them, though? Repair buildable. I didn't think those got damaged. I thought those were only damaged if they were if... Hang on. These are all perfect. Why are these perfect and the generators were not? I don't... Are you sure that it's because they were outside and it's not just because they're being used constantly? Because I have been using those generators since day one. Let me go check these now. These are in perfect condition. What the fuck? I thought they were shielded. Holy shit. Is it only power generators? Because I will tell you this too. I just saw this over here. Hang on, let me go back into repair mode. There's a slight little tick on those. Look at that. There's a tiny little tick. And there's no tick on that. So my cisterns are taking damage by being outside, it looks like. I'm going to wait on those. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow. But there's a tiny little sliver of black at the very top of that bar, which I don't see on the wind traps or the wind turbines. Definitely saw it on these. Well, shit. I wonder if that's a bug. I wonder if that's a bug because everything is supposed to be shielded. When you have your construction tool, Slacker, you can cycle between build, piece picker, move, repair, and demolish. So I just went into repair mode like I would to repair my ornithopter, and I hovered over this and it said it was damaged, and it said repair buildable on the top right over there. It says repair buildable with the X button. So that's got to be a bug, guys, because everything is shielded. So the entire base structure is shielded. So these should not be taking damage. As far as I'm aware, I feel like that's a bug. Because if these aren't taking damage, but they're outside, but these are taking damage and they're outside, that feels like that's a bug. That might be something we need to get clarification from Funcom on. That feels really weird. AFK Meyer says, my small cistern that I had set to public took a lot of damage too. Well, shit. I'm definitely going to move these downstairs now. We're going to move these right now. Because I don't want to have to deal with repairing these, because I will forget. And I'm willing to bet I'm going to have to move. I don't care what these look like right now. These are all getting replaced by turbines here in a little bit. Actually, you know what? I could probably move these straight from down here. Oh, I can't because of the pentashield. Oh, damn it. Pull the thing out. No, stop. Stop crouching. Pull it out, then switch. If you do it too quick, it doesn't recognize that you're trying to switch on the controller, and it's the same down press of the thumbstick to crouch. Alright, move the object. Yeah, there was definitely a visual element on that generator, too. Because it looked all, like, smoky and... I had no idea. Learned something new every day. Well, let's get those off the rooftop. Well, that makes it even a higher priority for me now to complete my turbine operations and get rid of all of those little generators. Oh shit, that makes me wonder about the generators back on my first base. Hold on, we gotta fly back now. Thankfully you can't take damage. I'm in a panic now, guys. I gotta go check my first base. Because the shields might be down on that thing. I haven't checked that place in like 2 days because I knew it still had like a week left of power. But if a generator came down, the shields might be down. What's up? Who is it? Hey, buddy. You want to come say hi to everybody? Mommy's making pancakes, I think. Oh, you're going to steal Daddy's chair because I'm not sitting in it? Arr! Come here. You're a big boy. Oh, you're a big fat boy. No, you don't need to sit in Daddy's chair. You can go on the bed. Come here. No, go to the bed. He does not like to sit. If he sees this chair empty, I'm gonna have to sit down in it just to make him sit down on bed. No, meow meow. Just lay down. Uh-huh. He does this thing where he does circles on the bed and chirps and cries. I may have to go help him get situated. Yes, I hear you, buddy. No, you're doing something you're not supposed to do. I gotta go take care. I don't think I have any shield generators up top here. I think I'm okay. I think all my shield generators are inside. I think. Where are they? That's the question, though. Ugh. Monster. Where are my generators for this base? I haven't been here in forever. I've got 7 days of power left. Am I blind? Seriously, am I blind? I'm not seeing... Oh, here they are. I was like, where the fuck are my generators? They're all inside. I'm good. Although they're smoking a little bit. Now you got me all nervous. No, they're all in... No, this one's broken down a little bit. But you know what? You know what? These two were outside when I first started. Well, let's repair those. They were outside, and I moved them inside. That's interesting. Yeah, I kept the old base. I will probably continue to keep this base for the foreseeable future. I bet by the end of the first month, though, I may tear this down. But it costs me nothing to maintain this base. Like, literally, I can throw... It takes me 30 minutes to gather all the fuel cells I need to power this base for 3 weeks. So it doesn't take me any time. Give me a second. I gotta help Smeagol get situated in his bed because he just did a naughty thing and he's underneath covers and on top of the mattress. has chirp mode activated right now. So he's had to be outside the last 3 nights, and we only let him in when it's time for him to come sleep in bed because he's fixed, but he's been spraying everywhere because he got activated a few months back by the outside cats, and they started coming around again, and he started spraying walls and doors in the house, so he's had to stay outside, and he's super upset because he's now been made to be an outside cat in the catio, and he's like, all the other cats are inside, why am I outside? So he gets to come in here to go sleep, and he gets super chirpy. He's the only cat we have that chirps. But he gets all hyper and chirpy, and I think he's settling down now, though. He's such a good baby. He's just a good boy. I'm a cat freak. I love my babies. Alright, okay. Everything I need to do for this point on is going to be focused on getting those wind turbines set up so that I can completely get rid of the generators at the other base. So, I need a boatload of steel and cobalt. I probably need to make another cobalt run. I should have plenty. Let's go back to the other base. I should have plenty of iron and cobalt, or excuse me, iron and carbon. But I'm gonna have to get more cobalt paste, which means a mining run. I should have plenty of flour sand for silicone blocks, because I went and mined like 2,000 of it the other day. And I got a stockpile, so we're good on that. No, Douglas, it does not cost a lot of taxes. The way taxes work in this game is it's 4,000 credits per land claim, per advanced subfief, and per land claim. So I have 2 bases. It's 4,000 for the first base, 4,000 for the next base. But my second base also has 5 additional land claims because I expanded 5 vertically. Or excuse me, 5 horizontally, and then I went up vertically as well. So technically I have 6 land claims on this base. So it's 4,000 per land claim. So this place right here, I pay 24,000 in taxes on, and I pay 4,000 on the other place. So I pay 28,000 in taxes every 2 weeks based on the current taxation rate. So do I have? I do. I have a fuel cell. Well, let's fuel this bad boy up. And how are we doing on? Oh, I need to go get another fuel cell. And how are we doing on? Treads could be repaired. I could probably repair everything. I think this is the fuel cell. Nope. This was the fuel cell. We got plenty of that, plenty of that. Alright, we should be good to go for a mining run. I don't need anything to be produced while I'm on the run. Let me take a bio before we go, and then we're going to head down into the rift and go get some crystals. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, J Deal, but some of them were and some of them weren't. Because, hang on, I know I'm sitting down right now, so just give me a second. You're not going to see my head because I had to put some socks on. My feet were getting cold. Um, I don't quite understand that yet, so that may be something where we need to go to the Funcom Discord and ask a question and see about the generator thing. Because the only things I could see other than the water cistern that appear to be taking damage if they're out in the open and not like sheltered, if that makes sense. Because why are other things out and not sheltered but not taking damage? Right? Like my turbines don't take any damage. It makes no sense. So, let me double check a couple things, and I think we're going to go on a mining run. Nothing in. This was War Wizard's Imager link. I'm checking Discord right now. Nice. Pop that on screen really quick. So that's their base right now. Looking good. I gotta figure out how to make those triangular platforms that come out. I haven't tried to do those yet. Like, those look really cool when you get the. I know it's related to like there's some angled pieces with the ramps that I haven't played around with a lot yet, and then like creating some sort of a flooring in there. I just the Atreides building set is so cool. So thanks for sharing that link. That was War Wizard Grimsist on Twitch. That link is up in the Discord for people who want to go take a peek at that. Looks like a couple more guild members got the ornithopters. Toombs says in Discord, mind blown, had no idea about the world map. Just now I'm saving 2,500 to fast travel from now on. Yeah, man. You could totally take your own ornithopter. Okay, let's head on out for some mining. I gotta remember the turnoff in here too now, because I got totally turned around and confused in here last night. There might be a Balrog in this rift. I've never attempted to mine too deeply and too fast. I know I went left yesterday. Trying to find my way back down here is going to be the magic point, because this is a little chaotic yesterday when I came down here to go mining. I know there's another turnoff that goes down. It's not that one. Piss off! There's another tunnel that goes down here. Vroom vroom goes the buggy. Here it is. I love the squeak of the treads and springs and everything. Alright, this is where I need to put my map pinpoint. Alright, I think we went left yesterday. Slacker says about to spend 120,000 Solari on the Harkonnen Thopter variant. There you go. That is expensive, my goodness. I think we went left yesterday. One of these days I will learn this new route. Pretty sure I just followed it down here and there was a Chome mining facility. Yeah, here it is. Yep. And there may be some bad guys here, that's what I don't remember. Man, I cannot wait for the hotkeys to switch seats so that we don't have to manually bring up the radio menu anymore. Although, here's what I will say. I also don't know if that means they're going to be adding hotkeys for the controller or only hotkeys for the... You guys done? Yeah, you done? Alright. Really? Ugh. Am I out of bandages? I am out of bandages. That's not good. I might actually have to pay attention down here because I don't have any more bandages or heal bots. I mean, you can run them over, but you have to have speed, otherwise it won't work. Like, you can't just, like, run them over. You have to have velocity. Did I miss one that I could mine from my ship right there? No, I gotta go in there to get it. I don't want to deal with that. I don't have bandages to deal with bad guys. I know I can go around the corner to the left here, and there's another facility that I can just go in and mine from the machine. I think there's one enemy camp I'm going to have to drop a turret onto, but other than that, we should be able to good. Get that one, and then boogie out of here and go back up. So I think we have to go across a little platform here, as I remember correctly. Yeah, we just did this yesterday.
Engaging enemy.
Come on. Have fun with that. You do have to be in a guild to interact with the Landsred, but you can have a solo guild. You can have a guild just by yourself. But the functionality is that you have to have a guild to interact with it. So yes, you have to at least have a guild for yourself. But you can, in fact, do solo guilds, so... Yep. Oh, there's a boatload of cosmetics. Oh yeah, you need to check the rewards, man. There's entire armor sets, there's swatches, there's all sorts of shit. There's tons of stuff. There's unique armor, there's unique weapons, there's unique skins for just about everything, unique swatches colors for everything. There's a whole bunch of rewards tied to the Landsrat activities. Am I in a safe spot? I think I'm in a safe spot. I think we can even see. If you go here and look, yeah, look at all the rewards. For getting 700 points, you get 10,000 Solari. If you get 3,500 points, you get a fatigued stillsuit garment. You get 14,000 points, you get a House Soar heavy armor swatch. That's just for that one. Emoda, you have to find the representative to reveal that. So these are just the ones. 14,000 points. House Noverburn's light armor swatch. House Rachis stillsuit armor swatch. And rank 3,500 is Adept triple shot repeating rifle. Plasma cannon at level 10,500. A dart for every man? I don't know what that is. Mendex rattle. I'm assuming that's like a... Usually the rattle things are for bikes. House Alexan heavy armor swatch. Dude, there's all sorts of like cosmetics that you can get. For sure. Yeah, someone was in... there's a Funcom creators Discord that I'm a part of for the content creator team. And someone was showing off. He said he's one of only 2 people on his server who has claimed this special stillsuit variant. And he was showing it off last night. Or yesterday, I forget when it was. But it was like, dude, that's badass. So like, yeah, there's 100% swatches and variants that you can get. And full gear sets that you can get that are only available through Landsrat. So.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, there's tons of stuff to do. Yeah. And as they stated in the AM yesterday, like, they have so many things. They're still bringing more stuff to the Landsrat. It just takes time for them to continue to add. Like, we're at the beginning of the game right now. Like, there's already like 400, like around 400 activities and things to do in the Landsrat, and they will be continuing to build on that base for the next, they've got a 10-year plan for this game. Like, look at where Star Wars: The Republic is now, or Lord of the Rings Online, or EverQuest 2, or World of Warcraft, any of those MMOs that have been out for a decade. Like, look at where they're at now. I may have taken a wrong turn here because I was talking and not paying attention.
Is approaching.
I can remember when Star Wars: The Republic started, as an example. We only had, you could have your own apartment, and that was it. And then they added housing on all the other planets. And then they added not just apartments, they added big houses. And then they added not just big houses, but guild houses. And then they added not just guild houses, but guild starships, capital ships. You could get capital ships for your guild. Like, all that other stuff, you know, which just got added on over time. Man, I took a wrong fucking turn in here, and now I am stressing a little bit because I don't know how to get the fuck out of here. That's what I get for talking. This is not the way I want to go. However, this might be another way up that I was not aware of. This is another way up that I was not aware of. Ask the NPCs for directions, right? Plus side, I did just find a new way out of the rift that I hadn't seen before by getting turned around. I believe that's what you do, Nat. You make a guild, run around, find all the NPCs to unlock the ability to claim their Landsrad tasks. Then claim the tasks every time the Landsrad pops up, do those tasks, claim the gear. Yep. I have not seen the Accolades trailer drop today. I'm too busy playing the game to have seen any trailers. I'm assuming you're talking about an Accolades trailer for this game. Maybe we will go watch that here in a bit whenever my breakfast is delivered. Because I know Chris is cooking right now. The game is in a very good place right now, and I think the most important thing, if you noticed from the AMA, they were praising the fact that most of the people who are playing the game are playing very long sessions, which is something that is very important, because if you look at the way a lot of other live service games are played, people play very short sessions because they only log on and do their dailies. So they log on, do their dailies, log out. There are no dailies here. There are the objectives that we set for ourselves as dailies, but the game requires a pretty significant time commitment if you want to keep your bases maintained and to do all the crafting and harvesting and everything else. So it's a game that has proven that it is entertaining enough that people are continuing to play the game and go through the steps and do all the things. Now, will this honeymoon period wear off? For many people, it probably will after a couple of months. The gameplay loop for everybody will start to wear off after 2 or 3 months, which is why it's important that they theoretically hold to the cadence of doing content drops every 3 months, so that just as everyone is starting to get a little bit tired of the gameplay loop, boom, we got a new thing we can do, new quest content, new stuff to do, more Landsrad activities. Like, that's going to be the interesting thing, is to see how they maintain the longevity of keeping hundreds of thousands of players entertained. Okay. Oh, I maxed out that. Well, let's pull out the fuel cells. We can use those elsewhere. Oh, I put those back in the buggy. I may need to make another chest. Like another big chest. You got lost down there for a week, CAG? Yeah, the Rift is a big place. Fuck it. Let's make another aluminum box. What's in the box, man? What's in the box? Okay, now I say, what do we need to create 4 of these bad boys? A boatload of steel. I honestly should have... I gotta do math now. 65 cobalt. Paste. 20 calibrated. Servox. And 45 steel ingots. Where's my calculator? Okay, I need 65. Because I think I said I needed 4 more. Yeah, because I need to make 4 to replace the 8 Jennies. So that's 260. Okay. I need 80 of those. 45 times 180. Okay. Math. Math is hard. Okay, so I need 260 cobalt paste. I can only make... I have 250 made, and I just stockpiled a whole bunch more, so I definitely have enough cobalt paste. I need 80 calibrated Servox. I have 200 of those. I'm good to go. And I need 180 steel ingots, which I may be able to refine already. I don't know if I have the 180 steel ingots. Let's see if I have the water to do that. No, because I only have 57 iron ingots. So I need to make another... Gotta bring up my calculator again. Right? 57 is what that says. 180 minus 50. I need 123 iron ingots. Can I do it? I can. I might be able to make those turbines right now. I thought I was going to have to wait till tomorrow, but we might be okay. While those are making... Those are definitely taking damage. I'm moving those. Man, that's really unfortunate. I can't have those up top. Well, just for now, I'm going to slap them right here. This is not where I want them long term. But it's really weird how certain things take damage up top and other things don't. Because I thought everything was shielded. Apparently not. Okay. You know what I bet I don't have, though? I'm not going to have the water probably to make all the... Oops, it's this thing over here. Lube. Oh, the lube. Yeah, I'm going to have to make more silicone blocks, which is going to require more water, of which I don't have a lot of right now, so we're going to have to... Meh. I'll be able to make him... I wonder if they're going to draw power when I create them. Yeah, I don't know that that's true though, Falcons, because I have stuff up here as an example. These have been up for more than a week now. And they have 0 damage to them. This one here and this one here have been up here for more than a week. 0 damage. This has been up here for like a week, 0 damage. Now, those 3 generators that were here, those were, one of them was at critical, and the other 3 were not. They'd all taken damage. So, yeah, I think that some things are taking damage, but I don't think everything is taking damage. Yeah, it seems to be that certain placeable items, which are meant to be outside, don't take damage. Right, AFK mark. That's probably what it is. It's probably everything that's wind powered is meant to withstand, so they're letting that doesn't need to be sheltered, but everything that's not wind powered is like, no, that needs to be a sheltered. That's probably what it is, but it's not explained anywhere in like the tutorial. They do tell you in the very beginning of the tutorial. Hold up, there might actually be a tutorial. I do remember something. I remember being told to move my... Hang on, let's go to it. I do remember being told to move my sub-fief into a sheltered place. And I'm wondering if it told us in that, and I just never read it. I have no idea where that's going to be. No, that's not it. Sub-fief console. No, that's not it. Dude, I know at some point that when we were doing the building tutorial, it was like, hey, you need to, you need to move that inside. But then there's nothing else. I mean, I would have to go through every single one of these and see if there was anything in here that relates to, like, deterioration. You know? I just don't know. No, I'm not doing the Lands Red yet, so I haven't done any content around the Lands Red, so I won't make any content for the Lands Red until I get there myself. Where did I put my notebook? I need 180 steel ingots. Oh, I can almost craft enough. I think we're low on water. Let's just wait here a second. That's probably going to max out my water here. Yep. Yeah, you can use your buggy to mine energy, and you get way more fuel cells out of those as well. There's 180. Okay. Now I have everything I need to create those 4 wind turbines. However, I don't have enough water yet to produce all of the... And I wonder if placing these is going to drain my power cells. It might. I probably should avoid placing those for the moment until I have all the lube ready. Because do these take any... It doesn't use any power, though. So theoretically, I could place these and it shouldn't affect the base. Whereas these take power when I place them. So I should be able to go ahead and build these safely. Okay. Question is, where do I want to place all these? I guess just around the outer edge here. Let's start over here. Because it makes more sense to have these placed like this. One. Now getting these all lined up though is going to be the fun part. Two. Three. Oh, I need more cobalt paste. Ha 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 ha. Which I definitely don't have enough water for right now. How much more cobalt paste did I need? I needed 10 more cobalt paste. So let's see if I have enough water to do 10 cobalt paste. Just so that I can have them built and be out of my mind about it. 10 cobalt paste. I can make 6. I'm just going to sit here until it says 10 and I'm going to make them. I just got to wait for water production a little bit. It's a green number instead of a yellow number. Okay. It's a max of 7. And after this, I may go do an Imperial testing station, or we might go do some base building. I haven't decided yet. Man, some people are such dipshits. So I said in that video when I did my AMA thing the other day, I like bent down and moved my milk crate. And someone's like, bro's too poor to afford a proper footrest with a cushion. No, bitch. Here's what it is. My wife bought me a really awesome cushion for lumbar support, which I don't use. And I have a shitload of milk crates that my wife painted, which look really funny on the blue screen. So we have all these milk crates that we use for all sorts of different things. Why would I go spend money on a fucking footrest that would cost $150 when I have a milk crate that I already own and a cushion that I already own? Only stupid people spend money on stupid shit. Do you know what else I use a milk crate for? Check this shit out, guys. Hang on, let me switch cameras. We're gonna talk about people being stupid. Really, for a minute. Hang on. So let me move to the other camera. You know what else I use a milk crate for? Check this shit out. You see this? That's my $3,500 gaming laptop. Guess what it's sitting on top of? A milk crate. You know what's in this milk crate? A camera, my handheld vacuum, my glasses, my cell phone. Usually my PlayStation charger's in there too sometimes. The cats sometimes get in here and sleep. Like, I use milk crates for everything. Only idiots spend money on shit they don't need. Don't be a fucking idiot, kids. Money only goes so far. Especially as you get older. Don't spend your money on stupid shit. You're goddamn right I'm using a milk crate. Because you know what? A milk crate cost me, I think, 15 cents off of the local fruit merchants. We have 15 or 20 of them around the house. They're all painted. Cats use them for sleeping. We've got cat beds that are out of milk crates. I've got a footrest that's a milk crate. My laptop stand is a milk crate. Chris built an entire shelving system in the kitchen using wood strips she bought from the hardware store and plastic milk crates that she wire tied to the wood sticks. So she got like dowel rods, you know what I mean? Like dowel rods are those, only ours are square, but they're these like inch square rods that are like 10 feet long, and she cut them down into like 5-foot sections. And she's got 4 for the supports, and then she wired 3 milk crates to each one. Those are her shelving units in the kitchen. Why the fuck would we go spend hundreds, if not thousands of dollars to have custom shelving in the kitchen when we can... People are stupid with their money, and that's why everyone's living on credit and broke as a fucking idiot. Living on their, living paycheck to paycheck. They owe everything to the bank. They don't own their cars. They don't own their vehicles. They're up to their eyeballs in credit card debt. But I have a house. No, you don't. The bank has a house. But I have a car. No, you don't. The bank has a car. You rent that shit. I own my shit. 100% free and clear. Milk crate. 15 cents from your local fruit market. That shit gets thrown in the trash. You can buy these for like 15 cents. Goddamn right I use a milk crate for a footrest. That shit gets me fired up. That right there. Financial ignorance gets me fired up. By the way, I just unleashed a whole shitload of cat hair that's floating all through the air now. You guys probably can't see that. I like picked it up and there's cat hair that went everywhere. Stupid people, man. Damn right it's custom, Yari. Custom cabinetry in my kitchen. My wife did all the labor for free. I think it probably cost her $10 for all the things. What's up, Hyde? That's right, Hector. Mommy pays for everything that those basement trolls have, so they have no concept of worth or value. That is so true. Yeah, I've had stutter on the map too since the last patch. Just the normal map. I know what map you're talking about. By the way, those are too close to each other. That needs proper spacing. That's a little better. Not perfect. What I'm going to have to worry about is the line down there to make sure that I got them all on the same line. Again, it's not going to be perfect. Alright, now let's move these over. Oh, that might be a little, that looks a little close up at top. I may have to space that out a little bit more. That looks a little cozy. That's a little better. Okay, those have pretty reasonable spacing now. Come on now. You're gonna make me use the mouse and keyboard, aren't you? Too close. It's gotta be moved. Okay. Those fit perfectly right there, guys. That was awesome. Alright, now I just need a bunch of lube, which I can get from your mom's bedside table. But Mr. Troll. Finally did the 8th trial, says Hyde. It was almost always bugged during the closed beta, so I didn't try to do it. Lots of fun stuff in the trials. Alright, I have... These are all set with 8 hours of filters, so I can forget about those. They're refilling my cisterns. We're going to need a boatload more silicone paste, blocks, excuse me, which I need water for, so... because that's going to be the basis for the lube to run all of those. But I should be 100% off of regular old generators now and on to the 100% wind. But I got to get all those turned on first, and then I should be able to shut down this mess right here of all these generators. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. Should be able to shut all those down and be wind powered only. Probably by tomorrow morning. It'll probably be a tomorrow thing, not a today thing. Anyway, somebody was talking about stutter on the map. I've been getting stutter on the map since the patch the other day. This map right here. It's not happening right now. So I haven't seen it today. It was definitely there yesterday. Like, I definitely had stutter on this map yesterday. I don't have any at the moment. Also, I hadn't had any stutter until the most recent patch. Every time a sandstorm rolls in or leaves, when that sand dust that precedes a storm or lingers after the storm, there's like a 5-second period where the dust is rolling in and going out. My frames tank in that little period, and I didn't have that until the patch the other day. So that's definitely a little hiccup. But I don't care. It's like those things happen. They get ironed out. I hadn't had any issues whatsoever since the game launched, so could also be the NVIDIA driver update that I did yesterday too. Could be that's what's causing that. It's like you never know. All right, what do I need to do? I don't think I need to do anything else. Do I want to be brave and go do the Menntat story? Which means going out to that horrific radiation area. Ah, here it is. Yep, no worries, Hyde. That's what I do it for. Folks who can't watch it live. And also, not everybody wants to wade through that entire list of thousands of questions. It's easier just to have someone else do it. Watch the recap, read the recap. Took me 30 minutes to do that, and, you know, helps make my paycheck. Add revenue for the win. Yeah, hotkey. Yeah, the hotkey to swap seats is a big one. I can't wait for that. But I do hope it's going to be a controller hotkey as well as a mouse and keyboard hotkey. It's not a big deal because I literally sit here with a second. I have two keyboards at my desk. I have one for the main rig and then one for when I'm playing the game. So it takes me 2 seconds to reach up and tap the button. But I would prefer it if it was on the controller as well. But I do also recognize that they are pushing. The controller support is going to be a long-term thing as they roll towards consoles. So it's not a number one priority. Let me repair gear before I go anywhere. Because I should be okay there. I think we're gonna go do the Menntat thing. Let me double check on breakfast before we do that, though. Give me 2 seconds, guys. There's some breakfast I gotta grab. I'll be right back. Yeah, you just reminded me, Hyde, that I have a ton of those journey things that I could do as well that I just haven't done, which is like create a specific weapon, then use that weapon to kill 15 enemies, um, so on and so forth. Um, all right, I have a blueberry banana pancake. Chris made breakfast this morning, but she forgot to bring me some because she got sidetracked with storm stuff because we have more storms coming in today from the hurricanes, and she was doing storm prep, and she's prepping hamburgers, so she's got like a dozen hamburgers that she was prepping, and she forgot to tell me that breakfast was ready. So I'm gonna eat, and then we're gonna go do. I think I'm gonna brave the radiation and see about doing this quest for the Menntat, which I need a radiation suit. Was I in the military? Asks Walkthrough Warrior. Nope. I was not brainwashed enough to follow the government into any sort of indentured servitude. I'm an independent, free-thinking human being. I do not believe in borders, and I do not believe in indentured servitude. That is the mentality of slaves, and I am not a slave to no man. But I am extremely disciplined in my life, which many people associate with military background. But in my case, I've been living on my own since I was 15. So I either figured out how to survive in this world or starved and became homeless. So I chose the survive route. Kind of like in the game. Started my first corporation when I was 20. Had an S Corp with 2 employees throughout my 20s. And then I freelanced as a contract writer for a long time. Photographer, videographer. But I've been self-employed since I was 20. I am on my, let's see, construction company, the writing company, the travel company, 2 game studios, and now I'm on this. Those are all the things that I've done with my life. This is my 6th thing that I've done. On top of which I've published a bunch of books and stuff. And then I'm also a property owner. I'm a poster child for capitalism. In a way, yeah, in a way. Capitalism done right. I own everything I have, all paid for in cash. I pay my taxes every year. No credit card debt, no college debt. My land is paid for, my house is paid for. All my equipment is paid for. Debt-free lifestyle is very, very important. What's up, Drebrom? Your test has succeeded, sir. Alright, I'm gonna need a radiation suit for this next part. Full-time cat herder? Yeah, I do have a boatload of cats and ducks now. We have 20 ducks now. And like, or I think we're down to like a dozen chickens. And Chris is switching over. I think she said she's gonna keep 4 or 5 hens and 1 rooster. and then she's switching everything over to ducks. So we have 3 adult ducks, 17 baby ducks. No, that's not quite right. We have 16. We have 19 ducks, not 20. We have 16 baby ducks, 3 adult ducks. The rescue duck, who we got like 2, 3 weeks ago, something like that, she's brooding now. So she's got 10 eggs underneath her. So here in another month, we'll have more ducks. And then Chris is going to cycle the 2 females. And then however many of the females we get from here. And then 2 of the ducks we have are giving to her sister in exchange for some of the ducks she gave us. But Chris will unalive them and prepare them for her sister. And then she's just going to give the meat to her sister. And then Chris is going to we will be eating most of the males, and then we will be saving the females for duck eggs, which we eat and then we consume, and then to raise more, and we kill off the males and eat them. Same thing we've done with chickens. You kill off the extra roosters. Occasionally you'll off a hen, but usually you keep the hens around for egg production. This is the small farm, aka homestead life. Jerome says there's a mini keyboard you can attach to the controller. Interesting. I do okay because I sit here at the desk and the other keyboard is right in front of me, but I am debating going wireless on this other keyboard because it's kind of a pain to haul over to the main desk every time I need to use it. Alright, let's make sure I'm topped off with water before we go. And I need to make sure I've got bandages. Ah, bandages. I'm glad I remembered to think about... Oh, that's right. I put the cisterns back down here. I've got to... I need to make some bandages because I'm out of bandages. One of these chests has a bunch of fiber in it. Heal kit. Let's make a stack of 20. Alright, how are we doing on... Do I have a fuel cell? I do have a fuel cell. I think I just repaired the Thopter earlier, so... Somebody just flew by. And I think we're as repaired as we can be for the moment. I mean, that's good enough, 50%. And for those watching, we do have a homestead channel if you're interested in that kind of stuff. Find links over in the Discord. I occasionally share stuff out on the social media as well. But in our Discord server, we have a crafts, pets, gardens, and travel corner where we post lots of fun stuff. Right. Going good so far, Doc. Cold Diggities on my Dune Awakening AMA says, I'm kind of blown away by the amount of people who won't interact with the PvP because they're scared. I have over 100 hours in the game, and I've spent several of those in the deep desert, and my only interaction in the deep desert has been between me and another random who took shelter under the same rock from a storm, and we were using the voice to talk to each other. It was completely friendly, and we were chuckling because we were talking over each other the whole time. I think people are afraid of the deep desert. Hang on, his English, he didn't write this very well. He says, I think people are so afraid of the deep desert that it's actually made it a safer environment. I do think it somewhat depends on your server, because there are some legitimate griefer guilds that have like formed up on certain servers. But like I said, those people will be gone within a week or two once they, once they realize that Funcom's not going to give in and give them full body loot. They're going to be like, well, I don't. This PvP's pointless. I'm going to go. I'm going to go play. I'm going to go back to Ark. I'm going to go back to Rust, whatever it is. Rust, is that the one I'm thinking of? I'm going to go back to Rust, where I can have my full loot PvP. And like I said, I don't think there's anyone in our guild who is even ready for the deep desert yet. Like, our
Sector
entire
weather
guild
alert.
is made up
A
of,
large
like,
sandstorm is
solo
approaching.
players who are just hanging out. We occasionally do shit. Like yesterday, I went and helped Ali for a bit, and then Bubbleonia joined us, and we did, like, 30 minutes of, like, killing mobs so that they could get the pieces they needed to help make, like, ornithopters and stuff. Like, that's how our guild operates. It's like a bunch of solo people who will occasionally get together and do shit. And probably in another 6 weeks, we'll be ready for the deep desert. And by that point in time, all the diehards are going to be gone. And we'll be able to go in there, and probably, I would estimate that within 6 to 8 weeks, those of us who want to do the deep desert for fun are going to be able to go in there without anybody bothering us whatsoever. I would be willing to bet. I would be shocked and surprised if there are people, if the diehards are still there in 6 weeks. Well, I think the key, Yeller, is as a solo player. I think building a base in the deep desert as a solo player is a lesson in futility because somebody can just take it over when a storm rolls through. Because I think the key is that if you're going to put a desert, I need to reset it. The key is that if you're going to put a base in the deep desert, you need to have a crew together who can defend the base against that sort of stuff from happening. And if you don't have a crew that's on hand to defend the base 24/7, it's kind of not worth, in my opinion. Like, I wouldn't build a base as a solo player. I could fly out. You know what I mean? It's a little extra fuel, a little extra wear and tear on my vehicles, but I would rather just fly out. Alright, I actually need to think about this for a minute. Probably the smart thing to do is go all the way here first and then fly in. Yeah, because otherwise the chances of your base getting taken over by someone else, that's kind of shitty for a solo player. Ulysses, I'm thinking of putting an assault ornithopter sheltered somewhere in the PV area and just loot that up with silver trips. That's probably a good idea. I mean, if it's just a basic shelter, no one's going to want to take that over, so to speak. Probably not anyway. I did remember to put on my radiation suit, right? Alright, yeah. Now, before we go in, I think somebody told me that there's an island in here that's safe that might be quicker to get to. I think it's that thing right there. They're trying to fly all the way out again. I don't know, though. Probably the western edge is going to be safest, it looks like. Alright. Correct me if I'm wrong, is not the western edge safe? Because when you zone in, it's supposed to be safe from radiation. So theoretically, I could put a waypoint here. That's closer than the western edge, or eastern edge. So I can go in there, get what I need. If I need to bail out for radiation, I can just go to the western edge, which should be safe from. It looks like it's safe from radiation. this is going to be an experiment. I don't really have anything on me that I care about losing, so it's not that big of a deal. Oh, I do need to put my... Here we go. Probably should take a rad pill while I'm at it. I can't take a rad pill while I'm flying. And I cannot remember where the entrance, if it's on this side or the other side. Don't remember if the entrance is this side or that side. There's definitely an entrance point right here. Alright. Go, 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 go. Chug a radiation pill. Okay. Did I bring my hand scanner? I did. Let's get it equipped. I'm going in here somewhere. I gotta keep an eye on that radiation timer though. It's showing me something down below. I wonder if the waypoint I needed was outside, not inside. I'm gonna feel like an idiot if I came in here for nothing. Can't do anything with that door. Nothing back in here. Are these doors like destructible? No, those aren't. Hang on, what's that? What's that? Does this go somewhere? Oh shit, there's a door here. I bet I have to go through that door. Hang on, there's something over here. This is probably the waypoint that it was pointing me towards. Yep. And now it's going to update me and tell me I need to find something inside, but I'm already a quarter of the way through my... Search the tunnel. Jesus. Oh! I'm probably going to need to fly out and go to the border and come back because I'm already a quarter of the way through my timer here. Oh, there's a chest. When I get to the halfway point, I'll probably need to panic and run. At the very least, I'm finding some chests in here which have some goodies. However, fuck, I can't see shit in here, man. Reminds me of in Django I can't see shit out of this thing. Alright, that's what I'm after. Please tell me that's all I need and we can get the frack out of here. Yes! Deliver your findings to Zane. Alright, now we gotta get out of here. Help! Run! Find an exit. Somewhere. Somewhere is a way out of here, except I got turned around and I'm never gonna find it. Is that an exit? Yes, it's an exit. Whew. Alright. Radiation. Yep. Go like the wind. Get the fudge out of town. Where was Zane? Wasn't Zane in Arakeen? In which case, I need to go to the edge really quick. And I can test the edge of the map here to see if it's... Where is Zane at? Zane was the crazy guy, right? Arakeen, yep. I wanted to check this out anyway to see if we're radiation free at the zone line. Yep, radiation free on the western edge of the map. Look how fast it went down too. So definitely, you can see even down there, there's the edge. There's like a hard line right there. Right when I cross this line, I should start taking radiation damage. It might take a minute for tick. Huh, it did, there it goes. So maybe it's a bubble. Yeah, I can definitely see the line in the sand there. Okay, well that's good. At least I know that the western edge is safe. Okay. Woo. I'd never done that either, so that's good to know. Also, the first big patch that's coming, guys, we're supposed to get an auto run button. So, that'll be nice to have, so I don't always have to be like holding forward on the thumbstick. Back to Arakeen. I have genuinely been surprised by how many people didn't know about how to track things on the map. I've had probably half a dozen people now tell me in that video I published yesterday afternoon. I had no idea about the arrow. You also refuel every time you hit one of the major cities. Like as soon as we go to Arakeen, it parks your thopter at the airfield and it fills the fuel tank up. Jay Deal says, I'll be heading in there this weekend with my guild. Our guild leader, who is retired, has done an amazing job preparing for this, including the big carrier. Nice. Good luck. I mean, it seems to me right now that the Deep Desert is very much dependent on what server you're on. Like, if you're on a good server and people are actually just doing what they're supposed to do, which is the lands rad, then you'll be fine. I think the issue is there are people who are the tryhards who have filled up a few of the servers, and since we're in the first 2 weeks of the game, those people are dominating those server spaces because they thought they were going to be able to get full body loot. And so they've just been trolling people, killing them for fun. And now they've realized, oh shit, we don't get any loot from them. This is pointless. It's like, did you not know what you were playing before you bought the game? Like... Give me a second until I get back to the map, because I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, Marius. I'll need to go see it. Give me a second.
I calculated you're back. Have you discovered anything regarding the twisting techniques of the Menntat?
Here's your data pad, bro.
That may be of use.
Complete all Menntat training. Just got the accomplishment. Yay.
There may be answers here, but what do I
You need
do
to let
with
go
them?
of your obsessive
Where do I
need
go
for
from here?
how it's acceptance.
You don't know about that.
You can undo what the Taloxa did, but it starts with letting how it go.
How so?
To twist a Menntat until you aggravate an existing negative trait.
And what, pray tell, do you suggest mag trait is?
Abandonment and fear of rejection.
Nonsense. Who told you? I
Solve thyself, Menntat. Do not require a patron. I wonder if he's going to stop stuttering once we cure him.
I owe you so much. I owe you one last bit of training.
Nice.
A Menntat must cast off old agonies as a snake casts off its
I'm
skin,
out of coffee. Ah!
only to grow a new set and accept all of their limitations. Let us begin.
This is the final Menntat's.
Who are you?
I am.
No. Apologies. I was merely exclaiming shock at your miraculous manifestation of knowledge. I was not inviting personable conversation.
He's still stuttering, though. Be that as it may, I got a weapon, I think, and a bunch of Solari, which I'm going to be using to pay my taxes in a couple of weeks. And I got the same rifle that I'm using, which is cool. So now I have a backup, which is great. Always good to have backup gear. And we have 100% finished the Menntat training. And, more importantly, I have now access to this right here, which is the shield overcharge. When your blood is saturated with the melange, any ranged attack on a shield will reveal a vulnerability in the Holtzman shield. Continual attacks against this vulnerability will overcharge the enemy shield, causing it to drain their power pack more quickly. That is a freaking dope ability. And it's a passive, but I'm assuming you need it. It doesn't say that it's a technique, though. It just says passive. Well, we're learning that right away. Fuck yeah. Alright, I have now completely finished the Menntat and the Planetologist storylines. I think we're going to go do the Trooper now. Like, we could totally go do the Trooper one, because I've already started it, but I have to find... I gotta remember where he was. He was at Anvil Station, I think. But anyway, yeah, good morning, Bubblini. Alright, Desmarius had a question about the map, so let's go back out to the map. And we can fly back to my base, because I need... Hey, by the way, let's go see if any of my stuff sold on the exchange. I doubt it did, because I didn't get any updates, but let's just go check. Yeah, still going. I doubt they'll sell, but just in case. Okay, let's go back to my base so we can get into my still suit, and then we have a question about the map that I need to answer. So, let me reread this Marius's question. Please forgive my ignorance. What is the small circle with the dot in the center that follows your ornithopter? What small circle with the dot? This is what I wasn't quite sure of. Are you talking about this circle with the blue on one side and the yellow on the other? Is that what you're asking? Or are you talking about the circle in the center that looks like a black circle? Nice, Bubbaloni. You made your first ornithopter rest night. Badass. So I don't know what the black circle represents. I would assume it's just a UI element. The blue represents water. The yellow represents power. So if you fly around on the map, you will use power. And what you do is you look for power places. So we're going to go on our way back to Airking. You'll also burn water on the map. So here's a fuel depot. So you notice how I'm going to fly around a little bit more so we can burn more fuel. So I can show this off. So as you fly around on the map, you're going to burn fuel. Fuel is the resource on the right hand side. It's going down. That meter is going down. If you're going to be on the world map for any prolonged period of time, you find a fuel depot, you hover over it for a few seconds, and you'll notice the power meter is going to fill back up. Now the water meter will go down eventually as well, so you just need to keep an eye out for those water stations. Same principle applies. Here's a water depot, hover over it. The water bar will refill. And then you head on. But as far as the black circle in the center, I think that's just a UI element, to be honest with you. I've never seen it do anything. Like that black circle, or it's like a transparent circle. Hang on, someone's telling me Advanced Trooper is in Arakeen. I did not know that. Let's go back to Arakeen. Yeah, that's fine. Let's go back. I don't need my... No. Arakeen. Track location. Gray says the Advanced Trooper is in Arakeen. Just back it up, Desmarius. I just explained the whole thing. You can back the stream up. Oh, you're on Twitch. You can't back the stream up. Sorry. All right. Are you asking about the black circle? Or are you asking about the blue and yellow circles? Black circle? I don't know. I think it's just a UI element. I've never seen it do anything. I think it's just a UI element. I think it's just something they put there to look cool, to represent the circle. God, I love the map music. Oh, no worries. No worries. I was on the map anyway. It doesn't take me any extra time to... If you were on YouTube, I was like, scroll back. just go back 90 seconds. I just said it, but you're on Twitch, so I can't. Twitch doesn't allow you to go back and watch it like that. Sometimes I have to pay attention where the chat's coming from. Yes, the music in this game is awesome. I gotta go get another cup of coffee and drop my plate off in the kitchen. I'll be right back. hate this stupid radiation jacket, but I haven't gone back to change my still suit yet. Grace says it's upstairs. Is he in the bar or just upstairs somewhere else? To the left. Hang on, I see an icon right there. Is that him? That's a weapons merchant. I don't think I've ever talked to these guys, so while I'm over here...
Yeah, what's your pleasure? You look tactical or fanatical. We have the tools to suit your every murder need, my friend.
What you got? Anything special? Oh my. Oh. Ooh. More stuff I can purchase for the house. What are you? Just a guard. That's another merchant.
101.9 FM, the voice of the sands. Your trusted voice in the tumultuous sands of Arrakis. Tonight, we focus on the pulse of our desert.
Sorry, but I may only trick.
From the halls of
Okay,
the
so
governor's
I can't even
palace
talk to these
the
without a
deepest
lance ready to
I'm
create.
afraid you do not.
Power is shifting like the dunes. Let's
I
dive in.
only trade with the...
The Atreides ascendancy. Fragile.
Oakley dokley. Nobody up here? I know somebody's bringing chat going, the other way, idiot! I don't know. I'm exploring. I haven't gone down all these nooks and crannies yet. I came in here for some stuff for like a quest. I remember there's like a lady back in here. No, that's where I went the other day for that quest we did. Main quest. I don't remember how to get upstairs. There's nothing back in here. It is hurting me physically to run around in this radiation suit. Like, it's making my stomach crawl. This person has a light. Who are you? Or is that just a normal light? Oh, I see a blue light ahead. I bet that's the trainer.
Say, stranger, how about staking a broken down old trooper to a Solari or two?
Question. Does the
Promise I
regular
won't
trainer in
spend it on
Anvil have a
Samuda.
breadcrumb quest that would lead me to her?
If I'm being
Because
honest,
if there's
I
a if there's a
actually will spend
breadcrumb
it on
quest that
Samuda.
has like
Don't
10,000
let that
credits
put you off.
associated with it, I don't want to miss
My
the
life is
breadcrumb
already
quest.
a pile of greasy spice shit. You can't make it any worse. Promise.
I would hate to miss out on a breadcrumb quest that has credits associated with it, because I'm a brokey. So before I click anything, is there a breadcrumb quest? Does anybody know? Anybody remember? There's not. They just tell you, hey, go find the next person in Arakeen. All right, fair enough. I don't know why we have audio for that. good there. We're good there. Come on, Trooper. It can't be as bad as all that.
Some days it is, and some days it isn't. Some days I like to wake up and play a little game called Am I Going to Die Today?
It's a fun game to play.
It's a
I do that every
little
day.
thing I do with a Mala pistol, but I guess I haven't won yet.
Hang on, I don't go that
I'm
far.
still here.
Is that why you want Samuda? To ease the pain?
Not like a bullet. But I've failed at every other important job in my life. Why should my death be any different?
God damn, that's bleak.
You don't know the half of it. But for now, if you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
So you want me to give you money
what
so
I'm
you can
saying?
lose your mind at Samuda?
That's precisely what I'm saying. So how about it?
Well, I'm looking for advanced combat training, and you're no good to me face down in a Samuda haze.
Ooh, face down in a Samuda haze. Now you're speaking my love language.
I need you sober.
You ask too much, stranger. I've spent the last years ridding my life of obligation. I sure as shit don't need to take on any more. And nothing personal, but you don't look like you got what it takes. I know a soldier when I see one, and you ain't it.
Nothing personal? Screw you, junkie. It's a waste of time. I bet you can't even hold a blade anymore.
There it is. You got some teeth on you after all.
So you gonna train me yet or not?
You're not going to stop harassing me until I do, are you?
Damn straight.
How do I even know you're worth my time? Face down in the gutter. I'm still the best damn combat instructor sucking air on this planet.
Yeah, I think you gotta prove
No,
that, honey.
don't answer. That's not the kind of question you answer with words. You answer with results.
So save the sob stories and test me already.
Alright then, Boot. You want a mission? I'll give you a mission. I need you to find a slaver camp in the Haga Basin. Nothing special, just your run-of-the-mill flesh peddlers.
Slaver champ? Slaver camp. Check.
These particular slavers are said to possess a technology I'm looking for, called servo-stim transmitters. I want you to kill all the slavers and take their stuff. You keep everything but the transmitters. Those you bring to me.
Gotcha.
Pull that off, Boot. And I'll teach you not to look like such a boot.
Sounds great to me.
I'm in, Sergeant, is the correct response. The details are in the contract, Boot.
I much preferred the other lady who called me kitten. It doesn't feel nearly as nice when she calls me Boot. I miss my creepy lady in Harko Village who called me kitten. I want to go back to my assassin lady. Show them your claws, kitten. Never gonna forget that. I will say though, as much as I love the writing in this game, the NPCs, when they come up with a nickname for you, whether it's kitten or boot, they use it way too frequently. I will say that's definitely a little bit of a weakness with the writing. It's probably the only complaint I would have about the writing so far. Everything else has been excellent, but once they have a nickname for you, they use it way too much. Like repetitive grammar gets a little meh. But if I had to pick, I like kitten. Kitten makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. Boot makes me feel like I just want to kick you in the face. I do love that Atreides skin for my ornithopter, man. God, that thing looks tight. Look at the tail with the like twin jetpacks at the end of it. Fat bottom thopters, baby. Alright, I think I'm gonna grab my combat suit. Since I know I'm gonna go face slavers. Let's see, combat set is this, 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 and this. God, it's way easier to just do this with the mouse and keyboard. F, 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 F. E and 1 and 2 and 3. Quick deposit, quick deposit, quick deposit, quick deposit, quick deposit. Need a fuel cell. Back here. Slaver camp. Ho. That's right, Babylonia. I believe I can fly. It's pretty awesome. Like ornithopters, shit is pretty awesome. Vulture mode is the win. 750 meters up is when you hit the overheating point for your motors. Just as a tip, Babylonia, you see this horizontal line across the center here. It's kind of hard to see against the skyline. But that dot that you have right here in your center, when you go into vulture mode, you want your dot like right at that line or just below. So that when you go into vulture mode, you're always going to drop a little bit. You're going to drop and then stabilize. To get the maximum speed and velocity, you'll want your dot like right there. Otherwise, you'll only get like 90 kilometers per hour or some stupid thing. Or you'll go, your decline will be too slow. I need to make a flight guide, actually. Alright, let's come on in. Kill us some slavers. Horizontal HUD element, exactly. This looks like a pretty cool looking base, man. This is where the fun begins. Ooh, I want one of those, whatever that is. Look at that cool little spinny thing. Spinning's a cool trick. Alright, we need to enter the slaver base first.
Identify yourself.
Don't want to. I missed a shot. You shot a grenade at me. Bitch, please. Alright, we've entered the slaver base. Now what's next? Locate intel on servo stem transmitters. Intel is 27 meters above.
There's someone here.
Yeah, it's called me. Really? I haven't had anybody resist all my shields for a while. I guess it'd be okay, we need to... actually have to pay attention in here. Damn it, collider. Got you anyway. Ah, the collider.
I've got your back.
Anything in here? I'm guessing not. That one doesn't seem to be clickable.
Tossing grenade.
Who's tossing a grenade and from where?
Kill them all.
I hear you. I don't see you. Is there a chest over there? There is. Servox! Gotta love it. I'll take the ammo too. I might as well loot up. These guys all have stuff I could use long term. Haven't made a drill shot? Not yet. Isn't it a shotgun? He just ran by me. He's like on a mission. He thinks I'm down there. There he goes. He was trying to find me. He was like, where's the NPC? I know it's down there somewhere. I have not made a drill shot. I thought it was like a shotgun, and I don't really care for the shotguns. So I haven't really worried about that. Alright, that's probably bandages or something. Intel is still up. Not missing anything down here? Chest. Yeah, I know it drills through shields. I'm asking, is it a shotgun or is it a sniper rifle? Because I like my sniper rifles and my SMGs. And as far as I'm aware, I thought the drill shots were shotguns. And I have not wanted to try one because I'm like, I don't want to use a shotgun. It's both, says Doc. It's a shotgun and drill shot. Copy that. Yeah, that's why I hadn't used one today, because I was pretty sure all the ones I've seen were shotguns. Okay, that's the intel we needed. Oh, I may have already killed the officers inadvertently. There's one. I wonder if the rest are gonna have, because I already killed them. 2. Okay, that worked. That worked. Sweet. Alright, deliver the transmitters to Kara. Okay. Whee! Alright, nearest edge. There's no nearest edge. Let's just go north. Now, all of this money that I'm going to be making from these quests, I need to stockpile at least 30,000 of it to pay for my taxes in a couple of weeks. But everything after that, I'm going to be spending on the rest of my Arakeen Atreides faction shit from the faction guy. Because I need the scout variant for the scout armor. I need all the swatches. I need all the weapon variants, the weapon swatches. Eventually, I'll need the 60,000 for the heavy ornithopter.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Oh, I bet I can get to the shield wall before. I bet we can get to the deep desert before the storm hits. Unless we're flying towards the storm. We'll find out soon. Oh, there's those flickerings. It was loading in textures. And also remember, Babylonia, don't fly too low because the worm can eat you if you're over the sand. I still don't know what too low is, but I don't let myself get below 500 meters. Arakeen. Oh, dude, travel is so much faster with the ornithopter. Like, you can traverse the entirety of the Haga Basin, like top to bottom, in like it might even be less than. I don't think it's much more than 2 minutes. It's pretty quick to get from north to south. I've not actually tracked it, but it's fast. Like, you just put vulture mode on at like 800 meters and just poof, you're all the way there in like. I'm pretty sure it's 2 minutes ish. Whereas before it used to take me like 20 minutes just to do a harvesting run from like Eastern Vermilius Gap over to the Haga Rift. That was like a 10 to 15 minute trek just one way. So it was like 30 minutes of travel time just to do a mining run. And now I'm there in 15 seconds. It's dope, dude. I mean, you do have to upkeep the Thopter and everything, but it's pretty awesome. Like, I think I said in that video, whenever I made that first video, I think it was the one I did on my thoughts after 65 hours. I had just gotten the ornithopter, I think, in that video. I think that was the one I had the ornithopter. And it was either that one or the Game of the Year video I did. One of those videos I had just gotten the Thopter, and I was saying, like, I feel like the game just started. Like, I've already played the game for 70 hours. I got the ornithopter, and I feel like the game just started for me. Because it opens up everything. It opens up the world map. It opens up easy travel between places. You've got all your additional vehicles stocked up, so now you can run around on your bike if you want to for small trips. You can do your mining vehicle for mining runs. And then knowing that there's, even more ornithopters, because there's an assault ornithopter which can carry your friends around, so you can have 4 people in the attack ornithopter, so it's your squad, right? So, hey guys, let's go run Imperial testing stations today, guys. We get a group together, everybody piles into the ornithopter, off we go, everybody in the same group, everybody in the same ornithopter, everybody's got their individual ornithopters saved on a handheld. So if one person has to duck out, they can literally just pop their own ornithopter and off they go. Dude, it's awesome. And then there's the transport thopters. Correct, only one vehicle at a time in your. But the assault one you can't put in the handheld. The assault thopter and the mining vehicle you can't put in the handheld. What I'm getting at though is like, so you could have your full group. Everybody has their handhelds, which have personal thopters, your scout ornithopters. We all jump in an assault ornithopter together. We go to the destination. We finish up. Everybody goes their separate ways in their own ornithopters. It's awesome. And then just like beyond that, knowing that there's the transport ornithopters, which pick up the vacuum machine spice buggies that you build to go do the big spice blooms. I know it's probably 6 weeks away, but I am seriously looking forward to the day that our group of friends can get together, and hopefully, you know, there's enough interest between the, you know, 6, 8, 10 people. I would love to go do a spice blow, even if it's just one time, you know, and hopefully by that point the spice blows aren't something that's super competitive on our server where we have to like worry about, you know, another team coming in PvP. But it would be really cool to participate in a spice blow and to know, you know, just one time. People
You're
running
back.
around on bikes, dropping the thumpers to keep the worms away. Somebody else driving the vacuum machine. Somebody else in the transport thopter. Other people in the assault thopters guarding the skies. Like, I just think it looked really cool from the videos. It's like, that sounds like an awesome thing to do.
I've been looking for you, Boot. Where the hell have you been?
I have
I
gotten
wasn't
some
sure you were
spice in
coming
Haga
back.
Basin. Yep.
Did you get the damn transmitters? Let me see. Oh, this is very good work, Boot. Very, very good. Allow me some alone time with my prize, and I will reward you with training.
Okay. You have to fly to the edge of the Haga Basin. Any edge will work, Babylonia. You will see a blue shield when you approach. You need to fly into that shield. It'll pop up an option to go to the world map.
You're back.
Trooper reporting for trading, Sergeant.
You're not a trooper yet, Boot. And you owe me some technology that bloody works.
What the hell are you talking about? I got you what you asked for.
Nothing you recovered worked.
Not a single one.
Every slave transmitter is key to a specific model of implant. And none of the transmitters you found were key to anything useful.
Not my monkey, not my circus. Yeah, only at the edges,
I got
correct.
mad and smashed them all.
Dude, I slaughtered an entire camp that had been slaver camp for those.
Then it isn't a total loss, Boot. I'll train you, but you'll have to find more transmitters. I'm working on it.
She said come back later.
You're back. All right, Boot.
Here we
You
go.
ready for another mission?
Yep.
No. Something's wrong. I left my usual signal at the dead drop we use, but it hasn't been checked.
Maybe they're just delayed.
No. If I tell you something's wrong, Boot, something's wrong. My guy's a professional, unlike you. I have a guy with the smugglers called Tuco. Been tracking servo stim transmitters for
Tuco,
me,
wasn't he part of the
till he went dark.
in Breaking Bad? I don't remember. What happened to Tuco?
That's exactly what you're going to find out, Boot. The coordinates are in the contract. If Tuco isn't there, you're going to have to find Anushka Hanavar at her bar. She takes orders for the local black market. If anyone knows where Tuco is holed up, it's her.
Perfectly.
Order a Kirana brandy with a Sidrit twist, and she'll know you're cool.
I'm always cool. Be cool, honey bunny, be cool. I love how it says in italics, I have a hunch you'll need a scanner. Don't forget to bring your scanner. Okay. So I need to go to Harko Village.
As always, the
And either way, he's either gonna be there or he's gonna be at the bar. JDL says, question, do you think there will be enough quests to do in a few weeks to pay for the taxes? It just depends on how much you owe in taxes and stuff. Like, I'm not gonna have any problem. Like, I'm already doing more quests right now. And if not, if you completely run out of quests, the Landsrad rank 2, I think all the rank 2 quests in the Landsrad give credits as a reward. Plus you get credits every time you do an Imperial testing station, all the stuff you get that you could sell. You could sell things on the broker. Tor says your voice is very low. Well, turn up your volume, bro. It's not hard. And if it's too loud, you're too old. Harco Village. Ooh, I'm gonna have to get some more coffee. I've got the yawns going on. Oh, I also need to check the weather because we've got massive thunderstorms coming in today. They are going to be on top of us in about 45 minutes to an hour, it looks like. Unless they swing south of us, which they might. How do I know which way to travel to get to the social hubs? Babylonia, I'm going to give you a link, bro. I made a video on the world map yesterday, which you definitely need to watch because that'll help you out. Hang on. I literally made a video on how to use the world map yesterday. But the short version is at the top left. It's going to tell you how to open up the map. It'll open up the thing to track the things, and then you can use that to track the things. You need to track it, you'll get an arrow. But I'm also going to drop a link. It's a 6-minute video. Alright, there's a link in the Twitch and YouTube chat, everybody. That was yesterday's guide on how to... Because someone asked that question yesterday. That's the only reason I'm prompting you to go watch a video, Babylonia, is because I literally yesterday we had some people asking that, and I was like, I just need to make a video on that because and I've had like 6 people this morning who watched that video. Like, I had no idea that you could track destinations. But yeah, you can track the hubs, and then you get a little arrow. All right, meet Kara's smuggler contact in Harco Village. Woo! Oh, that's right. I was supposed to go get more coffee. Do that in a minute.
Seeking alliances with rival factions is an act of betrayal. Loyalty to House Harkonnen is non-negotiable.
Yeah, and the little waypoints for fuel and water, Babylonia, you have to hover over them for a couple of seconds for them to start recharging your water and fuel. So if you start running low on water and fuel when you're traveling on the waypoint, just look for those things and then hover over them for a moment before it'll trigger. Oh, he must be a no-show. Kara's smuggler contact is nowhere to be seen. So we are going to have to go talk to somebody else. I think they were over in the bar. Yo, bartender.
Welcome to Hannavars. Follow 3 simple rules and you'll have a good time. Rule number 1. We maintain a segregated lounge.
You must stay within your own designated cast area. The Na Familia will not abide a low-born interloper, and I don't want to.
And someday I really need to play the game while not streaming because I really want to listen to the podcasts and in-game community stuff and all the music channels. I'm over 150 hours into the game and I've still never done that.
What they cost. You pay up front, no haggling and no discounts for any Harkonnens. Don't even ask. Rule number 3, stay out of the back room. It's off limits. I'm Anushka Hanovar. This is my place.
Is this my contact? No, I need to sit, probably. Okay, that wasn't it. I've heard that the radio is awesome. Yeah, I haven't used it yet, though. I think she is the contact, though. I wonder why she didn't have... Maybe that's because it was her first speech.
Because you've never been to much. Every millimeter and every shape. In truth, we are shamelessly borrowing from the nautical, the bones of which this particular specimen was me. No, that would be my father. He was a whaleboat captain in Krasinux and more than 11 minutes.
Yep.
Hide that now hangs behind the Baron's rather ample habitus is a. That's a special drink. Fresh citric juice is hard to come by on Arrakis.
This must have been a code that I probably should have read the quest journal to know about. All the spice beers.
Is there anything else with that?
Looking for a smoker called Tuco.
You're the second one looking for Tuco in the past week.
Who was asking?
I don't know and I don't want to know. I've got enough drama in my life dealing with the Harkonnens.
What did you tell them?
Same thing I'm gonna tell you. Most of my clientele don't want to be found.
Okay.
And I don't ever ask.
Sergeant Valk said you would help.
Kara sent you, huh? I warned her about dealing with Tuco. He's as greasy as it gets. Tuco's a slippery bastard. Won't be easy if he doesn't want to be found. See that room at the back? Normally, I would advise anyone and everyone to stay the hell out of there if they like the skin on their bodies.
It's in the back room.
It's a Samut lounge. He doesn't have a choice if he wants to avoid pissing off Fenring any more than he already has.
What about rule number 3?
The smugglers keep a ledger in there to coordinate dead drops. Tuco's in that book somewhere.
Copy that.
If you want to find him, you need to walk into that back room like you belong there and check the book for yourself.
Copy that.
It's written in code, of course. But if you can look it over and report back, I may be able to figure out where Tuco is holed up.
How do you open up the radio? You go into your menu. You go into the social tab. You go over to the CommuniNet. And here are all the radio stations that you can listen to, as well as broadcast channels like the weather, Zantara, emergency broadcast, the Landsrat, all this stuff that you can listen to. I don't have this turned on because I'm in streamer mode. And so streamer mode automatically mutes these by default to not run into any issues with like copyright flagging and stuff for YouTube and Twitch. But one of these days, I'm going to take the time to play the game offline. And I've heard these are awesome. I've heard these give you the Fallout experience. So if you loved like all the radios and radio stations and Fallout, plus there's like literal radio dramas that play out. There's like there's podcasts, like in-game podcasts and stuff, which is pretty awesome. Give me 2 seconds, guys. I'm gonna go grab another cup of coffee, and I do gotta update my wife on something real quick because I got a text message that I want to tell her about. So give me a couple minutes here. Be right back. They are not AI driven. I believe they are all handcrafted. I gotta send a voice message real quick. Hang on. Not only that, Hyde, if the AMA yesterday, I loved there was a question that somebody asked where they were they had a list of like demands, and Joel's answer was somewhere along the lines of, and I'm paraphrasing because I don't, you know, that was yesterday's video. His answer was I think he said something along the lines of, from the way you wrote your things, I could tell that you were a player who values efficiency above all other things. However, with Dune, we value Dune above all other things. So our primary vision for this game is driven by the books and the book lore and adherence to the books themselves. So our number one priority as Funcom is the books. And I read that answer and I went, I don't know Joel in real life. I've had the pleasure of working with the Funcom team for the past year in the content creator program, and I didn't know who they were before that. Like, I didn't know who they were as a company. I'd never played any of their games before. Then the announcement was made for this game. I played Conan Exiles, was like, okay. I tried Secret Worlds, was like, meh. Didn't try Age of Conan. Got the beta invite last year. Started to get to know the marketing team. Shout out fist bump to Christina. And through hands-on stuff with beta, I've been able to associate with these people. So I have come to know them purely from Dune Awakening. And I can tell you that everybody that I have interacted with on the Funcom team loves Dune. Like, loves Dune. And also loves their job. Like, they're also a team who grew from like 30 people back in the day when they made Anarchy Online or whatever that other game was that they did forever and ever ago. And now they have a team of several hundred. And this game in particular has allowed them to grow significantly as a company. And they have, I would argue, not all of their eggs, but they have a lot of their eggs in this basket. So they have a desire to make this work more than any of their other projects, because it's a big IP and it's tied to a lot of things. There's active movie development, there's active television show development, there's active comic book development, there's active novel development still being written by Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson. So there is an active IP that is way more active than like the Conan IP. So for the foreseeable future, Dune is going to be a very hot ticket, and yeah, like I said, from everything I've seen so far, the team is very passionate, and I don't have any of the baggage from the previous Funcom stuff, because I know some people have baggage. Like somebody came into my chat the other day, And I don't know the full context of this, so I'm gonna paraphrase here. Somebody came into my chat the other day and said, "Hey, Renfail, Josh Strive Hayes made a video the other day talking about how Funcom has a horrible reputation for abandoning their past projects, and look at how they abandoned." And they mentioned this 20-year-old MMO that was Funcom's very, very first project. I think it's Anarchy Online. And I haven't watched Josh Strive Hayes' video. I know who Josh Strive Hayes is. I have respect for him as a content creator, so I don't know the context of this or what the accuracy of this claim was. But my reaction to that comment was, you cannot realistically expect a company to put as much investment into a 20-year-old product as a brand new product. The first game they published is a 20-year-old game. No one is going to put the amount of assets and attention and time and everything else into a 20-year-old product as they are with the new product. So it's a very unrealistic take, assuming that's the actual accurate take. Again, I haven't watched the video, so I'm making a statement here. As a company, you're going to do the things that help your company grow the most. And right now, Dune is where that ticket is. So the meal ticket is Dune, and they appear to be doing a great job in making this game even better than, it's been great since launch. You're in the wrong, but you're in the wrong place to complain about Starfield walkthrough, because I love Starfield. I have over 600 hours in 2 different playthroughs of Starfield, and you're not going to find shelter here if you want to bash Bethesda or you want to bash Starfield. You're in the wrong place, buddy. I love Starfield and I love Bethesda. So Funcom has done a good job with this game. They still do stuff with Anarchy, but you can't realistically expect them to put the same amount of resources into Secret World and Age of Conan and Conan Exiles as you do this game. Are they still working on those other projects? Yes, but they have a very small team while working on those projects compared to this project, which is their bread and butter, and this is the big new thing. And anyone who makes comments like that about how dare they, Funcom abandoned their old... Dude, go run a business. Go run a business and then come back and talk to us about what a company should or shouldn't do, because you've never had to make payroll before if you make statements like that. Because when you have to make payroll, and you're trying to build your company and grow your company and pay everybody's salaries and pay everybody's health insurance and everything, you're going to do what is best for the company. And the best for the company is to grow. And the best thing to grow is to do the new product and the new IP and the things that are going to get you the most growth. Focusing on a 20-year-old game is not the way to do that. By the way, the cone of silence in here, I didn't know this existed until Joel pointed it out to me in my stream the other day. Check this shit out. Our favorite NPC has a cone of silence around her. I did a YouTube short about this, but I didn't even know this was a thing until Joel pointed it out. But like, all the music is gone, and that's it. So cool. You spot the smuggler's call sign among a jumble of encoded coordinates. What's up, Sig?
Welcome back. That's a special drink. Was there anything else with that? Well, this is just an informed guess, but I'm pretty sure that code refers to a dead drop on top of one of the rock spires in Jabal Ifrit.
Well, then that's where I'll start my search. Back to the Haga Basin.
Dissemination of unauthorized information.
Locate Tuco's stash. I don't know if I want to locate Tuco's stash. Tuco was one bad mofo in Breaking Bad, and if he's over here in Dune as well, man, I don't know that I want to cross Tuco. Alright, Haga Basin, please. And we will want to approach from the northern side. But going back to the, having spent a lot of time working with Funcom people now, just purely from a content creator standpoint, they have treated me better than just about any other team I've ever worked with. And I think based on what I have seen of their production of Dune Awakening and their passion for the lore and everything, I would put them up there, in my opinion. Again, I don't have Funcom baggage. So for me, I rank them up there with like Larian Studios as like one of the favorite teams I've been able to be associated with and work with and love their games and am having fun playing their titles. But I do realize and recognize that, some people have feelings because of 20-year-old MMOs. But again, I don't have that baggage, so. And I recognize as well that I have streamer privilege a little bit. But I've also busted my ass to get to this point, so it's not so much privilege, it's just a recognition of the time that I've put in building up my platforms to be able to be in the position to work with Funcom at that level. Bobby says it was at least 150,000 milliliters of water. Thank you, Jari. Water is a big thing, dude. I hit the roadblock today of water consumption, which is why I spent the entire first 2 hours of the stream today was literally setting up another cistern and 2 more water filters, 2 more water traps, wind traps, because I can't start production of tier 5 because I need so much water. Oh, that's awesome, Falcons. So yesterday, if you remember correctly, we were over near Falcon's base, and we saw there's a massive guild base over there, and he was saying he's watched the base being constructed, but he had never seen anybody actually at the base. And he just said yesterday he saw the carryall and 2 assault thopters heading out to go to the deep desert in formation, and it was so cool. That is cool, man. Is that a landing platform? Can I land on this? I was gonna say, I'm gonna land this bitch right here, even if I'm not supposed to. Meters down here. Okay. Traces. I need to use a scanner. Oh, we're going a long way away. Okay. Nope, nope, nope. Do not fly over that sand. The worm will get you. Yeah, you'll never be able to keep up Transcend. It's a lesson in futility. All you can do is struggle bus until you have enough. That's what I have found. Struggle bus until you have enough. And then you'll start working on something else and you'll be struggle busting again. I was fine until I decided to move into tier 5. Once I moved into tier 5, I was like, oh crap, now I've got to do it all over again. 6 says I've known Funcom for years. Through playing many other games, it has made some memorable memories. That is awesome. That waypoint is bugged. Because it says 300 meters away, but it's definitely not 300 meters away. It's just right here somewhere. It says 100 meters that way, but then you start moving this direction and it disappears. So I may have to go Reddit this. Investigate the mineral extraction facility, which is going to be... I bet I have to go in... which is going to be in the Haga Rift. I bet is what it's. I bet that's what's going on. It's going to be down here somewhere. Yeah, I just figured that out. Okay. Still got to keep going down. This might be it right here. Is that it? Nope, still says keep going down. Hang on, we got a mineral facility here. Well, let's keep going down. Yep, it's gonna be this one right here. Somewhere up in here. I need... Yeah, but that's just smart business. Like, I would abandon projects too if they stopped making money. Like, that's just called running a business. I'm not going to continue to sink money into something if it stops bringing in a profit. Like, that's why I always say anybody who accuses a company of just abandoning a project, I feel like those people have never run companies before. Like, run a company, a for-profit enterprise, where you have everybody has payroll and you have employees who need paychecks. Very quickly, you will find out that you don't continue to invest time into something if it's not making money. You know, you move on to other things. That's just business. But I get it. I get that people have feelings associated, because when people invest hundreds of hours into MMOs, they get emotions attached. And dude, this wants me to go into the... I didn't bring a radiation suit. Damn it. How bad is this radiation? Smuggler's corpse is marked by ink vines. Seeing their dealings with the slavers ended badly. Report back to Kara. Oh, that wasn't too bad. Alright. I got all nervous for nothing. I know, Hector. I demand that the company give me satisfaction. I feel like that's the same thing as like demanding that McDonald's bring back burgers and menu items from 20 years ago, like, or Burger King or Walmart. How dare you not sell the same cereal you sold 20 years ago? How dare you not use the same packaging on the Frosted Flakes? Oh, you guys want to hear something really funny? I'll have to wait till we get to it. I'll show you I'll show you something here in a minute. I gotta get out of here and get to a safe spot. I do have a funny thing that I want to show you in terms of people who want things from 20 years ago. Just hang on a minute. I gotta get to a safe place first. Probably the quickest thing is to head to the eastern wall here. I gotta go see if we have this box. This stream should not be listed as the altars. Oh, thank you for letting me know that. Trip-Rom. I wonder how that happened. Well, that's a quick fix. What's it listed on? It's listed as Dune Awakening on... I must have clicked the wrong thing on YouTube this morning. Because we're listed as Dune Awakening on Twitch. Well, I just recategorized it over on YouTube. Sorry about that. Must have misclicked something at 4 o'clock in the morning. Now you got me questioning, did I set all the descriptions and tags up properly? And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why that happened. I was supposed to play the altars this morning, and I chose at the last minute not to play altars because of the issues with the copyrighted music and all the other stuff that's going on. So my brain at 4 o'clock this morning was like, I'm playing the altars, but then I made a last minute decision to play Dune Awakening. So I set all the tags and descriptions up as Dune Awakening, but I left the game tag on YouTube as the altars. Because it's flagged properly on Twitch. I just checked. It's listed as Dune Awakening on. Oops! 5 hours later. I'm only human after all. Fuck, were we going back to Arakeen or Harko? I didn't check my quest journal. I think it's back to Arakeen. It might be Harko. I don't know. I gotta pee really bad, so we're gonna go back to Arakeen. And might have to go back to Harko. Oh well. We're doing trooper quests this morning. Saving up money for my next taxes. Alright, I'll be right back. It's telling a catch basin in the bathroom. At some point, we're going to be doing some construction stuff. So, talking a few minutes ago about people who unrealistically want things to go back the way they were 20 years ago, right? So this is only going to make sense if you're from the United States. If you're not from the United States, I'll explain it so that it makes more sense. So a few years ago, this might be 5 or 6, could even be 10 years ago, my brain gets a little fuzzy. The US went through a big sort of cultural movement where they started renaming a lot of products because the names were considered racist or culturally insensitive. So, like, some of the baseball teams got renamed because they were called, like, the Indians, and that was considered very offensive, so it got changed to other things. The Native Americans started becoming called First Nations. Products became renamed because of new viewpoints on culturally insensitive titling and or phrases. So there used to be, and they don't show the logo anymore. So there was a pancake mixture in the United States, like a pancake mix called Aunt Jemima. And on the cover of that was the picture of an old black woman wearing like colonial style clothing. And Aunt Jemima had been a loved brand of pancakes for forever. But they had to change their name and their logo because it was considered racially insensitive to have a black woman wearing colonial style clothing on it, because that represented slavery and oppression when black women were forced to be slave cooks for white people. And so they moved away from that, and they call themselves Pearl Miller Company now, and they've changed their logo entirely. But at least where I live, I don't know if this is the same in the United States. Uncle Ben is another one. Uncle Ben's Rice is no longer called Uncle Ben's Rice in the United States. It might be still be called Uncle Ben's, but I think they've changed the logo entirely. So this is no longer called Aunt Jemima. It's now called Pearl Milling Company, and they have a logo. If I can show that, it's like it's a logo of a building on it. It says established since 1889. So it's now called Pearl Milling. But what it says here in Mexico when you buy it, new name, same flavor. So it used to be called Aunt Jemima, but now it's called Pearl Milling Company. But new name, same flavor. Asking companies to go back to things from 20 years ago is stupid. For reasons like this. Like, we're not ever going to go back to things from 20 years ago because it makes no sense to go back to things from 20 years ago. Constantly expecting companies to maintain things from 20 years ago is also ridiculous. Grow the fuck up. Get with the times. That's what I have to say about that. It might still be called Uncle Ben's in the US, but I think they did change the logo, though, because that was also an old black man, and that was considered no longer appropriate. I don't think I've ever bought that rice before, so I've always just bought a big old bag of rice and cooked it on my own. Ravesar says, in Sweden, my hockey team had to change the logo of a Native American chief's head. We kept the team name, though. Yeah, there's been a lot of, renaming over the years. But the point I wanted to make was, like, you can't expect companies to go back to the way things were 20 years ago, or to maintain things from 20 years ago. Times changed, things evolve.
But EverQuest is still going. Why can't you keep EverQuest the same? I want my
That's why you have the 1,500 players who have their characters on the Project 1999 server, because they refuse to move on. There's 1,500 people out there who refuse to move past 1999. They refuse to play modern EverQuest. They refuse to move beyond that 1999 version of the game. And there's always going to be that same 1,500 people who are stuck with Anarchy Online for... Is it Anarchy Online? Was that Funcom's first game? I need to make sure to fact check myself. Anarchy. Yeah. Developer Funcom, published Funcom, released in 2001. Jesus, that was a long time ago. Yeah, it's July or August. Have they announced a date for that, Ravesar? Because yesterday's AMA said July or August for the next content update. Do you know where they said early July, Ravesar? Because yesterday's AMA said July or August. So I'm just curious where you saw that they moved it up to early July. All right, got my mission.
Did you find? Of course not. He's a degenerate liar and a thief. But I didn't ask you to fall in love with him. I asked you to find him. Did you?
Yeah, I can't find a Funcom source, so I can't confirm that that's actually true. Tuco's dead,
Damn it,
honey.
Tuco. I loved you like the degenerate shitbag uncle you thought you were. It's true. You never missed an opportunity to rip me off. When your hands weren't in my pocket, they were on my ass. But you always had my back. Rest in peace, Uncle Tuco. I guess I owe you some training, Boot.
Can I also put my hands on your ass? Maybe not, you're a little dirty. Gotta clean you up first. Alright, I'm up to 23,000. That's almost enough to pay my taxes. Okay, I now have rank 2. Trooper stuff, which is nice. Because I can take range damage. Is there another rank to the Shiga Wire? What's the next rank give you? I wish you could see the ranks. View next level. There we go. Oh, it's range. The range is longer. So the first rank is 1800. The next range is 2160. The third range is 2500. Okay. Yeah, it's especially rough if you try to play KOTOR on the Xbox, Hector, because the Xbox Series X, as an example, because you can get KOTOR in the store. And I think KOTOR is even on Game Pass with Xbox. And if you go load it, it's in square format because they've never updated the formatting, the resolution for that game. So you're playing it in a square resolution like you're back on an old CRT monitor. And it's like, I mean, I have nostalgia for Knights of the Old Republic. It's an amazing game, but it really drives me up the wall when people say there's never been a better Star Wars game than Knights of the Old Republic. You're full of shit when you say that. Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order are infinitely better than the Knights of the Old Republic game in every way, shape, or form. Better graphics, better audio, better lightsaber, better combat, better physics, better everything. The writing might be better in terms of branching dialogue and story and all of this stuff, but outside of the writing in Knights of the Old Republic, everything about modern games is better. Better game engines, better physics engines, better lighters, better shaders, better sound quality, better soundtracks. Some people get this weird thing with nostalgia where they're like, this is the best it's ever going to be. Nothing's ever going to be better than this. Yeah. It's like, no, that's just not true. Not true. Star Wars The Old Republic is a great example of a game that is superior to Knights of the Old Republic and Knights of the Old Republic 2 in every way. Star Wars The Old Republic is one of the best Star Wars games ever created. And it's dated. Like, even by today's standards, it is a dated game. But it is still an amazing live service product. correct, Drew Brom. Those things will never happen because MMOs are player driven. Exactly. So it's like you just have to accept that the industry has moved on. And also, there's a fundamental lack of understanding when it comes to game development these days by the people who want to remain rooted in nostalgia. Because they will say things like, the game from 20 years ago was better. And it's like, no, it wasn't. Well, but the writing was better. Okay, possibly. But the reason I will say possibly is this. Modern games, you know, the easiest example I can give to this is people say that games need to come on physical hardware. I need to be able to buy a box and have my game on that disc, and the game needs to be perfect, and I should never have to patch it. And that game should be perfect on the day it launches, and I should be able to have everything. Okay, first and foremost, most games these days are going to be north of 60 gigs at the minimum size. Let's say 50 gigs is the bare minimum. But let's look at games like Call of Duty, which are 250 gigs plus. You are not going to get a physical box with 250 gigs worth of stuff in it. There's too much production to make a device that's going to deliver that 250 gigabyte product to you. Furthermore, patching, which is a natural aspect of any modern game these days, every time they do a patch, you're going to be looking at something that is gigabytes worth of information. I need a game that's only played offline and I should never have to patch it. You're so stupid. You don't understand game development when you say things like that. You just don't understand game development. You don't understand programming, modern game development, and the amount of information that is shuffled between audio and visual and shaders and lighting and programming code. There are gigabytes of information that have to go into a patch, any sort of patch, and complexities that are magnitudes. We're talking tens of millions of lines of code. It is an impossibility to ship you a modern game on a physical disc or something and have it be completely good to go and not need some sort of a patch. That's just never going to happen. Those days went out the window the day that the games we started making became larger than what you could store on a DVD. The day that we entered into the realm of tens of gigabytes, right? Games being 50 gigabytes, you're not going to see physical media like you used to. And wishing for that to happen again is a waste of your time. It's never going to go back. It's never going to go back. You're never getting back to those days. So it's one of those things where, you know, I can't even, I own 3 generations of laptops right now. I have, this one I just bought last year. I bought one about 8 years ago, and then I have one that I bought before that. All 3 of my laptops, I don't have physical drives. I also have diskless. I have a diskless PlayStation 5. I think my Xbox has a disc on it. My Xbox does have a disc on it. And that's because that's the only Xbox Series X I could get, was the one that had a disc mount on it. But my PS5 is digital. So I haven't had a disc drive in like 15 years. I've been 100% digital and diskless for 15 years. So I'm not in the camp of people who are like, I need my physical media. I'm like, nope, I've modernized and moved with the industry.
You're back.
And that's why, by the way, I had a point I wanted to make with this rant. That's why we don't get games that have as much story as like what we used to see in Knights of the Republic, as an example, or Baldur's Gate 2, Baldur's Gate 3 being an exception. And the reason is because to create a story-driven game today, you have to decide what your company is going to do. You're either going to focus on graphics and good motion capture and all that stuff, or you're going to focus on good writing and great voice acting. And no, you are not allowed to use Baldur's Gate 3 as an example to which every studio should be upheld. Baldur's Gate 3 is a unicorn. If you don't understand what a unicorn is, you should Google it. A unicorn, especially in relation to investments. What is a unicorn in the world of business and in the world of investments? A unicorn is something that happens extremely rarely. It happens so rarely, it's considered a once-in-a-generation type of thing. And it is not something by which every other companies should be held accountable. It is something to which every company should strive to achieve, but it is also something that is the perfect combination of elements that is so perfect and so rare that it is called a unicorn because of that. And even Baldur's Gate 3 does not have the best motion capture or the best of many different things, but it is exceptionally good at many things. Oh, old game manuals, that would be awesome, but the cost to produce, the cost to print, the cost to ship, cost of shipping is outrageous. This little book, look at this. This is a 135-page novella. Tiny little print book. I think I paid $7 for it or something. This is from Liam, who that's his first book. This cost me like $7 to purchase off of Amazon, right? Something like that. This thing cost me almost $20 to ship to my homestead. Look at the size of that thing. It weighs nothing. It cost me $20 fucking to ship that. So because my brother and I have published tabletop, the reason we don't have a physical version of our tabletop books, our tabletop guidebooks and stuff, all of our tabletop stuff, is because the cost of production. So if we wanted to produce that book, it's going to cost us next to $30 to print. I think it was $33 or $34 to print with premium ink and $28 to print with non-premium ink. So let's say we went with the premium ink. $32, let's say $35 for the sake of argument. $35 to just to print a copy of our tabletop rule book, which is a 5th edition rule set book. So $35 to print it. Well, then I have to worry about my profit because we put a lot of man hours into that product, and we still have to worry about the cost of shipping. Now, the cost of a hardback, you guys have all played tabletop D&D. Like those books are hefty. So the cost of one of those books to ship it from the US to Australia is $50. $50 to ship one book to Australia. And then depending on where in North America you're talking, anywhere from $7 to $25 to ship. Europe is like $35. So I've got a $35 price. Let's say an average of $35 to ship. I now have to charge $70 just to produce and ship that book somewhere in the world. $75. Where's my profit? Well, let's say my brother and I want to make a very medium salary of $25 an hour for the 1,000 man hours that we put into that book. Well, then I need to price that book at $90 so that I can make $15 on that book. Okay, so now I'm charging $95, and people look at that and they go, well, why the fuck would I buy your book when I could buy a Dungeons & Dragons book for $50? They're only charging me $50 for their book. That's because Dungeons & Dragons, Hasbro, has printing facilities in China where they mass produce 1 million copies, and they can print theirs for about $5 per. I can't do that because I'm doing small batch printing. So I can only print those at $35 per. I don't have a shipping facility or a printing facility in China that I can go to because they want you to produce in bulk, and I can't sell enough copies, or at least I can't guarantee enough sales of copies to go out unless I want to pay for it out of pocket. And then if you want me to print, those places usually want 1,000 copies printed at a minimum to even run something through their printers. So now I've got to cough up at minimum $25,000 to be able to cover, because they won't give me that big of a discount. I'm not getting $5 per copy. I might get $25 per copy. If I want $5 per copy, I got to agree to like 1 million print run. So these are the things that when people complain about how, why can't these companies go back to 20? I'm like, you guys have never run a fucking business. There's a bunch of ignorant people out there who are like, game companies should give me everything I want. And I'm like, you guys just don't understand. You don't understand print. You don't understand shipping. You don't understand manufacturing. You don't understand warehouses. You don't understand taxes. You don't understand any of the logistics of printing boxes of video games and physical manuals and all the things that companies used to do when it was much cheaper to produce. And I'm going to shut up and get back to playing the game because I've been ranting for like 30 minutes.
I feel like A clutch of Centrixian flatworms are having an orgy in my skull. I need you to shoot me, Boot. Put me down. Like a syphilitic Kulon.
Can't do that, Sarge.
It's the withdrawal, Boot. The stimulation from the implant. It's like nothing you've ever experienced before. Think of the greatest spice high, mixed with the most powerful orgasm you've ever had. Except it goes on and on, as long as the button is pushed.
Trying to make it sound bad?
Before long, you find yourself doing anything. As long as they hit that button one more time. It was the only thing that kept me in line.
Hard to imagine, Sarge.
They had me, and there was nothing I could do about it. I only escaped because we came here. The static interference disrupted the control deck. But even though I got away, I never really got away. In my wildest dreams, I never imagined how dependent I'd grown on that stimulation. Its absence is excruciating.
So what can we do about it?
If you don't shoot me in the face, you're going to have to find me some stims. There's a back alley surgeon in Harco. She doesn't like me very much, but she won't turn you away. She'll know what to do. As always.
Alright, back to Harco Village. Gotta go find some drugs for the doc. From the doc. Yeah, that's another aspect, Yari, is like not everybody has the access to the same level of internet these days. I mean, we are getting better every year at providing, you know, baseline broadband internet on a global level, but there are still pockets where you can't get it. And like my brother is very lucky. He was able to finally switch to Starlink about 3 years ago, maybe 2. It's been at least 2, maybe 3 years ago. He was able to switch to Starlink, but up until about 2-3 years ago, my brother lived so far out in the middle of nowhere that he was unable to get anything other than shitty satellite internet. So what he did is he literally built himself a solar tower on his own. He bought solar panels, rigged up his own solar tower with a Wi-Fi modem that pointed at town, and he was able to get wireless internet from a provider that lived 20 miles away from him. But he had to set up the tower all by himself. He had to buy the modem, buy the router, buy the wireless satellite that shot to the Wi-Fi tower in town. He had to put up a solar panel. He had to do it all himself because ain't nobody was giving him nothing. And he was getting like 8 down, 8 up, which is better than nothing because the satellite companies weren't going to give him that, you know. And then thankfully he was able to switch over to Starlink 2-3 years ago. Satellite is crap, you know, which is why, you know, Starlink is a great option for people who have no other options. But we're a long way from that being something that's readily affordable and available to everybody on the planet. You accidentally harvested a spice node with the shield on, Yeller? Nice. Hang on, you posted a link in Discord. Let me go look. Hang on. Gotta maximize this. Let's go check this out. This is Yeller harvesting spice with the shield on. Man, you guys are way braver than I am. I'm terrified to take my ornithopter out there on the sand. I don't need spice yet, so I've been just ignoring it. Oh, you did almost get it. Oh, shit. That'll make you pucker. Oh no. Oh, can I fast forward through that? That was awesome. Just right at the last second. Oh, he almost got you. Good times. You're still wearing your brown suit. Oh, we've already covered that, Makaza. It's all related to the cost. Costs have gone up for everything. But I've already talked about that elsewhere. Like, I'm happy to give a very brief version of that here. But the reason digital costs have gone up is because everybody's costs have gone up. People who don't understand cost of living.
But digital products should cost the same amount of money.
They should never go up. No, I'm sorry. So here's an example. My cost of living has gone up. I would have to do the math. I'd say it's gone up 15 or 20% in the 3 years that we've been here. My cost of living has gone up, even though I own everything. My cost of living has gone up because electricity has gone up, internet has gone up, corn has gone up, so the cost to feed our chickens has gone up, my meat has gone up, my eggs have gone up, all of those things has risen. So, if I am working as a human being and I am doing, let's say I do 100% digital work for somebody. So I'm creating a digital PDF for a company. No physical media whatsoever. I'm creating a PDF that has digital images, digital text. It's 100% digital. Everything we do is it's a PDF. It's 100% a digital object. But also, let's just say we can use a video game as an example. My costs to live have gone up. Therefore, my costs I need more money to pay for my base expenses. So I need to charge more money for my services. Which means if I'm creating images, or if I'm writing text, or I'm editing text, or I'm editing images, or I'm doing graphic design, or I'm doing asset creation, I'm doing programming, whatever it is that I'm doing, even if it's in a digital space, I need to charge more for that to cover my rising cost of living. Okay? So therefore, my costs have gone up. I'm charging my clients, or I'm charging companies more money for my services because my costs have gone up. That company has to pay me more. That means their cost to produce has gone up. Taxes go up. They have employees. Well, insurance goes up. Health insurance goes up. So companies have to pay their employees more money to do the same jobs because of all these other things that rise. So, yes, digital costs go up because all the other shit in life goes up. It's simple economics. So when someone comes at me and says, how dare Microsoft charge $80 for a product? They're just a greedy corporation. Do I disagree that Microsoft is a greedy corporation? No. No. Microsoft, there is no reason that there should be CEOs making $250 million a year while the grunts only get paid 50 grand. That sort of shit is late stage capitalism, which sucks and it needs to go away, but that's not what's really driving the issue behind the rising cost of things like digital products going up to $80. Those companies have the same rising costs that you and I face in our lives, and those companies happen to be driven by investors who want to maintain their profit margins. Therefore, they raise their prices. But you can't claim that it's all just because of greedy capitalism. Like, your rent has gone up, your health insurance has gone up, your petroleum, cost of petroleum has gone up. Like, I keep going back to, like, the costs to live in a cave 5,000 years ago were much less than what we have today. But guess what we didn't have 5,000 years ago? We didn't have internet, we didn't have air conditioning, we didn't have medicine, we didn't have science, we didn't have airplanes, we didn't have cell phones, we didn't have all the things that modern living gives us. So it's a little bit ridiculous to think that things should remain the same costs forever. Like, we were at $50 for a long time, then we were at $60 for a long time. The jump from 70 to 80 came quicker than I would have liked it to happen, but we also can't complain. It's like, things should never go up. Not really. Like, I get it. I get it. Greedy corporations, I get it, but that's not the root of everything's. It's not the root of every single problem. Like, sometimes things cost so more because of just reasons.
Welcome,
There's nothing we can do
stranger.
about it.
If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of locally sourced natural remedies for whatever ails you.
Kara Valk sent.
Kara sent you? Well then, you can turn around and piss right off to whatever hole she found you in.
Wow.
Her name is shit around here.
Wow. Well then. That's the short version anyway.
None
Of
your
why
bloody
I don't
business.
back
What's
the whole
matter
game
with
shouldn't
her
cost
now?
$80. I can tell you, I certainly charge more money for my services. I don't do work for anybody anymore. But if I were going to go out there and produce something today, I would charge easily. I would charge 50% more than I was charging 5 years ago when I was still working for other people. Absolutely. Like, my day rate in 2007, my day rate was $500 a day. That was 2007 numbers. I guarantee you, if I would go back and like work at that level again, I would want $1,000 a day or more to do the same type of work that I used to do. Like, and that's just because the costs have gone up. Like, and that was back when I ran a construction company. So if I've got a vehicle and I've got a crew and I've got all the tools and I'm running insurance costs, everything else, like, I need to make $1,000 a day just to make my own costs break even. My guys need to be making $750 a day to make their salary and all their insurance and overhead. And then I've got, I need to be making $3,000 a day for a 3-man crew. And so now you start getting these people who are like, well, I want you to do a bathroom remodel in my house. And I'm looking at that going, well, that's going to be 7 days, $3,000 a day. I want to make a little bit of profit. I want $25,000. And then you get homeowners who are like, oh, $25,000 for 7 days. Well, fuck no, I can't pay that. That's ridiculous. No, it's not ridiculous. That's the cost of living. Like, $25,000 for a bathroom remodel, that's just costs, baby.
She must be suffering terribly. If I were you, I would go quickly and find someone who gives a shit.
Okay. Jari says, I wonder how it looked 5,000 years ago streaming in a cave. Throwing rocks and cones and mimicking sword fights with sticks. Well, it would be like, look at the stage productions that Shakespeare put on, That was the streaming of. It's an entertainment source, it's live entertainment. So I think the theater, I think that's the best example of what it would have looked like in caveman days too, is like somebody getting up in front of the fire and doing like shadow puppets on the wall. I believe you have sworn order to provide care when called upon.
Look, even if I wanted to help her, which I don't, I haven't been able to get medical supplies in weeks.
What if I could get your bed supplies going again?
Tell you what, if you can fix my medical supply issue, I'll help Sergeant Falk, as much as it pisses me off to do so.
I'll do it.
Talk to Anushka Hanova. She'll point you in the right direction.
Okay. That's not my responsibility, Mr. Bakaza. So the question asked then is fair enough, but how do we square massive companies making record profits while also minimizing or not providing benefits to contractors, poor working conditions, etc.? Firing swaths of the same people. That's called late-stage capitalism. I'm not going to fix late-stage capitalism. You're not going to fix late-stage capitalism. That's not something that any one individual can make. And we've had this discussion in the past. We had a couple of community members actually who ended up falling away because they got so up in arms about it. To change something at that level is going to require a fundamental shift in how we operate as a human species. Not as a governmental entity, as a human species. we're going to have to go through something so devastating that it changes the way the world operates away from capitalism to something else. We're never going to get to the Star Trek utopia of we don't need money and everybody gets to do what they want and creative stuff is the awesome, let's explore space. That's never going to happen because we are not ready as a human species for that to happen. So we can talk about big companies and how they're corruption and all this other stuff, and we can how it's not fair, and okay, good luck. I have my bills to pay, I have a wife to support, I have my homestead and my animals. I don't give a shit about anybody outside of that circle, and that's just me being supremely brutally honest with you. I don't give a shit about anybody beyond my personal circle in life. I sure as shit don't care about. I could have empathy for. This is a big thing. This is what I'm trying to point out here. I can have empathy for people that lose their jobs because of corporate corruption, but I don't give a shit. I don't. I can have empathy for those people. Hopefully, I can make that without sounding like a complete dick. I can have empathy for those people, but what I mean by I don't give a shit, it's not that I don't give a shit about the people, is that I don't give a shit about the corporate structure. I can't change it. No one's going to change it. There's too much corruption. It's already gone so far. We're already past the point of no return. I'm not going to change it. Me choosing to recycle a cardboard box doesn't fucking matter when billionaires fly their private jets around the world and just destroy the planet's carbon footprint. Yeah, I'm gonna recycle my single box of cardboard. Good luck with that. Have fun. By the way, I do recycle, but I'm saying I do it for my own. Like, we reuse everything. This literally gets burned to help me start my charcoal grill when I want to go cook burgers. I burn this I don't use lighter fluid. I use cardboard. Like, like no one individually is ever going to change any of it, and none of us. You know who could change it? Billionaires. Are billionaires gonna change it? Fuck no, because they don't give a shit. Billionaires don't care about you and your minimum wage. They don't care about world hunger. They care about things like, I'm gonna make my legacy by flying people to Mars, and we're gonna populate Mars, or I'm gonna go make the next quadrilogy of films about blue-skinned aliens, and how they're just like the Native Americans, First Nations, and colonialism, and billionaires aren't out there solving world hunger, right? Billionaires are using their money to do the things that they want to do, which have nothing to do with the needs of the many. And that's the reality. It's like, yeah, I don't burn the pancakes, I burn the empty box. So we're not ready and this is not me being political, this is me being brutally honest with chat. Like, we're not ready, as a society, we are not ready to move beyond money. And until we are, we're not going to be at the point where we can complain about, oh, greedy corporations with, $250 salaries. Like, I get it. Like, I don't think it's fair either, but I also recognize that I am not going to change that. And I'm not even going to waste my time. On that note, my wife popped in and said my burger is ready, so I'm going to go get my lunch, and I'll be right back. We're going to move into the mukbang portion of the stream for a bit. All right. We're going to keep going here. Obviously, I'm going to take a quick break to eat my lunch. If you get offended by me eating on stream, go do something else for a few minutes, because I will not respond to anyone who's like, don't eat on stream. And I will quickly tell you that you can go watch someone else. And we jokingly refer to this as the ASMR mukbang portion of the stream. Brought to you by my loving wife, who made me a hamburger and fries today. We buy our beef directly from a ranch locally. You should also do the same if you can. Talk doesn't change anything. Talking does nothing. Actions speak louder than words. And ain't nobody got billions of dollars to fight against the system of the regime. So when you come back with $1 billion and you're ready to do something about it, that's how things change. As they say, talk is cheap. I can talk all day. Actions, oh man, actions have risk. Actions create consequences. Get thrown in jail for taking action. People come after you for taking action. Hell, sometimes people come after you just for words. Okay. WCI. I just got asked if I wanted a Coke, and I went, yes, please. Coca-Cola with the ice. Well, now I want a beer, damn it. This is what Babylonia just said. That is so true. Babylonia said, I used to believe words could change the world. 5 decades on, I realized this is vanity. The playing field isn't level. Money trumps words every time, sadly. Yeah. Money makes the world go round. Words don't mean shit. I mean, even the Star Trek Utopia didn't come around until there was a global catastrophe that forced the species to make changes. We all know global warming isn't enough of a threat. Like, I don't know what is. Is it going to be an asteroid like in the movies? I don't know. But every single asteroid movie you've ever seen, the rich just build boats and arcs and space stations and escape. And the rest of the plebs die. Like, where are your words going to help you when there's an asteroid headed to the planet? Are your words going to save you? Or is a huge $1 billion checkbook going to save you? Like, thank you, babe. And no rum and Coke right now, just regular, straight up Coca-Cola. That's the hardest thing, what Babylonia just said, though. Try to love a little bit more every day when you can. Most people don't have that functionality built in. Like, love your neighbor as yourself. That's a hard ask. I'm eating hamburger and fries that my wife just made for me. Yeah, see, that's the thing, though. Like, so Dribbum said the words of textbooks that teach you science are better than gold. Knowledge is not stored in money. Yes, but when you have corrupt governments that shut down science in favor of, I'm being very careful how I say this because remember, we're not supposed to be political on my channel, so I gotta be careful how I say this. Yeah, these are homemade burgers from our local ranch. There's a local ranch that we buy from. Support your local ranchers, kids. Don't buy meat at the grocery store if you can. What happens is when you have governments who don't believe in science because they want to push idealism and they want to push other agendas, and so you get to a point where science is no longer respected, and that's when you get rhetoric and people who think science is fake. And unfortunately, we have a lot of places in the world right now who don't believe in science. That's that Star Trek utopia we keep talking about. Like, in Star Trek, everybody puts science at the forefront. We're not there yet as a species. That is very true, Great Cat. There's also supposed to be separation of church and state, and that hasn't happened successfully either. So, we have plenty of examples from around the world. Very few systems actually work without flaws. Well, today's lunch was brought to you by my amazing wife, aka the paid actress. I will never say no to a good cheeseburger and fries. Support your local ranchers, kids. By the way, anybody who wants to buy beef directly from a supplier, if you happen to live in North America and in the Midwest, hop in our Discord. My brother has a cattle ranch in Southwest Missouri. They can hook you up.
Welcome back.
All right. God damn, that was good. I feel satiated now. Yari says one good thing in my country is that it's illegal for schools to accept private funding. I wish that were true everywhere. Spade says at the primal core of humanity, we're all unfortunately selfish. We will do the unthinkable to attain our own needs. Oh, I just said that 15 minutes ago. Like, my wife and I, that's it. I do not care. Like, you know, we're helping her family, you know, but when it comes down to it, it's like, I think we talked about this 2 days ago. I will not loan money to people. I won't. I'm sorry. Your needs will not trump my needs. Ever. I'm not going to donate to your cause. You have a product that's going to enhance my life or give me entertainment, then we can talk. But I'm not just going to give somebody money. Don't care if they're a family member or not. And that's just because I have to worry about my wife and myself and our animals.
That's a special drink. Was there anything else with that?
Dr. Kamari says she hasn't received a shipment. Says you knew something about it.
It's
Oh,
not
my wife
fault.
is frowning at me for
Cargo
saying.
wasn't built to support this many people. and doesn't
For
have a
saying, come here.
starport that will
Come here.
accommodate most transport freighters.
I
The only way to get
thank you for
supplies
the
here is in
lunch.
small
I know you're
loads by
listening to the stream. She
ornithopter
just
and
frowned at me because I'm
overnight.
talking about
And
things that she
that's
doesn't like me
proving
talking
to
about
be a
on
big
stream.
problem.
Thank you for lunch. How many burgers did you make? 8. Are they all for us, or did you give some to the cats? Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Medical supplies used to come by ground courier through the Udon, but that run is too dangerous these days.
Uh-oh.
And while the
Better not show him your
Menntat are
hamburger.
getting
He's gonna
aggressive
come.
across the sector,
Go
one
back
that
to sleep,
stands
Frodo.
out is particularly troublesome. So if someone were to pacify
I don't know what
the
you're talking about, Hector.
I might be able to convince my contacts that it's worth the risk to start shipments again.
Consider it done. Enter Takwa's watch. This is going to be an instance, I think. All right. Nope. Must be back on the Haga Basin. Honestly, I wasn't paying attention because I was talking to my wife, so this may be back in Arakeen or something. There is not an option to unlock both factions gear through quests. If you want to unlock the faction gear, you have to make a commitment. And that immediately disqualifies you from the other side unless you betray. So as far as I'm aware, I don't quote me on this. I think you could go rank all the way up with one faction, get everything you wanted, then betray that faction and go do the other side and rank up and get all the things that way. But then you're stuck with the secondary faction. Like, you can't go back from that decision. So, for me personally, I have one character who's a Atreides. I will have another character that's going to be a Harkonnen. There's that map twitchiness that we were talking about earlier. What's up? Oh, you're giving some to Frodo. Here, give me my phone. Yes, he just woke up. He's a big baby. Hang on, what am I supposed to be doing here? Trooper. Deliver the medicine. Enter Tarqua's Watch. 6,000 meters away. Where the heck is Tarqua's Watch? I wasn't paying attention to the quest. Because I was talking. Oh, it is over here. Okay. Oh my. Yeah, you know what? It's going to be quicker for me to hit the shield wall, turn around, go out, and go in from the other side, I bet. Where's that shield? Did you give some to Smeagol too? Huh? You could take. Can you take that, babe? Thank you. Mommy's gonna bring you more hamburger, buddy. All right, let's go around the other side. Dribrom, Joel did say in the Q&A when I have a Q&A published where I was able to sit down with him and some other content creators, and one of the direct questions I asked was, will we be able to go to other planets and locations beyond Arrakis in the years to come? And his direct response was, we have a 10-year plan for Dune Awakening. The first few years are going to be focused on Arrakis because we have more than enough things to do to keep us busy on the planet of Arrakis. But beyond the initial 2 to 3 years, we definitely want to expand beyond Arrakis and explore other things from the Dune universe. So I would say that as long as the game is successful over the next few years and they continue to see long-term support from it, I would say that we could expect to see other planets long-term. Well, if I can turn the camera, Chris, you're decent, yeah? She's giving hamburger to the cats. I've got Frodo and Smeagol are in here, and she makes, whenever we make burgers, they get their own hamburger. They get their own burgers that don't have any spices. So, they also get their own chicken, and our cats eat very, very good. I spend a shitload of money on dried cat food, but they also eat. We every time we make chicken or hamburger or anything, they get their own. Might be lightly seasoned, but a little bit of salt, that's about it. And these are the two boys that are mostly spoiled. Oh yeah, our cats are 100% spoiled. He doesn't want daddy because he knows you've got more hamburger. Yeah, I know, of course he is. He's like, oh, mama, thank you. Considering I played Star Wars: Old Republic and Lord of the Rings Online for more than a decade each, I can reliably say that I anticipate that I will be playing this game for the next decade as well, especially if they continue to produce content. I literally shot between those guys both times. That was awesome. Shit, someone just hit me with a dart. Hunker down and hide. Oh, I actually need this. This is like... Ah! You asshole. I missed. Okay, these guys are a little bit trickier, and I was being sidetracked with my lovely assistant. So let me actually pay attention here. Are we going in? Nope. Oh, I bet we are. It says enter Walker's Watch, so I bet we're going inside. Kill the Masquerade. Okay. Did I miss? Okay. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Bitch. Oh no, I need to get out of here. Oh no, I'm climbing the wall by accident. Yeah, let's get out of here. Run away! That poison is nasty, man. Really?
For the pirate worm.
For the pirate worm?
Give us the
My goodness, those guys were aggressive. Oop, there's still a sniper up here somewhere. Where? Oh, you're up there somewhere. Oh, oh, I see you. Gotcha. In the words of Dave Chappelle, gotcha, bitch! Somebody else still down here? My goodness, this place is crawling with bandits. Well, you want me to return to Harco Village, but I'm here now, so I might as well clear this place. Cause guess what? There's booty, and I like booty. Big sweaty sand booty. Alright. So, how have you guys ever heard the booty song? I can't remember the name of the comedian who sang it. Just go Google the booty song. Big booty, sweaty booty, still suit booty, sandy booty. Hector says, damn you to the seven hells, my finger is hovering over the buy button. I'm having a good time. But I'm also, you know, this is in between other projects, and this is a long-term investment for me, so because I know I've played Star Wars: The Republic and Lord of the Rings Online for years and years and years, I know that I'll get several years of enjoyment out of this. As long as they can continue, you know, the big thing is they're never going to be able to produce content at a fast enough pace to keep up, so the nice thing is that because there's no monthly subscription with this game, I own it, so I can always play it. Pick up the paid DLC as we go along. I got the first few included in the Ultimate Edition, so I'm good to go for the next year and a half, 2 years.
Oh, Shai Hulud, great Father
And knowing that the content updates are every 3 or 4 months, it's going to be really easy for me to just drop back and play this game in between all the other projects that I do.
Rejoice as they witness your vengeance. Their hands will be washed in the water of the wicked, spilled forth in your holy name.
Oh, I think this was the balcony where they were pot-shotting me from earlier. I don't think there's anything else up here. Yeah, exactly. It's a great value for the amount of content. I think it was $50 for the base game. And then like, yeah, I mean, Star Wars: The Republic already has 15 years of content already added to it, and it's free to play if you just want to play. But it's also much more dated, and I can't play Star Wars: The Republic with a controller. That's one of the reasons I quit playing Star Wars: The Republic, is I can't. They haven't added controller support, and I just don't like playing mouse and keyboard games. I also quit playing Lord of the Rings Online for the same reason. They just refuse to add controller support. Now I am going back to playing that with my brother and his kids, but that's purely for the kids. I have no other desire or reason to play Lord of the Rings Online after so many years invested in it. And in both those games' cases, I love those games, but without controller support, I don't want to play them. So Dune Awakening having controller support out of the box, even though it's PC only for the moment, was an easy decision for me, because it was like, yep, good to go. What do you mean by bizarre market, Spade? They answered a bunch of questions yesterday in the AMA about exchange stuff, so I need to understand the question. What do you mean by bizarre market? Whoever tried to tell me that you can glide into that and is full of shit. Nope. They actually reiterated that answer yesterday in the AMA. So if you haven't watched the AMA recap, let me drop that in chat. That was one of the specific questions that was asked yesterday, and they linked back to Joel's post from before the game launched, talking about the monetization of the game, and how there will never be a cash shop ever for this game. No, that's all good. I'm going to drop a link in chat here really quick. Dropping the AMA recap link, and did it not post the link? There it goes. YouTube and Twitch chat should have the link to yesterday's AMA recap video. No monthly subscriptions, no cash shops, paid DLCs with a base game. Somewhere in that AMA is the link to Joel's original blog post talking about the monetization plans for the game. Hang on, did I not? Now tracking Harco Village. Damn it! I clicked something wrong. I need to find a fuel depot. I must have been tracking something else. Fuel depot. Help! Oh, Joel's answers were awesome, Babylonia. I just love how he's like, the one guy, and he literally answered, he was like, sounds to me like you're just a master of efficiency. And unfortunately, Dune Awakening is all about Dune, not efficiency. So, you know, like, we're going by the book, not by your efficiency numbers. I was just like, that's a great answer. Like, lore first. And the other one was the people who keep asking for free, they want full loot PvP, and his answer to them every time has been, so win the lands rad. Win the lands rad, and you can vote on a decree to get full loot PvP. Because they really want, you need to go do the lands rad, and they're very firm on that. It's like, this is not a full loot PvP game. Like, you going out into the deep desert just trying to kill people, that's not how this game is meant to be played. And if you're not willing to play the game the way we designed it, too bad. Like, you want full loot, then win the vote. And that means participating in the lands rad the way the game has been designed. And I love how all the people who don't like that system are making videos like, this game's gonna be dead in a week. This game's gonna be dead in a month. They're not giving me what I want. I'm like, yeah, the 1% of players who rushed. You guys, you know, you guys are gonna be gone in a month. And the other 99% of the players will continue to play the game and have fun the way it was designed. It's not rocket science.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Oh wait, I need to go to the doctor, don't I?
That's a special drink. Was there anything else? Very good then. Tell Dr.
No, it was this lady. We're good. All right. Okay, now we get medicine from the Souk doctor, who was... I gotta remember how I got up the stairs earlier. There were some stairs around here. I'm not that good with... There they are. Yeah, exactly, Bubblinia. I believe I speak for everyone when I say the following. You mean you and your 50 imaginary friends? The 50 imaginary people who gang up on you every time you go into the deep desert, apparently, who the developers say aren't real because they run their own statistics and they've proven that Zergs aren't happening. That was one of my other favorite ones. I think it was Scott was his name. The one guy who was like, every time I go into the deep desert, there's 50 people that Zerg me. And he's like, we're running continual checks on the deep desert, and we've not actually seen that activity taking place more than a couple of times. So yeah, that's not real.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of locally sourced natural remedies.
Anushka said you should pick supplies to start throwing the usual
I don't know
channels.
how many wastelanders you slaughtered to make this happen, but thank you.
You are welcome.
Ah, the paradox of civilization. To maintain it, we must act as savages. Here are the stims Kara requires. Free of charge.
You had these all along?
Of course. What kind of doctor would I be without drugs? We are square now. Don't darken my doorway again.
Do all that for nothing. Barbarossa says there's so much to do in this game that doesn't include PvP. I love this game. Yeah, well, you said I really like this game. I paraphrase, I love this game. So, I like I said, I'm over 150 hours, 0 PvP. Also completed the story in Tier 4 gear. So we've proved that wrong earlier this morning about the people who claim that you can't finish the game without Tier 6 gear. Like, I've already proved that wrong. I have finished the story of the game in Tier 4 gear. Like, we're doing more storylines now in Tier 4 gear. Like, I have a huge base to build. I'm still working, like, we're doing the Trooper quests now. I still haven't done the Swordmaster quests or the Bene Gesserit quests. I haven't done anything in the Deep Desert, and I won't get there for 6 weeks probably, I would estimate. The base build is the big thing for me right now, and after the base build, I'm kind of simultaneously doing base building and Tier 5 production. So the Tier 5 production alone is going to take me 2-3 weeks, because I got to get enough of the Duralanium together. Yeah, that's my minimum. I'm at 150 hours and I don't know anymore. I'm probably like closer to 165 now-ish. But like, it'll be 2-3 weeks for me to finish up crafting all my Tier 5 stuff, because I need an ornithopter. I need 2 ornithopters. I need a scout ornithopter and I need an assault ornithopter. I need all my Tier 5 gear. I need all my Tier 5 weapons. And to do that, I needed more water production, which is hopefully what I got sorted out this morning. Barbarossa says I have over 156 hours of the game, 0 PvP, no deep desert, and no chopper. Yeah, that's why I'm not planning on getting there until probably the end of July. It'll probably be, by the time they roll around and do the patch, which is that big update that they've got coming in July or August, That's about the time that I'll be ready for the deep desert, probably. And whatever that patch is going to add more story content for me to do. So I'll go do that first. Like, there's no rush. And we were talking about this in Discord the other day. I think the vast majority, I think Allie said earlier that she's not even got her ornithopter done yet. Somebody else in Discord said they just got their ornithopter today. Bubbloni just got his ornithopter yesterday. And says, I'm just now crafting tier 4 weapons armor. Like, it's going to be 6-8 weeks before the bulk of the guild is ready to move on to Deep Desert before. And like I said, I don't think we're even ready to, like, make a commitment to a faction yet. I mean, I want to go Atreides, but it doesn't really matter to me. Like, because you can always do solo guild as well. So it's like, if we all as a, you know, if the group decides they want to go Harkonnen, that's fine. Somebody goes Harkonnen, somebody else does the Atreides, everybody's good to go. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, it's all just fun and games and shitloads of content. Lots of things to do, and then all the sweaties will be gone. Uh-oh. Waiting for server to respond. Is that the game or my internet? No, the guild cannot be a mix of factions. The guild has to be a single faction. Is that my internet or the game? I think that's the game. Oh yeah, I'm completely stuck. We may have to cancel. We may have to exit out of the game real quick. Let's see if I can go to main menu or not. 5 minutes? Well, I think I don't have a choice. I wonder what the difference is between quitting to main menu versus just killing the game client. Because I made it to here, so I don't know what's going to happen to my character. Oops. Yeah, exit to main menu. Let's see how this works. Barbarossa says, in my opinion, it's the people that rushed past everything in the game to get their chopper and into the deep desert that are complaining about the game. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's the sweating diehards. Normal people. I'm technically a sweaty diehard, even though I didn't push for the deep desert, because I've logged way more hours than a lot of other people. But that's just because it's my job and I've been having a lot of fun, so it's like I'm happy to sit here and play for 8 to 12 hours a day. Okay, do I have control again? Yes. Just a server hiccup. Oh, you're definitely being watched when you're inside of Harko Village. What's up? Don't you see the creepy big eyeballs everywhere? The big giant, well, big giant eyes? And the speakers? You're under Harkonnen control. Do not attempt to resist. You owe your allegiance to the Harkonnen. Slaves are worthwhile. Deliver the medicine to Kata and Erikine. I think the only reason I zoomed past you, Transcend, is you had the incident. We're just gonna call it the incident, right? We'll just leave it at that. You had the incident. That's the only reason I zoomed past you, is because of the incident. Yeah, and I kind of knew the first. I knew the first 20. I knew up to Trial 4. I hadn't done anything beyond Trial 4. That's the only thing I purposefully didn't go beyond Trial 4 in the beta. Journeys are the best, Great Cat, for sure.
Did you find Kumari? Please say you did. Please.
Finding Kumari wasn't
Promise
the
to walk
problem.
the honorable path for the rest of my days.
She says you stole from her.
Is she still on about that? I won that chunk of Samuda fair and square. If she doesn't remember, it's because she was higher than a starbird's tits.
Well, everybody likes tits.
Not just any drugs.
Well, most people. Not everybody, I
Drug.
should say.
A thumb-sized chunk of gold seal Samuda. I would never rip her off. There's such a thing as honor amongst junkies.
No, there is not. You have obviously never known junkies. Not real junkies.
No, not really. But I won it fair and square.
Alright, here's your stems.
Let's see. Oh, good work, Trooper. I knew I could count on you. Give them here. Normally I would ask you to leave, but honestly, I just need a fix. Look away if you're squeamish.
Squeamish?
Oh, there it is. Damn. Dr. Kumari knows how to mix chems. Good work, Trooper. You came through.
About time you recognized the talent.
Don't get cocky, Trooper. You executed a high-risk mission. Congrats. And now, you're going to do it again. And then you'll do it again. 'Cause that's what it means to be a trooper. We get the jobs no
Oh
one
yeah,
wants.
honor amongst junkies is bullshit.
Jobs
It's
that get you
absolutely
killed.
bullshit.
I still owe you training, but I need some downtime first. Go get yourself drunk or laid, or better yet, drunk and laid.
Man,
You can
I've
find
got
me
like those,
later.
that post-lunch, the flavor of burger and like Coca-Cola and French fries on my tongue and in the palate, and it's just like, that's how you know it's a good day. Burgers and fries and video games.
You're back.
Ready to assume training, Sergeant Volk.
Very good, Trooper. You've come a long way.
How come you're no longer at the Atreides barracks?
It's an embarrassing story, but Gurney Halleck gets his front teeth kicked in, and that's funny as hell. So I'll spill. And before you ask, he had them replaced, so you can't tell. Don't feel bad for Gurney. It was his own damn fault.
At least I'm not a boot anymore. Damn straight, I'm a trooper now. Any plans to tackle the DD as a solo player? Temporary team-ups joining guild? I'm in a guild with Babylonia and Transcend and a bunch of the other people from YouTube and Twitch. We have a guild on our server. I think we're all a bunch of solo people, though we occasionally, like yesterday, I went out with Allie and Babylonia and we went and farmed some resources from some guys. And I know Babylonia teams up a lot with, is it Vat Vixen? They co-stream their sessions, so make sure to follow Babylonia. He's in, I don't know if he's in Twitch chat right now, but I know he's in YouTube chat. So he's streaming the game with her. At some point, a decision is going to be made about what the main faction of the guild is. And then there may be some loose plans that happen, but honestly, I'm literally just here for the story. There's no story in the deep desert. I wouldn't mind doing a spice blow once just to say I did it because it looks really, really cool. But I am not going to manage people. And I don't really have the time to coordinate with other people very often because my day job is to play lots of different games. So as an example, we're playing this and the Altars right now. And then on Tuesday I start Death Stranding 2, which becomes the main game. And then I have other games in July, and other games in August, and other games in September, and then October, and then November. I play 3 to 5 games every single month. So my job is to continually play new games. So this happens to be something that we're playing a lot of right now because it's new. But this will become the background game in the next week. So I'll be playing Death Stranding as the main game, and then this becomes the back burner game. So for me, I'm mostly here for the story, which I've already done. Now I'm finishing up the storylines I haven't, like, I've already finished the main story. I'm just waiting for the next content drop. I have trainer storylines that I'm doing now, because why not? I have a big base that I'm building. I expect that to take me 6 weeks to finish. I'm going to work on my T5 production simultaneous to that. When I get done with all of that and the July-August patch hits, there's going to be more PvE content that they add. The PvE content is always my priority. And if the guild decides that they're going to run Atreides faction, and then at some point on a random Sunday they say that they're going to go do something, and I happen to have time on the Sunday that they say they're going to do something, then sure, I'll probably tag along and go do something. I highly doubt I will do any solo deep desert. There's no story reason for me to do so. Now, when they start adding more solo content to the Landsrad, you could definitely expect me to participate in the solo activities of the Landsrad. As of right now, those are mostly kill quests in the Haga Basin. And I'm content to do that. I don't have any reason to go to the deep desert. I don't care about T6 gear. I don't care. I don't need it. What do I need T6 gear for? FOMO? Fuck that. I'm not a weak-willed little bitch. I need the T6 gear. Meh. Okay. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Babylonia. I know there was some initial, like, I know that you set expectations very well in Discord, because I know some people are like, Renfail's guild, and it's like, it is not Renfail's guild. Renfail's in the guild, but that does, I'm not, no. No. I'm just another person hanging out, like,
Gurney and me go
sometimes people get a little
back.
weird about the parasocial thing with streamers, and they're like, I'm in the streamers guild, and we're going to do things with the streamer, and it's like, streamer doesn't want to do things. I'm playing my single player adventure. I will happily join other people on their shit if my schedule aligns.
The kind the monks make.
Gurney knew I had lady beef swelling in my loins for him. Oh, that's funny. Do you mean Gitsprit?
Yeah. It kicks like the hind legs of a pissed off Kulon.
Alright. You might have drank the last bottle ever made. The monastery was destroyed in an avalanche.
Maybe it's for the best.
So you and Gurney win your cups.
Yeah. We got kicked out of the Seleucid Bull for fighting. Fade and Aristae's wedding hadn't imploded yet, so they were allowing Harks in the Bull. Of course, that didn't sit right with Gurney and me, and we were lit, so we made our feelings known. The next part's a blank, but the sheriff was called.
Is that where Gurney lost his teeth?
That part's coming up. Don't jump ahead, trooper. Anyhow, as I said, my memory's hazy, but somehow we ended up back in the barracks. Last thing I remember is being in his bed, and then...
Getting some flickering
nothing.
in these cutscenes
I blacked
with her,
out
only with
entirely.
her.
The rest was told to me secondhand.
Well, now we're getting to the good part.
Apparently, we were having a good time. But at some point, Gurney wanted to give me a foot rub. Oh, sweet, right? A trooper's feet take so much abuse. But what Gurney didn't know was that I had just escaped from a brutal band of slavers. Slavers that had marked and prepared me as a pleasure thrall.
You? A pleasure thrall?
That was their plan, until I ripped the dicks off my first two clients.
There you go.
That earned me a wicked beating. Of course, they didn't want to damage the merchandise, so they went to work on my feet.
Jay says, I'm not a PvP player. We have several of them in the guild. This game may allow both types of game styles to play as co-op. They fly and protect, and I harvest. I think, and Babylonia has mentioned this before as well, I think that's kind of the idea. And the way they've set up this game is that the best guilds in this game are going to have all different types in them, because you can't, there, it's a symbiotic relationship. You need harvesters to get supplies for the crafters. You need crafters to supply your ornithopters and repair the gear, and production lines and assembly lines for ammo and weapons and all the pieces to build the weekly bases. You need scouts to fly out after the weekly Coriolis storms to scout the quadrants and bring back the sync chart maps, which you spread to the guild members. You need the fighters on the front lines to defend the control points or to defend the spice blows. You need somebody running the vacuum cleaner spice machine. You need somebody running the transport ornithopter. You need somebody, multiple somebodies running around in bikes dropping thumpers to distract the worms. And you need people in choppers, in the attack thopters, defending the spice blow. Like, you need all different types of players to truly make that system work. So it can't all just be a bunch of like diehard no life PvPers, because it doesn't work. It all falls apart. Like, oh, I want to go kill people and take their shit. Well, how are you building your base? Who's harvesting the materials to build your base every week? Who's crafting the replacement parts for your ornithopters? Who's crafting the fuel for your spice machines and all this other stuff? Like, who's doing that? So yeah, you're good, Babylonia. I don't think anybody got that. I would hope nobody got that impression, because you and I are both on the same page with things. It's like, I'm here just to hang out, but it's not my show.
Well, my career as a pleasure thrall was over. I guess they didn't want to risk a third dick. It would have been alright, except I had a bad reaction to the Geist Sprit. I guess that and repressed torture trauma don't mix well. Apparently, I heel-kicked him square in the mouth and blackened both eyes. Luckily, his troop managed to pull me off before I could choke him out. There was a lot of broken glass and furniture, but I'm told the biggest loss was a crystal chandelier gifted to House Atreides by the Archduke Ikaz.
It's a wild story, dear.
A story that stays between us.
Damn straight. The killers serve a purpose when properly channeled towards group goals. Otherwise, they could stay on the streets as the solo crybabies. Alright, we've unlocked level 3 trooper skills, and I'm up to 30,000 credits, which is good. That's my taxes for the next cycle sorted. So I now have all my taxes ready for 2 weeks from now, when I owe 28,000 for the next round of goodies. Alright, let's see here. Can I take the next rank of Shigawire? I really don't need it yet. Are there any planetologist things that I need? Yep.
You're back. You're finally starting to look like a trooper. But don't let up. You need to constantly hone that edge. Use the local banditry for target practice. And while you're out there counting outlaw scalps, swing by Dr. Kumari. And get me more of those good stims. The details are in the contract, Boot.
No! Why did you call me Boot again? I am no longer a Boot, bitch. I'm a bona fide trooper. Oh, I may have to respec. Deploy assault seekers. I bet this is going to be like the the Menntat line where I had to use a specific type of abilities. Assault Seeker. A modified Hunter Seeker that flies at a direct line and explodes upon contact with anything. Can be triggered to explode with a second activation. Useful for situations where a thrown grenade. And I just spent 4 points unlocking the fucking planetologist before I saw that. No! I'm gonna have to respec just to get that, which means I may not do the rest of this line right now. What's up, buddy? Yeah, what's up? You just woke up. You want to say hi to everybody before you go out? You're not awake yet. You're not awake. What are you doing? What are you doing? You ready? Do you hear mommy? Ready to go out? Well, let's go make sure that Blanca is not inside the house because you will attack her and kill her. Give me a second. I gotta go do cat dad stuff. I'll be right back. Chris is keeping an eye on the sky. It is pitch black and rolling in, so if I start getting a lightning storm, I may just go ahead and wrap it up, even if the power doesn't go out. We shall see. Still good for now. She's out doing laundry, keeping an eye on the sky. Hurricane season. McBay says that's why it seems like the 10 to 15 person guild seems like the sweet spot. I think it just depends on what a guild wants to do and how tranquil is the the deep desert in your server world. I don't think that you need a ton of people to be effective, but it also depends on whether or not there's like a mega guild on your server. Is it a Coriolis storm? It certainly looks like one. Do I want to respec right now? If I do it right now, let me think about this for a minute. I bet I could ditch the points that I put into the... Where's it at? I had to put points into poison mine. But the thing is they probably also want me to put points beyond... Because with the Menntat, I had to do multiple things. Like, it wasn't just one ability. It had to take multiple abilities. Get out of here, go find some bandits. It doesn't say where I need to find bandits. Well, I could probably just ignore these gunnery abilities and get up to the Assault Seeker and do it. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Ouch! Alright, I need the Shiga Wire. Explosive Grenade. And the Salt Seeker. Okay. Now that's what I definitely need for that. Now let me go back over to my Menntat, because I definitely need to unequip that shit. God, is this quicker to do on the mouse and keyboard? You still have to hold it. I'm gonna sit down for a bit though. Let me move over to the other. I've only ever used the trooper ones that give me bonuses too, but we're gonna have to do it for this quest line, so. I'm gonna leave those alone for now. I don't need the pistol damage. Let's go back over into the planetologist to take all my passives here. And this should still leave me enough free points to do stuff into the trooper line with what I need to do. And I'm not doing harvesting in right now. I probably don't need to worry about that. I will do the fuel efficiency. Don't care about the vehicle scanning. Temporal Europe, don't care. Vehicle mining, I kind of do care about, but we'll get there in a minute. Cutlery mining, yes, yes, yes. Thanks for the sub, Xanderzins. Appreciate it over on Twitch. I don't care about do gathering right now. I don't care about that either. Overcharge, yes. I'm gonna hold off on spending any more just for the moment because I'm gonna need to do this shit. Okay. So I need to go find some bandits, which is gonna be back in Haga Basin. I have to redistribute points for the quest because I'm required to take trooper abilities. I didn't have any points left over. I didn't have any free points to spend on the trooper abilities, so because I want to finish the trooper quest line, I'm respecking for the moment so that I can finish the trooper quest line. And then in 2 days, yeah, you can respec every 48 hours for free. It's right there on the page in the bottom right. There's a respec button. It's once every 48 hours. Doesn't cost you anything. Had I known that I was going to need to take that ability, I would have not spent the 4 points on the planetologist thing. Then I was like, I spent the 4 points, then immediately looked at the quest. I was like, oh shit. I have to use an ability that is like 3 points deep. Damn it. It's all good. And then I'll put it all back in 2 days. It's not going to fundamentally change anything. I just took some points out of like repair, like the passives I get to get like better repair to my clothing type thing. It's not that big of a deal. He didn't say what bandits though, so I wonder if it's any bandits I want to. It just says deploy. There's that choppiness on the map. Let's go over here. Yep, they mentioned that in the AMA yesterday. Said they're working on a fix. Yep. Now, I've never used this before, so it's LBRB. Oh shit, that's what that is. Oh, I got credit for it no matter what. I just had to deploy it. Oh, well, I'm just gonna sit here and deploy it again. Thanks for the gifted sub, Xander. Appreciate it. So that's what that is that they've used against me. It's the Assault Seeker. It's like a missile launcher. Really cool. Create attractor fields. Yeah, see, I'm going to have to take something else. What are attractor fields? Wow, that's a 20. Holy shit, that's a good ability. 25% cooldown on abilities as a passive technique. What? Alright, attractor field. Originally used as a training device to offset poor aim. Use a modified hold to draw attacks towards its center. Attach it to an enemy, and any shot fired into the field redirects into their center of mass. Interesting. Create an attractor field. Well, at least these could just be fired everywhere, anywhere. Yeah, it's definitely a mouse thing or a map thing since yesterday. Oh, wait, it's only trooper abilities? No. Did it say that? I didn't see that, Yeller. Really? It doesn't say that it's only for trooper abilities. I'm not disbelieving you. I'm saying it just doesn't say it anywhere that it's only for trooper abilities. That sucks if it is, because that would have been cool if it was a global cooldown. Okay. Well, I'm not really spec'ing a trooper anyways. I'm only taking this for the quest. But I saw that 25% cooldown. I was like, oh shit, that's pretty good. Deploy gravity fields. Is that? Nope. It's the next one. Requires a connecting module. So these are all those grenade things that people throw at me. These are all trooper abilities. Okay. I had no idea. Dude, this makes me want to make a trooper alt. Holy shit. Because one of the things I love about Halo is like all the different types of grenades you can throw and everything else when you're playing Halo, or yeah, Halo Infinite, but Destiny also. Like, this makes me want to play a trooper right here, all the grenades and stuff. I'm gonna have to make a trooper alt. Oh, I could see having a lot of fun with a trooper alt and all the different types of grenades you get and everything else. Right, so can you imagine you throw a grenade, it traps him in, then you throw the attractor thing, land it on the mob, and then fire your gun, and it's all center of mass directed? That's pretty badass for PvP, because you're literally, boom, trap the guy, boom, center of mass mod, rapid fires SMG to the chest, target dead. Like, I can see that being super I don't do PvP, but I'm thinking outside the box here. And obviously you still have to get through their shields, but I could see, yeah, man, potential. That's what I see here. All right, now I've got to go somewhere else, but I need to, let's redo some stuff really quick. Cause Menntat, I want my poison back, please. That's all the stuff that I need maxed out. Go back to the planetologist. Take my vehicle mining. I don't care about vehicle scanning or sandcrawler yield. Do care about the stillsuit seals. Also, I don't have the ranged bonuses from this right now. I mean, I guess I could. with it while I have it. Just to get the sugar wire cooldown. Some other people are saying that you can. It is a global cooldown. I'm gonna need to test that. So let's just look here really quick, because I have it equipped right now. So my cooldown on gravity field. Hang on, I need to. Let's test that, because we should be able to see really quickly if that's a global cooldown or not. Right now it's a 20% global cooldown. So let's. Right now my cooldown on poison capsule is 16. So theoretically, if I unequip that, it should go up, right? I'm going to close everything down just so they don't. So we're going to change a different technique out. So we're going to put this in. It was, what was it? 16 is the cooldown. Cooldown is still 16. I'm going to open that up. Cooldown is still 16. I do not see that being a global cooldown. That does not appear to actually adjust the cooldown of my Menntat abilities. But let's see, we're at 16. I'm going to pull Center of Mass out. I'm going to equip Battle Hardened, right? Still says 16. Cooldown of 16. Open it up again. Skill tab. Still 16. So yeah, that doesn't appear to be a global cooldown. I know some people in chat are saying that it is, but it doesn't appear to be based on the numbers. Based on the numbers. So, but let's test it manually. Correct, Ravesart. That's my question too, because the passives affect all of your ranged damage. So why would it matter? That's my question as well. Because you're supposed to be able to combo all the classes. So it may be a visual thing where it's just not the tooltip is not up there. So right now, 16-second cooldown. That's with it equipped. That's with it equipped. So let's unequip it and see if it's greater than 16 seconds on the cooldown for poison. Still 16 seconds, so it's definitely not a global cooldown on that. But yet, that is weird. That is a weird thing, because you can totally stack the ranged bonuses, because I've been doing so. I've been doing the ranged bonus damages from the Trooper tree with my Menntat bonuses, but yet that one doesn't stack. That seems weird, right? That does seem weird, for sure. What is this? What is skills? Is it S? No. Yeah, I'm about to test the trooper ability. That's what I'm about to do right now. I was trying to figure out what opened the trooper. I don't use the keyboard very often. So right now, the sugar wire is an 8-second with that. And if I pull this in, it still says 8 seconds. Still says 8 seconds. Battle hardened down. Still says 8 seconds. I still don't see that it's adjusting the sugar wire ability either, though. It still says 8 seconds. So is it just not working? Because it's 8 seconds regardless of whether I... Nope, that was 6 seconds. So I think the tooltip is wrong. Because it said 6 seconds on the cooldown when I used sugar wire. So let me unequip that and check that. Let's use it again. Nope, there's 8 seconds. So it's definitely working. It's just not showing on the tooltip for the trooper abilities. So there definitely is a cooldown for the sugar wire, but it's not showing up It's definitely not working for other abilities, but it is working for the Shigawire on physical use, just not in the tooltip. All right, testing done. It'd be a lot cooler if it was a global cooldown. I'm just saying. But it would be so OP if it was a global cooldown. We can go over here. There's that map choppiness. Yeah, I've already tested the range damage bonuses as well, so those are working for sure. That's weird. That's a weird thing. I would love to know the thought process behind that. About why we get global buff effects, but not global cooldowns. Like, I would love to know the reasoning for that. Because you know there's a reason. Unless it's just bugged. But I would assume there's a reason where they're like, hey, you know, global cooldowns, that's a little too OP. I think that's what it is, Yeller, is they're looking at that going, if we gave everybody a 30% cooldown on abilities, that's going to become a meta ability that everyone's going to take, and that's going to be way OP. Exactly. Joel's going to be like, because we said so. Shut up. And there's book reasons. No, I do appreciate that they have put their foot down on like game vision mechanics. Like game mechanics. Be like, no, that's just not in the vision for what we have for the game. Sorry. Like, there's nothing wrong with saying that. There's nothing wrong with being like, that's not our vision for the game. Because ultimately, they're the ones who spent the millions of dollars to produce it, so they sort of have the rights. You know, they bought the rights. You know, they have the rights to do what they want. They raise the money. You know, it's just up to us to be like, play it or don't play it. It's got to be a balance thing for sure. Yeah. Woo! Not gonna lie, folks, I'm getting tired. I'm almost 8 hours into the stream today. I'm starting to feel the yawns kicking in. That 4 a.m. wake up, the hamburger, fries, my coffee's wearing off. Oh, I missed the stairwell. Because I said so. That's his new tagline. Joel, because I said so, no. He needs a shirt that says this the next time they do a live stream. Because I said no. Because I said so.
Welcome, stranger. If you come seeking treatment, I have all manner of and I need a pleasure thrall hung like a Tarnarian bull pig. We don't always get what we want.
Is a Tarnian bull pig exceptional in some way?
That depends on whether you would consider a 30-meter phallus exceptional or not.
Well, at least if you know what her kink is. Did you say 30 meters?
Yes. In mating season, the Tarnarian bull sow burrows herself deep in the ground until a male is drawn near by her pheromone. When the male arrives, it, for lack of a better word, unspools its penis and penetrates the loose soil as it probes for the female.
Biology, kids. We don't just play video games on this channel. We also learn about science and the birds and the bees. John Sipple, I would suggest that you reset all of your keybinds to the default keybinds. I only say that because we've had a couple of people in chat over the past few days who have complained about buttons not working. And then when they reset all of their keybinds to defaults, the keys magically started working again. So you should definitely check that if you have not already done so. Just reset all of your keybinds. Even if you think that you haven't done anything, there could be a bug that might have reset one of your keybinds by accident. So make sure to reset your keybinds to default and then try it.
Wait until you hear where she lays her eggs.
All right, Doc. You and Kara need to bury the hatchet.
She's never even apologized. I don't know if I can.
Well, I'm sure she's sorry. Would hearing that from her help?
Did you actually hear her say that?
No.
Well, when I hear it from her, I will think about it. We did have a bloody good time together. But until then, no more free stims. 1,000 Solaris, or pound sand.
There you go.
You know, I warned Kara these won't work forever. She needs a permanent
Yeah, we had
fix.
somebody the other day who couldn't, they weren't able to, they were on the controller, and they weren't able to use their right thumbstick. It just wasn't turning. Whenever they would aim, it wouldn't let them turn or go up and down when they were aiming with the guns. So it was like, well, just check. Did you rebind something? He's like, I don't think so. And I was like, well, just reset your keys for the hell of it. And he reset his keys. Everything worked perfectly after that. So sometimes things happen. The patch can bug things. I've misclicked things in the menu before where I've accidentally turned something off with a filter, did a slider I didn't mean to. Things happen sometimes. So if in doubt, just reset your keybinds and check. Correct. As an example, the right thumbstick for free look on the controller and the ornithopter is broke right now, but yet it works on the mouse and keyboard. So that's a perfect example of something not working when it should. But thankfully, we can still do it with the mouse and keyboard. So thanks for that tip earlier, Yeller, because I really wanted to be able to spin around and look at my ornithopter in flight. We're back to Arakeen? I think we're back to Arakeen. I got to pay attention. Oh, excuse me. I want to finish up this troopers line before I take a nap. It's what I really want to do. I was supposed to do base building today, but I've gotten so sidetracked in doing this stuff. The base building got put on hold, which is honestly okay because I needed the money anyway to pay my taxes. So now I've got the cash together to take care of my taxes in 2 weeks, and I can stash that in one of the boxes. Have that in hand for later. Am I tracking Arakeen? I do wish we could pan out a little farther on the map. Just like an extra 25%. Oh my goodness. Somebody smack me, I got the yawns. I feel sated. In the game, but yes, also in real life. Lunch was good. You can adjust that with the POV slider hide as an FYI. If you want to get closer to your character, you can totally do that with the... you can't manually do it like with the mouse scroll or anything, but you can use the POV slider and it'll pull you back or push you in depending on what you're looking for. I don't know if you've played around with that, but the POV slider does that. Here, I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to do it with mouse and keyboard because it's a little easier to do all this setting stuff. But you go in here, where's it at? Is it display maybe? Yeah, so we're at 90. I think 90 is the default POV. Is right here. But you can go into POV and change it to like, let's say 70. It's a lot closer. Then you can go in and say you want to take it all the way out to like 110. It's a bit farther out. It's not a lot farther out, but it is a bit farther out. I think the default is like 90. I think this is what it was set on a minute ago. I hope it was 90. I think it was on 90. I don't know, 90 felt fine to me, so.
I've been waiting for you, Trooper. The withdrawal is creeping back up. I need those stims. Have you been out in the Badlands honing your skills? Let's see. Oh, good work, Trooper. I knew I could count on you. Give them here.
Dr. Kumi said she'd look for a permanent fix for you.
No, and she doesn't have to, because you're going to get me that.
Yeah, just adjust the POV slider, Hyde. That's just, it's not going to give you perfect control over your distance, because it's not going to probably let you go all the way in or all the way out, but adjusting the POV slider is going to give you a bit of difference.
I'm working an angle right now. It's too early to say anything. It just looks that way, Trooper. But the deck gets thinner every time. I need that transmitter soon, because the stims... You've been loyal, Trooper.
Okay.
My lord was sworn to Archduke Ikaz. Our house miner was granted the administration of a remote mining system on the edge of Ikaz space. We shared system defense with House Gauger, the house charged with the actual mineral extraction.
What happened?
When the feud between Ikaz and Moritani ignited to open war, House Gauger took the opportunity to move against us. They swore fealty to Baron Harkonnen, who was himself allied with House Moritani. The price of their betrayal was the head of my lord. For over 5 centuries, we fought and bled alongside House Gauger. In fact, they chose a banquet celebrating our long kinship to drug our food. We slept, oblivious as our lord and his family were slaughtered.
Red wedding!
Only the intervention of the House Gauger War Master saved us from the same fate. Instead, we were shackled.
Correct.
branded,
Some games
and
do
sold
let
as
you
Mala.
scroll in with the mouse
Not
wheel.
necessarily a preferable outcome. That's a story for another day. I'm sick of reminiscing.
Yeah, just you can get a wider view with the POV thing.
Be sorry
It
you
might
said
not be
that,
as wide as
Trooper.
you want, but
It's
it'll
time to
be
step things
wider
up.
than it is by default. Alright, completed that contract. Matter of fact, I feel like we're somehow in closer than we are by default. I may have mistakenly... No, that wasn't it. Off. I could swear it was like at 87 or something the other day. Hopefully I didn't just reset everything else to default. Heck, you know what? Actually, let's discard all the changes. I don't want to mess with stuff right now. I do want to change that POV though. I feel like it was at 87 the other day and something's at 90. Well, I know it was 90 just a minute ago, but I feel like that's closer than it was when I was... Because I was playing around with it the other day. That's the only reason I knew where that setting was. Damn it, now you've got me going. Let's play with it some more. Maybe I want it to be at 100. I don't know. You could also mute sounds in Discord too. Did I inadvertently turn fucking motion blur on? Ugh, I did by accident. Hang on, what is this right here? Show friendly indicators. Oh, I didn't know it was off by default, so you can see your group numbers. Well, let's turn that back on. Hang on, it might have set some stuff in here I need to double check. No, it kept these, so I think it only fudged things on that one tab. Okay, cool. Alright. Okay. Alright, I think we're good. Hang on. Cancel, cancel, cancel. Did it give me... I probably need to talk to her again. I didn't even think about that. Sorry, I'm distracted by the tight booty of my trooper. Wait, I'm not a trooper, I'm a Menntat. What's going on? I'm confused. All these feelings! But they gave me grenades and they let me have a gun.
You're back. There you are, trooper. I've been waiting for you.
Damn it, Sergeant, you fried your brain on Samuda.
I always wondered, if life is a rainbow, why doesn't it include black?
How about I hit you upside the head and you'll
the space
see some black.
Between the stars.
Alright, do you have a mission?
The stims aren't working anymore. Only Samuda helps.
Samuda only masks the pain. You need more than that, Sarge.
I need this damn implant out of my head. If Dr. Kumari is a real suck, she has the training to take it out. But it's dangerous. The implant contains an 8 microgram strontium charge. Enough to kill me and blow the good doctor's arms off.
Well, you should be able to disarm the charge with an infrared or radio signal.
Yes. With the same master transmitter we've been after since the start.
Any fresh intel?
It just so happens my information broker made contact. Seems a known courier was tracked to a slaver base near the Hand of Kadir. If any slave crews are buying a master transmitter, there'll be a record of it there.
Copy that.
I want you to find that base and kill them all.
I can do
See
that.
if you can find a shipping manifest and bring it back. The details are in the...
Got you covered, boss. Okay. Alright guys, we're back to Haga Basin. Blackthorn says base is looking good from a distance. Setting up close by you. Nice. There's plenty of room in the area for bases. Haga Basin, please. I got a lot more work to do on that base. But the good thing is I got another cistern built today. And I put all, I have my wind turbines are ready to go. I just needed water to create the lube. Well, I need to create the silicone to then create the lube. Matter of fact, we should go back to the base and check on that right now. And then tomorrow morning, as far as the base goes, tomorrow's Saturday, right? I need to do some base building tomorrow for sure. I don't think we're going to do any base building today because it's already like it's noon. I mean, there's the possibility. It's Friday night, right? I might come back after the nap. We'll just see how my eyes feel. Because if I do come back and do an afternoon stream, it'll just be base building. Because I got so much to get done with that. All I really care about is the fact that I got my Atreides ornithopter skin today. I've been waiting on that for a few sessions. It was like the next big spend. I don't have to worry about the assault version for a long time. But at least I got this one. And there's the base in all her glory. And at some point, I would love, you know what I would love? Is you look over here at Pinnacle Station, you see those floodlights? I want floodlights. And I have not seen those floodlights anywhere in the game. Those are only, I only see those on the trading posts, right? Like they seem to be unique to the trading posts as like a call to action. Sort of like, here's a trading post right here. I would love if we could have some for our bases, but yeah, haven't seen those. I would love to get some floodlights. Okay, silicone. I don't need to create a max of those. Let's create like 200. And then, how much water do we have? I didn't even check. Oh, that's the wrong machine for the lube. Okay. Guys, we've been questing. I want to say we've been questing for like 3 or 4 hours since I checked the cisterns last. Oh, yeah. 4. Oh, yeah. That's nice. Okay, cool. So having 4 machines cranking out with 2 cisterns. That's a nice production rate. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now I gotta get the rest of these turned on, so that'll be the next objective, is gonna be to get enough lube going so that I can get all 6 of those cranking, and then I can tear down all of those generators and be completely running on wind. That'll be nice. I'll still need to go back and keep the other base running with fuel from time to time, but honestly, as long as I load that up once every 3 weeks, I can keep that other base going indefinitely. This one is going to require a little bit more hands-on. There is in Discord Gatorade, there's a link that Barbarossa published, which shows it, but essentially it's just, there's power in, or like resources in, and then resources out. So that's the easy way to say it without watching the video. It's buried in the gaming channel somewhere, but Barbarossa did put a link in there. But essentially you can think about it as like, if I go to a storage chest or something, essentially this is saying, where is it coming from and where is it going? Left is where is it coming from, right is where is it's going. And then you can adjust other things to be like, well, maybe not this one. There are different things that you can adjust. So if I were to go up to the, well, I might even be able to do one of these to just show you. Where can I adjust it? I don't remember where. There's a way to adjust like where to put different things. I'm too tired to deal with it right now. there's a video in Discord. That's the easy solution. Go watch the video. I gotta wrap it here, guys. I am super tired, and I've been going for 8 hours, so I'm gonna let that produce silicone, and I'm gonna take a nap. I do have a video that we're gonna publish this afternoon, which was from earlier in the stream, which was about the PvP discussion we had. That'll go out on YouTube in a little while, so if you missed that, make sure you're following over on YouTube. I may be back later today, with a crafting stream in the afternoon, but that's going to depend on the storms and power outages, because we do have massive thunderstorms rolling in, scheduled for this afternoon. So they were actually supposed to be here like an hour ago, and we haven't got hit yet, so I'm actually genuinely surprised. Tomorrow's Saturday. I don't think I'm going to come back and do any more altars. So I'll probably make a post this afternoon telling people about that. But for those of you who want to catch me playing the altars more, because I'm like halfway through the game, unfortunately, and I'll make a video to talk about this in greater detail, but the copyright stuff they have going on right now, like I can't stream the game with music. Like I have to have the music completely turned off because I keep getting copyright dings on YouTube, which means I can't monetize. I can monetize the videos, but I'm losing my monetization every time I upload a video, and every single stream gets like 6 to 8 hits. And then I have to manually go back and clear every single one of those, and that takes like 30 minutes to an hour for each one that I have to wait, and I'm losing all the revenue while that's taking place. So it's, from a monetary standpoint, I'm not making any money showing that game or streaming that game, so that sucks. And then also, the save bug thing is not a big deal, but they are patching a manual save into the game, so I would kind of rather just wait for them to patch the manual save in and just wait. So I'm kind of feeling like I felt with Expedition 33, where I abandoned the playthrough like halfway through because the game wasn't ready to be launched yet. So like Expedition 33, the story mode was broke. They just patched that last week, like 2 months after launch. But I've already moved on, so I'm loving the altars. I think it's an exceptional game that you should play, but I think my playthrough is gonna be halted for the moment. I could change my mind on that, but we've got Death Stranding 2 starting on Tuesday. If I think I can get through the altars in the next 3 days, I might come back and stream that this afternoon or something. But my mentality right now is I'm just gonna wait for them to fix because I don't like playing the game without music. It sucks. Like, the music is really good in the altars. Really, really, really good. But the problem is they have a streamer mode, which is not working right now. And every time you go into, like, the social hub or the dormitories, it kicks off this licensed music that I'm getting dinged for. And it's just, I have to turn all the music off to play the game, and it's not fun. Like, imagine playing Dune Awakening with no music. Like, this soundtrack is kick-ass. I don't want to play this game without music. Stay tuned. Catch you guys later. All right, thanks, Barbarossa. By the way, on the way out, Barbarossa just reposted the circuit link over in YouTube, or over in Discord. So check out that link in Discord if you want to know more about circuits.